the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone. No skip a beat, the Rasta man unique. We now go take defeat, the mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend.
G6 Production.
Good morning, and welcome to everyone. Welcome to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. Today, we will review several pieces of proposed legislation that seeks to address public safety matters. Then this afternoon, we will move to hear from our local law enforcement partners regarding the increased reports of illegal activities on our beachfronts, which is creating an unsafe environment for local residents and also potentially harming the integrity of our tourism brand. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to express our deep gratitude to all veterans, as well as those who are still serving in our military. Your dedication and sacrifice are greatly, greatly appreciated. I also want to, and let me just recognize that one of our colleagues who are here with us, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, is also a veteran. I believe Director Harris is also a veteran. Thank you, guys. Anyone else? Even if you served in the Boy Scouts? Mr. Williams, not the Boy Scouts, but actually a veteran. Thank you for your service as well. And to everyone again. I also wanted to express congratulations to the winners of the 2024 elections, as well as to all those who offered themselves for public service. I wish everyone well. And I finally want to take a moment to remind our residents to please exercise extreme caution on our roadways, which have become even more treacherous after the torrential rains we've experienced over the past few weeks. Again, safety should always remain our top priority, our top focus as we navigate these challenging road conditions. Officials from Public Works are here with us today and may be able to even advise us or the community as to any hazardous areas that there might still be in the territory. Hopefully by now they've done some assessments. At this time, Madam Clerk, I'll ask for a roll call.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair. Okay, we have Senator Angel Bocas Jr. Present. Senator Bocas Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. I'm here. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator Javon James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Okay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Okay. Thank you. Also, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed, stating by from whom, and then you may continue with the reading.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a correspondence from Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Dear Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, due to an unforeseen scheduling conflict, I am unable to attend the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety meeting scheduled for Tuesday, November 12, 2024. I apologize in advance for any inconvenience this may have caused. Please forward all documents distributed at the hearing to my office. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Franklin D. Johnson, Senator. We also have correspondence from Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts. Thank you for the invitation to testify on behalf of the judicial branch on the proposed bill number 35-0395, amending Title 16 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to change of gender designations on identifying documents upon receipt of an order of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, and amending Chapter 7 relating name change, and amending Title 20, Chapter 35, to allow for change of gender designation on driver's licenses, identification cards, and for other related purposes. Due to a scheduling conflict, I'm unable to attend today's hearing. However, I have had the opportunity to review the proposed amendments with our general counsel, and the judiciary does not have any comment with regard to the proposed changes. Sincerely, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts. And lastly, we have correspondence from the Honorable Barbara Jackson McIntosh of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Good morning. I am sorry I'm not available to attend the hearing. I have another commitment on November 12, 2024. Nonetheless, the BMV has already updated our software to include the gender marker X. Anyone that legally changes their gender, the process is simply to submit the court document, and the record is changed to reflect the change. The court document is not needed if the person uses the gender X. I wish you a fruitful session, Director McIntosh. That concludes the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Also, allow me to recognize the presence of our esteemed 35th Legislature President, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Welcome, non-committee member. And also our Legislative Secretary, Senator Carla Joseph. Welcome, non-committee member. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'll ask you to please read today's agenda into the record.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair. The agenda is as follows. Block 1, Bill 35-0271, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1 by adding Section 494B, establishing school speed zones, signage, and enforcement measures to promote student and pedestrian safety near schools, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, Commissioner of the Department of Education, Mario Brooks, Acting Commissioner of the VI Police Department, and Elise P. Menzies, Principal of the St. Croix Christian Academy. Bill number 35-0395, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code by adding a Chapter 8 relating to change of gender designations on identifying documents upon receipt of an order of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, amending Chapter 7 relating to name change, and amending Title 20, Chapter 35, to allow for change of gender designation on driver's licenses, identification cards, and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Hussein Canacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health, Honorable Barbara McIntosh Jackson, Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts, Judiciary of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Maria Nesbitt, President of PFLAG, and Imani Evans, Director of St. Croix Pride. Lastly, BR 23-0038, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, by repealing and reenacting with amendments Chapter 49, relating to abandoned and derelict motor vehicles, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works, Honorable Joseph Bisholti, Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, Mario Brooks, Acting Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. And that concludes the reading of Block 1.
Thank you. At this time, let's do a systems check. I'll have all the testifiers before us. What we're going to do, just for everyone's knowledge, there are three bills within this first block, as was just read into the record. And 0271 is establishing the school speed zone. 0038 is the one that speaks to the abandoned and derelict motor vehicles. And 0395 is the one that speaks to the name change, the gender designations and identifying documents. We'll have the discussion all in one block. My colleagues will be able to ask questions on all three bills so that we can just exhaust this block. I'll try to be as accommodating with the time allotted. So at least for the first block, all the testifiers will be going back and forth with the discussions. I will start with media. Is there anyone else online besides Senator Francis Heiliger? None. I will start with the introduction of testifiers from over in the St. Croix district, just to make sure that the communication is good. And St. Croix?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Lorraine Benjamin Matthew, Director of the Virgin Islands Department of Health, Vital Records and Statistics.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Makeish Taylor-Jones, Chief Legal Counsel for the Department of Health.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Dr. Andrew Sieber. I serve on the board for St. Croix Pride and also identify as transgender and non-binary.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Imani Evans, President of St. Croix Pride.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Sandra Bastion Carty, sitting in for Elise Menzie from St. Croix Christian Academy.
Good morning. Welcome. Starting, is that it for St. Croix? That's it. Coming over to St. Thomas, starting on my left, moving around.
Good morning.
Please pull the mic to all the way. Yeah.
Good morning, Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health Enforcement, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Hadia Charles, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Health.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Hammond, an attorney here on St. Thomas and Secretary of PFLAG.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Good morning. You could tell you caught some of this.
Good morning. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Good morning. Welcome, sir. Are the roads clear?
No, yes.
Good morning, Sergeant Joycelyn Lee Bob, Commander of the Traffic Investigation Bureau, St. Thomas, St. John District.
Good morning. You look commanding this morning.
Good morning. Irvin Mason, Director of Disaster Planning and School Security, Department of Education.
Good morning. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Victor Sum III, the Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ivan Williams, School Safety Manager, St. Thomas, St. John District, Department of Education.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you all. So our systems are up and running, and we'll, at this time, I think, another colleague joined us. Let me also recognize the presence and welcome Senator Milton Potter. Good morning, non-committee member. Thank you for joining us. All right, at this time, we will proceed to the testimony on the first bill, 35-0271. So the testifying will go from the Department of Public Works, then to the Department of Education. I'm asking you to remember your position. Department of Public Works, Department of Education, the Police Department, and Christian Academy if they're here. All right, from there, I will tell you when we go to the next bill. But so before we hear the testimony, I'm sorry, Senator Bolkes, you're recognized to introduce bill number 35-0271. And prior to you starting, let me just also recognize the presence of our Finance Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Good morning. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for the introduction of 0271.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Today, I introduce Bill number 35-0271, the School Speed Zone and Enforcement Act. This bill establishes designated school speed zones, mandates appropriate signage, and implements speed reduction measures to improve safety around schools. It also formally codifies school speed zones in the Virgin Islands Code for the first time. The codification is crucial for many reasons, including that it reinforces and clarifies several existing laws within the Virgin Islands Code designated to protect children in areas close to school. By formally establishing school zones, this legislation strengthens the enforcement of these laws, ensuring a safer environment around all schools and providing a clear, structured framework for regulating traffic and enhancing pedestrian safety. Some of the laws that this bill complements and reinforces is Title 19, Chapter 29, Subchapter 1, Section 604B5A, prohibiting distribution of alcohol and controlled substances, illegal drugs, that's part of drug-free areas. Title 14, Chapter 113, Section 2253F, prohibiting firearms and other dangerous weapons on school property and 1,000 feet from a school. Title 14, Section 1727D, requiring the Attorney General to notify public and private and parochial schools if a registered sex offender is in a 1 mile radius from a school. These are but a few laws that this legislation reinforces. Colleagues, this bill codifies the establishment of school speed zones and enforcement, adding a framework of important safety measures and strengthening our law enforcement's ability to enforce these laws more effectively. It also provides clarity, helping law enforcement and the courts apply these rules consistently and effectively. This legislation creates a culture of responsibility, awareness, and respect for student safety in the Virgin Islands. This commitment provides peace of mind for our parents, educators, and the entire territory, ensuring that our young people are protected as they learn and grow and make a lasting investment in the safety of our students and the community at large. And before I close, I'd like to mention on May 6, 2019, a 14-year-old boy from John H. Woodson School who was traversing at Alfredo Andrews Elementary School on St. Croix was struck by a vehicle in an area right in front of the school. He was hit and dragged under the vehicle and sustained injuries to include a hole in one of his lungs following the accident. The boy was airlifted to San Juan Regional Medical Center for treatment, but unfortunately, he did not survive. This is but one instance that potentially could or may happen in the future if we do not protect our children around the areas close to schools. Colleagues, I ask for your support of Bill number 35-0271, safeguarding the future of our young people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that introduction. We will now proceed with the testimony. Again, we'll start with Public Works, followed by Department of Education, then the VA Police Department, and Christian Academy if someone is here. Yes. Commissioner, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, all those seated in the Senate chambers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. With me today is Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings. Thank you for allowing us to testify on Bill number 35-0271, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, by adding Section 494B to establish school speed zones, signage, and enforcement measures to promote student and pedestrian safety near schools. Overall, I agree with this bill as it is written. It aims to protect our territory's children, and I wholeheartedly favor that effort. One project currently underway is the installation of new striping, signage, and crosswalks for school zones in both districts. The department has diligently completed the scope of work, solicitation was issued, and a contractor was selected on behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Education, as they will provide the funding. We are also continuing our successful partnership with VIDE and the Virgin Islands Police Department to address previous one-off issues, especially in our towns and areas with heavy tourist traffic. We believe that the bid packages we prepared and other resources on order will significantly contribute to the enforcement efforts. As for the fines, I support splitting the money collected between the three agencies as prescribed in the current draft. DPW will use those funds to assist with striping and signage costs, as maintenance on our crosswalks should be completed every 2 years. The funds will also be used to replace any damaged signs over time. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the primary sponsor and his staff for taking the time to have bill review sessions with my team and me. Their willingness to understand and incorporate our feedback into the bill has been instrumental in garnering our support. Over the past 12 months, DPW has held several productive meetings with VIPD on other related initiatives to improve and enhance traffic safety and enforcement. We understand that enforcement is just as crucial as signage, striping, and proper transportation planning. In line with this, we have also reached out to the U.S. Department of Transportation and our local partners to explore opportunities for additional funding, particularly for enhanced signage, such as lighted signage and pedestrian signage. We have also participated in numerous site visits throughout our downtown areas and have identified key areas for new or increased signage, changes to parking rules, and striping. The biggest challenge is funding, as we do not have a specific pot for this purpose. While striping and signage are included in locally funded projects when funding allows, and all federal aid projects, we encourage this body to continue to explore measures such as this that allow for dedicated funding for specific purposes. This concludes our testimony for this portion of today's hearing.
Thank you. Next testifier.
Good day and greetings to the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, the bill sponsor, Senator Angel Bolquez, other committee members, other senators present, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. I'm Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education, appearing today on behalf of Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner of Education. My presence today is to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0271, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, by adding a Section 494B, establishing school speed zones, signage, and enforcement measures to promote student and pedestrian safety near schools. Present with me today are Mr. Irvin R. Mason, Sr., the Director of Disaster Planning and School Security, and Mr. Ivan Williams, Sr., the St. Thomas St. John District School Security Manager. After internal review of the proposed legislation and consultation with our pertinent sister agencies, primarily the Department of Public Works in this instance and the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Department of Education expresses general support for Bill number 35-0271 One, the safety of our students is our first and foremost priority. Ensuring their safety allows for teaching and learning to occur. School zones are unique environments where large numbers of young pedestrians may be present during peak hours before and after school. Children are less predictable than adults, and their ability to judge speed and distance is still developing. Lower speed limits in these areas are crucial in minimizing the risk of accidents and ensuring that drivers have ample time to react to sudden movements by children. In the United States Virgin Islands, where school zones may be close to busy roads and pedestrian areas, this can be particularly crucial. The department's research has revealed that in the United States, motor vehicle crashes were the leading cause of death among 13 to 19-year-old females, and one of the leading causes of death among 13 to 19-year-old males in 2022, as per the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control 2024. The October 22, 2022 edition of the St. Thomas Source cites that in the territory, data for teen drivers in fiscal 2021, there were 505 crashes involving teen drivers, 11.9% of the year's total crashes, and a 28% increase from teen driver crashes recorded in fiscal 2020. Speeding is one of the main factors for these crashes. In data obtained from the Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety Annual Report for fiscal year 2019, the U.S. Virgin Islands reported a total of 4,722 crashes, out of which 18 traffic fatalities occurred. 3 of those fatalities were due to speeding, and an additional fatality was a person under the age of 20. Numerous studies have shown that lower speed limits significantly reduce the likelihood of accidents and fatalities. Combining speed limits with active enforcement and penalties creates a strong deterrent against speeding. According to research by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, reducing speed limits from 30 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour in school zones can decrease the risk of severe injury or death by up to 60%. This evidence underscores the importance of implementing stricter speed regulations where they are needed most. Lower speed limits often come with increased signage, educational campaigns, and enforcement measures. Enhanced signage, clear speed regulations, and enforcement can make drivers more conscious of the need to slow down in school zones. The involvement of multiple agencies such as VIDE, VIPD, and DPW fosters a collaborative approach to school zone safety. That being said, the VIDE has concerns with the following sections of the proposed legislation. Section 533, Establishment of School Zones. Section 2, road geometry and specifics of proximity of building to roadways is outside of the purview and expertise of the VIDE. The DPW needs to be included in any such determinations, and as such, this section should be amended to reflect their inclusion. Enforcing new speed limits requires resources and commitment from local law enforcement. In areas where limited resources or where enforcement is already stretched thin, this can be a significant challenge. The allocation of funds to improve school zone infrastructure and support traffic safety education program ensures that the legislation has a long-term impact. However, the effectiveness of the legislation and the resulting revenues are reliant on the ability to monitor and enforce compliance consistently. Often, such legislation garners strong support from local communities, including parents, teachers, and school administrators. This support can lead to more effective implementation and compliance. Public education campaigns and community involvement will help ensure that drivers, students, and parents are informed about the new regulations and their importance. Section 537, Department of Education and Virgin Islands Police Continuing Obligations, subsection 3A. One of the challenges of implementing new speed limits in school zone is the associated cost. The appropriation of $500,000 indicated in the proposed legislation represents a significant investment. For the VIDE, which has severe budgetary constraints, these costs would be a major obstacle. In addition, the aforementioned appropriation is geared only to DPW for signage and public education campaigns. If the VIDE is to assist DPW in the venture, additional funding will be necessary as the public education campaigns would need to be ongoing. Radio announcements alone can cost up to $8,000 each. the VIDE would respectfully suggest Section 537, subsection 3 be amended to include $100,000 annual funding for the requested ongoing educational campaigns. In closing, VIDE proffers that while Bill number 350271, the School Speed Zone and Enforcement Act, represents a proactive step towards enhancing traffic safety in school zones across the United States Virgin Islands and has the potential to significantly enhance student safety and improve traffic management around schools, there are also challenges related to implementation, cost, enforcement, and possible impacts on traffic flow. Addressing potential challenges through effective and continuous collaboration with GVI departments and ensuring a balanced approach that includes public education, effective enforcement strategies, annual budget appropriations, and periodic reviews will be crucial to the successful implementation of this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in the proposed legislation and for your time and consideration. We stand prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. And if my voice came over there while you were speaking, I apologize to the public. Next up, Virgin Islands Police Department, Sergeant Lee Bob.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Service Committee members, other members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers and colleagues, those in the listening and viewing audience, people of these beautiful United States Virgin Islands, good morning. I am presenting this testimony on behalf of Sidney Elsko, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and on behalf of Mario Brooks, the Acting Police Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Today we appear before you with the goal of giving testimony in support of Bill 35-0271, an act amending the Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 43, Subsection 1, by adding Section 494B. Bill 35-0271 proposed amended the title of the Virgin Islands Code to establish designated school speed zone signage and enforcement measures near schools. This act will play a fundamental role in safeguarding our students and pedestrians from dangers posed by speeding vehicles in the school zones. Data from 2024 report by the Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety highlights a troubling trend in frequency of speeding traffic violators near the school zone. According to this report, there has been notable increase in speeding citation issued with proximity to school zone over the past year, with an alarming rate of more than 40% of all citation issues for speed exceeding the posted limits by 10 miles per hour or more. This statistics underlines urgent needs to implement designated school speed zone with enforceable speed restriction to ensure the safety of our students and the school staff as they travel to and from the various campuses. School zones are high-risk area. The excessive speeding creates an imminent threat to young pedestrians, many of whom may not have the reflexes or awareness to respond to speeding vehicles. The Office of Highway Safety estimate the reducing speed limits to 40 miles per hour within the designated school zone can reduce fatalities for pedestrians in these zones by much as of 45%. The statistical projection serves as a powerful reminder of how enforceable school zone speed limits can contribute to preserving lives. Furthermore, we recognize the manpower constraint currently forcing the Virgin Islands Police Department and propose that all local enforcement agencies be tasked with enforcing these and reduce speed limits within school zone. The inclusion of multiple law enforcement entities in these efforts ensure the resources are used efficiently and enforcement is consistent across the territory. Having all local enforcement officers committed to monitoring these zones will allow us to increase compliance and deter unsafe driving behaviors without overburdening any single agency. Ensuring the provision and adequate personnel from all law enforcement agencies to manage school speed zone is essential for maximizing the effectiveness of these safety initiatives. In conclusion, implementing Bill 350271 will serve as a proactive measure to prevent accidents and safeguard our children, educators, community members, and school campuses. Next, school campuses. Turning to BR 23-0038, this act seeks to amend Title 20 of Virgin Islands Code to address the pressing issues of abandoned derelict vehicles within the territory. Abandoned vehicles are more and slightly growing problem, and it's impacting both communities. Abandoned vehicles are not only an eyesore, but can also obstruct roadway.
One sec. I think you're going into the next testimony. So we'll just do that one first and then.
Okay, I'm sorry, because this was...
it's okay. You're good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Next, we'll proceed to St. Croix Christian Academy. I think there's a testifier in St. Croix. Yes. You may proceed at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, all committee members and other senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America, the listening and viewing audience, and a special greeting to bill sponsor, Senator Angel Borges, Jr. I am Sandra Bastian Carty, one of the administrative secretaries at the St. Croix Christian Academy School, which is located at 26 and 28 Golden Rock, Christiansted, U.S. Virgin Islands. Right now, right next to what we call Five Corners. This morning, I am here as a representative of the executive administrator, Seaton Wilson, and the principal of the school, Elise Menzies. We are grateful to Senator Angel Borges, Jr. for sponsoring this bill, and we are in full support of Bill number 350271. We believe this is a very important bill because it ensures the protection of our children who are so very important to all of us. This bill will ensure the proper school zone signage is erected, which will alert drivers of the proper speed limits and establish a school speed zone. The St. Croix Christian Academy School is located right next to a very busy intersection that we call Five Corners, where drivers are going back and forth all day long. It is very active area and active, so active that our school's fence has been damaged several times by drivers who have been driving at a very high rate of speed. We all understand that one of the primary causes of accidents is vehicles exceeding speed limits in school zones. Bill number 350271 will ensure that the Virgin Islands Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Police Department will work together to establish speed limits for each school to promote safety for our students and pedestrians. This bill will also ensure that the Virgin Islands Police Department will do everything possible to make sure that the proper speed limits in the school speed zones are followed. Thank you for allowing me to be here today as a representative of St. Croix Christian Academy School. I am ready to answer any questions you may have for me. Respectfully, Sandra Bastian Carty, Administrative Secretary.
Thank you, Mrs. Carty. So we heard from the Public Works, Department of Education, the Police Department, and Christian Academy on Bill number 35, that's 0271. That exhausts the testimonies for that bill. Now we'll move to Bill number 35, that's 0395, a bill sent by the Office of the Governor. Who speaks to this bill? Senate President Francis, you're recognized for the introduction of Bill number 35, that's 0395.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the testifiers. And of course, good morning to Central staff. Bill number 35, that's 0395, is an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 8 relating to the change of gender designations on identifying documents upon receipt of an order of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, amending Chapter 7 relating to name change, and amending Title 20, Chapter 35 to allow for change of gender designation on driver's license, identification cards, and for other related purposes. This bill is being offered at the request of Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and was submitted in collaboration with the Department of Health. Let me first note that this is not a bill about sexuality or sexual orientation. It is a bill that supports how people identify their gender. Today, you will hear from the Department of Health Commissioner, we have the Assistant Commissioner in the House today, as well as others, how this legislation supports a more inclusive healthcare system. Also bringing valuable perspective to this discussion today, a representative from the St. Croix Pride advocacy organization whose mission is to work toward a future without discrimination, where all people have equal rights under the law, and the St. Thomas chapter of PFLAG, which is the nation's largest organization dedicated to supporting, educating, and advocating for LGBTQ people. In addition to supporting patient care, this bill will also give Virgin Islanders who identify as transgender or non-binary to have identification documents that align with their own gender identity. The ability to select gender markers is not new. This bill would bring the territory into alignment with over 20 states and territories that allows persons to change their gender markers and identification documents, and also the State Department, which allows for the selection of male, female, or unspecified, or another gender identity X for passports or passport cards. Ultimately, this bill is about a person's right to live freely as their authentic self. I ask for your support on this measure. Also, it is important that we protect the marginalized community, especially in light of what we're seeing happening nationally and locally as well. Thank you very much. Again, I ask for my colleagues' support on this measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the testifiers for Bill number 35, that's 0395, regarding the gender designations and identifying documents, are as follows. We have the Department of Health, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. We heard that the judiciary will not be here. PFLAG and St. Croix Pride. So we will proceed in that order. Department of Health, Motor Vehicles also not here. So we'll go with the Department of Health and then to PFLAG and St. Croix Pride. Department of Health, you're recognized. Colleagues, I'm going to ask you to just hold on the conversations to a minimal. Thanks.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, Vice Chair, committee members, and all non-committee members, the viewing and listening audience. I'm Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health, presenting testimony on behalf of Justa Encarnacion Health Commissioner. Present with me today are Deputy Commissioner of Regulatory Affairs, Hadia Charles, Director of Vital Statistics and Records, Lorraine Benjamin Matthew, Director of Environmental Health and Safety, Wanson Harris, and Attorney Makish Taylor-Jones. We're here to provide testimony on the Act amending Title 16 of Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 8 relating to the change of gender designations and identifying documents upon receipt of an order of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, amending Chapter 7 related to name change, and amending Title 20, Chapter 35 to allow for change of gender designation on driver's licenses, identification cards, and for other related purposes. The Virgin Islands Department of Health is committed to aligning its policies and practices with the evolving needs and rights of all residents. The rights of our community members are as important to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, and we thank them for their continued support. This legislation presents a critical opportunity to address a gap in the recognition and affirmation of gender identity, supporting health equity, inclusivity, and the fundamental rights of all individuals. Transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming individuals often face significant challenges when the legal name or gender marker does not align with their identity, which can lead to discrimination, limited access to health care, and other essential services. By supporting this legislation, the VIDOH affirms its dedication to health, safety, and the rights of our community members. The Department's Vital Statistics and Regulatory Division play a key role in ensuring that official documents, such as birth certificates, accurately reflect a person's affirmation and their gender identity, as ordered by the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. Once enacted, this legislation would allow the department to process requests to amend birth records, aligning gender markers with a person's identity in accordance with court orders. In addition, VIDOH will implement clear standards or SOPs to ensure secure, accessible processes for updating gender markers. This would involve collaboration between Vital Statistics, regulatory, and other agencies, such as the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, or BMV, to ensure consistency across all government-issued identification. As always, protecting individuals' privacy and confidentiality remains a top priority throughout the process. This legislation supports the Virgin Islands Department of Health's mission to reduce health risk, improve access to quality health care, and ensure equitable and equity for all Virgin Islands residents. It is specifically supporting the work of our Division of Vital Statistics and Records, who continue to build a strong and safe system of electronically storing and providing quick-time information. The department will continue to collaborate with the 35th Legislature and relevant agencies to ensure a smooth and effective implementation. We are committed to serving the people of the Virgin Islands with respect, fairness, and excellence in public health. Thank you, Senator, for letting us provide testimony on this important bill, which, if successful, will allow for a change of gender designation on driver's licenses and identification cards, as well as birth records. We are prepared to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Next testifier. P flag.
Good day, Senator Gittens, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, and other gathered senators here today. It is an honor to be able to testify on behalf of PFLAG St. Thomas and for the people who will be using the processes laid out in this legislation. As the first and largest LGBTQ+ organization in the country, it is imperative now more than ever that we advocate for this legislation. There are two areas we would like to address with gender markers, namely those of medical provider certifications, medical procedure requirements, and publication notice requirements. As there are 50 states, 1 federal district, and 5 territories, there are roughly 56 different ways of approaching this topic in the realm of American law. We advocate for legislation that would save on costs for participants and provide a more flexible approach. The first component is the medical requirement. The proposed addition of Chapter 8, Section 191B states that a healthcare provider must evaluate the individual and find that they have had either surgical alteration, hormonal supplementation, or other treatment. To begin with, the act of determining one's gender is made independently of the administration of surgery, hormones, or psychiatric care. It is a deeply personal act that should be left up to the person making the decision. Additionally, a medical requirement represents an extra stumbling block if the person does not have adequate health insurance or access to quality health care. There are not many, if any, doctors that offer these services on the island. By making this a requirement, the VI government is signaling that they want to place themselves in a camp consisting of just 9 states and 2 territories. If they dispense with this requirement, they will find themselves in league with DC and 21 other states. Therefore, we advocate that the Senate drop the medical provider requirement and any surgical, hormonal, or alternative treatment requirement from all applications and processes. The second component is the publication or notice requirement. It is unclear from the reading of the bill whether the notice requirements of Title 16, Chapter 7, Section 182 are to be followed. Assuming that they are to be followed, in addition to the requirements of Title 16, Chapter 7, Section 181, then we implore this committee to drop that requirement for individuals looking to change their gender markers and name. Requiring publication of a name change for a transgender individual is asking that person to advertise that they are a target. Further, the publication requirement imposes a financial burden on the applicant seeking to change their name, as the publication must be paid for. It is for these reasons that we ask this Senate committee to dispense with the publication requirement of Section 182 for individuals attempting to change their gender markers and names. Doing so will bring us in line with 25 other states, Puerto Rico, and DC. Requiring publication will keep us in the minority of just 9 states and 3 other territories. We would like to acknowledge the amendment put forward addressing publication as well. This approach is currently followed in 16 other states and is a much appreciated response to the realities of the process. Finally, we have one more suggestion. The revisions suggested for VI Code Title 20, Section 373 do not define what a gender marker is. We would therefore suggest that VI Code Title 20, Section 372B be amended to include the following. The term gender marker shall be the chosen gender of the individual applying under this statute. Selections can include M, F, and X. M shall mean male, F shall mean female, and X shall mean non-binary. Inserting this into the code would bring the USVI in line with many jurisdictions around the world, such as India, Germany, Brazil, and Australia, as well as 22 states and the District of Columbia. I would again like to thank the Senate committee for inviting me to testify on behalf of PFLAG St. Thomas and on behalf of the individuals who will use this process. We are incredibly appreciative of the governor for proposing this legislation, for AARP for lobbying for this legislation, for Senator Newvell for sponsoring this legislation, and of the senators of the USVI for considering it. We look forward to learning of your decisions.
Thank you. Next up.
Good day, Chairman Gittens and members. My name is Dr. Andrew Sieber, and I'm an assistant professor of sociology. I also serve as secretary of the board for St. Croix Pride, and I am myself transgender and non-binary. I'm speaking today with respect to Bill 350395 with the accompanying proposed amendment to Title 16, Section 182. I will start with my recommendation regarding Section 191, subsections B through D, followed by recommendations and a clarifying question for Section 192, subsections A and B, and finally a clarifying question and recommendation in relation to the proposed amendment to Title 16, Section 182. With regards to Section 191, subsection B, I recommend removing the requirement for a statement from a healthcare provider. As has been mentioned, currently there are more than 20 states plus the District of Columbia that do not require provider certification of treatment.
Excuse me.
Additionally, the U.S. Passport Agency...
Excuse me, Dr. Sieber.
Yes.
Slow it down a second. We just had a discussion about speeding, and the testimony is like going 100 miles an hour. So if you could just slow it down a bit, especially for our stenographer, we'll greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly. Okay. So with regards to Section 191, subsection B, I recommend removing the requirement for a statement from a healthcare provider. Currently, as has been mentioned, there are more than 20 states plus the District of Columbia that do not require provider certification of treatment. Additionally, the U.S. Passport Agency and Social Security Administration require only a self-declaration form. A similar self-declaration form could be submitted with the petition instead here. A medical requirement creates undue burden for those petitioning for gender marker change, specifically here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. There are currently no known providers who will begin someone on hormone treatment. If someone presents already on hormone treatment, they may be able to locate a provider who will maintain their current treatment regimen, but anyone wishing to begin treatment would have to seek treatment outside of the territory. There are also no surgeons who perform gender-affirming surgeries within the territory, and anyone wishing to undergo surgery would have to seek surgery outside of the territory. The territory has also been declared in a state of emergency regarding mental health treatment due to a lack of qualified providers, making access to such providers and any statement from the same difficult as well. In addition to the already considerable costs for such treatments, the need to travel for such treatments, in some cases for an extended period of time, makes such treatment inaccessible to many who wish to petition for gender marker change. Given the increasingly hostile environment for gender-affirming healthcare throughout much of the United States, accessibility can be anticipated to get worse. Beyond issues related to accessibility and cost, there are also many transgender and non-binary identified individuals who do not wish to pursue medical transitions and should not be barred from petitioning for gender marker change for this reason. If the recommended removal of the medical requirement is adopted, Section 191, subsections C and D are no longer needed. Additionally, Section 192, subsection A would need to strike accompanying medical statement. So I'm unclear what the intent of Section 192, subsection B is, and it's unclear if authenticity is related to the medical statement or other types of concerns. And would the removal of the medical statement requirement then resolve the need for this subsection as well? It's also unclear from Section 192 and the proposed accompanying amendment to Section 182, would the petition for gender marker change require a period of public notice? The accompanying amendment recommends allowing for a waiver of public notice as well as sealing of the record of name change. If the intent is that the public notice will also apply to the petition for gender marker change, I recommend such notice be waived and the record sealed. Whether part of the gender marker change process or not, should a petition for gender marker change be made in conjunction with a name change, that public notice be waived as well as the records sealed automatically by default rather than determined on a case-by-case basis. As the accompanying amendment seems to suggest, public notice of a name change of a gendered nature and certainly of a gender marker change put the petitioner at risk for violence and discrimination. Again, giving an increasingly hostile environment for transgender and other gender nonconforming persons, I anticipate heightened need for such a waiver and sealing of records. I would also like to add that a study showed that 85% of trans people in the Caribbean do not possess any government ID that matches their current gender identity. And without matching documents, it's very difficult for people to do basic things for survival, such as open a bank account, start a new job, enroll in school, travel, or even safely interact with law enforcement. With the risks of climate change in the Caribbean as well, not having matching identification can create additional difficulties accessing needed services such as food stamps and other federal programs after hurricanes. I thank you for your time and attention to this much needed legislation and for the opportunity to address the body. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sieber. At this time, before we go over to actually Bill number 35-0403, which is formally BR 23-0038, speaking to the...
Senator? My apologies. There's the president of the board from St. Croix Pride would also like to provide testimony.
I humbly apologize. You may proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, esteemed members of the committee, members and staff of the 35th Legislature, and the following testifiers and audience. My name is Imani Evans, and I am the president of St. Croix Pride, Inc., a nonprofit organization dedicated to advocating for, educating, and celebrating the LGBTQ community of St. Croix and the entire Virgin Islands diaspora. I humbly testify to you today in regard to the Bill 350395, as well as the proposed amendment to VI Code Title 16, Section 182. I have had the pleasure of working within the LGBTQ community of St. Croix for my entire adult life, as well as throughout the Caribbean. I have been privileged to know and love transgender and non-binary people across the region and diaspora who have long dreamt of the day that they could safely return home to a Virgin Islands that sees and values them for who they are. As we continue to strive for equality and dignity for all people, it is essential that our legal system reflects the identities of transgender individuals and protects their basic rights. For many transgender people, the ability to have accurate gender markers and legal names is not just a matter of convenience, it is a matter of safety, recognition, and well-being. Without accurate gender markers, transgender people are subject to the risk of violence, discrimination, and harassment on a daily basis. These challenges are not hypothetical, they are very real and deeply harmful to the mental and physical health of transgender people in the Virgin Islands. In terms of the bill, there are changes needed in order to secure the highest level of protections and accessibility for transgender people in the Virgin Islands. Firstly, the medical requirement must be removed completely, as there are no known medical providers currently in the Virgin Islands who are able to provide gender-affirming care locally, whether that is surgery, hormone replacement treatment, or psychological care and counseling. For many transgender people in the Virgin Islands, access to even routine checkups and treatment is limited because of the transphobia and discrimination that exists among medical care providers locally. It is also worth noting that many transgender people are unlikely to seek medical care locally because of the risk of being outed as transgender outside of these medical facilities by the same providers who are meant to protect and care for them. Secondly, the amendment that would allow a waiver of public notice is imperative to ensure the safety and health of the citizens that this bill would apply to. In addition to waiving public notice, I also urge that any and all records and proceedings regarding a gender marker change and subsequent name change be sealed. Our territory, unfortunately, has already been witness to tragic losses as a result of homophobic and transphobic hate crimes. For an applicant in this process to have any chance of living a safe and healthy life, a public notice absolutely could not occur. For the transgender community in the Virgin Islands, this change would provide transgender individuals an opportunity to live with dignity and without the burden of legal and societal barriers. In doing so, we also send a powerful message that we, as these Virgin Islands, value and respect the lived experiences of all of our citizens, regardless of their gender identity. I urge the committee to support the implementation of these policies that allow for the legal recognition of transgender people's identities through gender marker and name changes. This step is not just about paperwork, it's about acknowledging the humanity of transgender individuals and ensuring that they have the same rights and opportunities as everyone else. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take a quick 3-minute recess. We want to make sure that everyone has the proper documents for Bill number 35, that's 0403, the next bill we'll be discussing, which is formally BR number 23, that's 0038. The committee will take a quick 3-minute recess. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, November 12, 2024 is back on record. We'll proceed to Bill number 35, that's 0403, formerly BR number 23, that's 0038. Who speaks to this bill? I do. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your introduction of Bill number 35, that's 0403. Thank you, Mr. Please recognize the mic where Senator Fred Gregory is seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to my colleagues. This morning, I bring before you Bill number 35-043, and this bill is intended to address the challenges, the vexing issues that we have here in the territory with regards to abandoned and derelict vehicles in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This bill is intended to reinstate Virgin Islands pride. I have been working on this legislation for 3.5 years, and it has not been an easy feat. Up to the last day before it was performed, I continue to get pushback on the language. So I am hoping that the testifiers that are here with us today are able to give perspective and to give those that are in the paint, on the ground, working and seeing all of the derelict vehicles and having to deal with the challenges around them, can support this measure and give their recommendations as it relates to what they would like to see in this legislation. But we know that our laws are not novel, and there are abandoned vehicle laws across the nation. For example, a vehicle that is illegally parked on a public highway for more than 48 hours is considered abandoned property in Pennsylvania. And in New York, a vehicle is considered abandoned if it is left unattended on another person's property for more than 96 hours without the owner's permission. I see this legislation as a win-win proposition, as we are now will be able to remove eyesores from our public roadways and our neighborhoods. I will say that our administrator's office, particularly in this district, I can speak for this district, Senator-elect Avery Lewis, he's worked very hard to address the abandoned and derelict vehicles here in this district. However, a vehicle will be removed today, and by next week, another one shows up. We should not be utilizing government resources to focus on abandoned and derelict vehicles. All of us here in the territory, anyone that chooses to live and work here and become a part of this community should respect Virgin Islands pride. These eyesores are devaluing our neighborhoods, and we know what our property taxes are in the territory and what it costs. And of course, removing these vehicles or ensuring that these vehicles are not on our roadways and in our neighborhoods provides for us to ensure that we don't see the safety risks that we see in our communities now. Our current system is that we have is time consuming, and there are obstacles that make it possible. We are actually enablers in our community based on our laws for these abandoned vehicles to remain on our roadways and in our neighborhoods. And Bill number 35-0403 attempts to close the loophole and simplifies the process to remove these eyesores. I said earlier that I'm hoping to see recommendations for amendments around this legislation. And of course, many community leaders have reached out, and they're very happy to see that we are really looking at this measure and taking abandoned vehicles and derelict vehicles seriously. So we are looking forward to getting additional language to strengthen this measure. If we are truly serious about addressing abandoned property in the territory, this measure is a start. Let's start with our vehicles. As we build Virgin Islands pride. I do have a video to bring perspective around some of what we are seeing in our neighborhoods today. So I'm going to ask media to just please bring up the video very quickly. It's something that we pulled together in short order, but it does give a perspective on what we're experiencing here in the Virgin Islands. And we do know that we value our properties, the homes that we live in, and when we have neighbors that have vehicles, 2 and 3 and 4 vehicles that sit in the yards, in their yards, infinitum, it's time that they be removed. Media, you can roll the video, please.
Through the chair.
Through the chair. Thank you.
Media.
Okay, so let me just give an explanation. That is a location in St. Croix. The one that's on the camera now is in an area in Old Tutu. These are abandoned vehicles. I'm not sure where these are. Same thing, Old Tutu, in the same Old Tutu area. They create a nuisance for homeowners. That's it? Short and sweet. But this is just a perspective on what we experience here in the Virgin Islands. I know all of us are Virgin Islanders. We live here, and we know that this is just a snippet of what we see in the territory. This is not a third world country, and we need to ensure that it doesn't look like one. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to present Bill number 35, that's 0403, and I look forward to the conversation today.
Thank you. And for this measure, we have testimony from 3 entities, the Department of Public Works, the Department of Tourism, and the Virgin Islands Police Department. We'll begin.
Frederiksted.
And our town, Frederiksted.
Mr. Shamari Moorhead. Shamori.
All right. And our town, Frederiksted. We may proceed with the testimony from the Department of Public Works.
Good morning again, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee members, all other senators in attendance, all those seated in the Senate chambers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings is with me today. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the proposed legislation concerning the removal of abandoned vehicles. At DPW, we recognize the importance of maintaining our public spaces and understand the pressing need to address abandoned vehicles and derelict vehicles in our communities. I take this time to commend the bill's sponsor for taking on this very pressing matter. However, we must respectfully highlight the department's substantial concerns with the mandates laid out in the current draft of this bill, particularly regarding DPW's role. Our biggest objection to the proposed legislation is our department's lack of enforcement resources to carry out the specified directives. Unlike agencies specifically tasked with enforcement, DPW is not equipped, either in staffing or equipment, to manage these responsibilities. We would need significant additional funding and resources dedicated solely to fulfill the proposed requirements, including specialized equipment and personnel. While we believe the bill's intent is to have VIPD take on the primary enforcement role, I believe it needs to be clearly delineated. We urge the legislature to consider explicitly excluding DPW from any primary enforcement role in this legislation. If the legislature decides to proceed with the bill's current structure, it would be better to clearly define the expectations for VIPD and DPW. Specifically, number 1, clear guidance is needed on which agency will handle the collection of fines and where the proceeds from these fines will be directed. Establishing a consistent process for managing these funds will prevent unnecessary confusion and overlap. Number 2, specific direction is needed as to which agency is responsible for drafting any regulations necessary to effectuate the revision's intent. Number 3, additionally, the legislation does not address the current abandoned vehicle allotment or who will receive it in the future. The department would like this body to consider its current obligations and avoid repeating challenges seen in other interagency responsibilities. As has been well detailed in previous appearances before this body, we are experiencing issues with streetlight maintenance in coordination with the Water and Power Authority and dead animal removal in coordination with the Department of Health. In both cases, responsibilities intended for other agencies were gradually shifted onto DPW or vice versa, stretching resources beyond capacity, blurring established swim lanes, and hindering our ability to fulfill our core missions effectively. In summary, DPW supports improving community spaces and addressing abandoned vehicles. However, the expectations for DPW's role in this legislation need further clarification and should be aligned with our current capacity. Thank you for considering our perspective and inviting us to testify. We stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Department of Tourism.
Good morning again. Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Tourism. Good day, honorable senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen in the chamber, members of the media, and the viewing and listening audience. Thank you for inviting our department to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0403, which was formerly titled BR 23-0038, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code Part 2 by repealing and reenacting with amendments Chapter 49 relating to abandoned and derelict motor vehicles as it pertains to the subject matter to aid in discussions. The Department of Tourism stands ready to execute our mandate of marketing the U.S. Virgin Islands as a marquee cruise and overnight travel destination through the promotion of culture, festivals, and all other supporting niche markets. Our department is not a lead agency in the execution of this initiative. However, we understand the importance of sustaining, maintaining, and improving our infrastructure is critical to our tourism product. The removal of derelict vehicles and the cleanup of abandoned buildings enhances the aesthetics of our islands for the community and visitors alike. I am pleased to provide testimony, and I am available to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for this testimony. And I know you said you'll have to leave momentarily. Let me thank you for finally sending that correspondence today. I wrote to you all on September 5th, but I received your response today, November 12th, and your response dated October 17th. Like my colleague would say, well, sir, Papa. Thank you, though. Next up, Virgin Islands Police Department. Will you keep looking back for?
Cause.
Kindly proceed with the testimony. You think you dress up for no reason?
Good morning.
It's still morning, yes.
Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Services Committee.
Public Safety.
Public Service, Public Safety, I'm sorry. Committee members and other members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifiers and colleagues, those in the listening and viewing audience, people of the beautiful United States Virgin Islands, good morning.
Good morning.
I am Sergeant Joycelyn Liebob, the commander of the Traffic Investigation Bureau, on behalf of Commissioner Maria Brooks, Acting Commissioner Maria Brooks, and Assistant Commissioner Sidney Elsko. I'm giving a little testimony here today on BR 23-0038, which is bill number 35-0403. Turning to BR 23003. This act seeks to amend the Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code to address the pressing issue of abandoned and derelict vehicles within the territory. Abandoned vehicles are unsightly, growing problems and determined impacts both communities. The public health, abandoned vehicles are not only an eyesore, but they can also obstruct roadways, create hazards for drivers, and continue to contribute to environmental pollution. According to the recent data from the Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety, there are 27% increase in the number of abandoned vehicles reported across the territory since 2023. The surge has stretched local resources and public health and safety concerns, including increased pest control, pollution from leaking fluids, and other hazardous material. Additionally, these abandoned vehicles often attract illegal dumping, further escalating cleanup efforts and expense for the government. BR 23-0038, by updating and enhancing existing laws on abandoned vehicles, is a crucial step towards managing the problem. The proposed amendments provide the clear guidelines for the removal, disposal, enforcement measures for abandoned vehicles. With the involvement of the Virgin Islands Police Operation Division, this law will enable swift action to remove abandoned vehicles from our communities, thereby improving neighborhood safety and cleanliness. This legislation will also empower local agencies to effectively deter and address abandoned vehicle cases, enhancing the quality of life across the communities and reclaiming public spaces. In addition to supporting this bill, we would like to emphasize Virgin Islands Police Department commitment to collaboratively enforcing efforts with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and other marine units within the territory. While the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, as the lead agency in handling complaints related to illegal structures, activities on beachfront properties, derelict boats, and in the harbors, the VIPD remain committed to supporting these efforts. The collaboration includes ongoing joint efforts, operation between the VIPD and DPNR, with the shared goal of addressing issues that affect the territory, beachfront, and waterfronts. At Lindbergh Bay, for instance, numerous complaints have been raised by committee members regarding illegal activities. The VIPD continues to work closely with DPNR, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation to maintain safety of...
One sec. You're going on to the next discussion again.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. You're on a roll. Thank you.
Oh.
At this time, I will recognize Mr. Shamari Moorhead. I think he is online with our town, Frederiksted. Are you online?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, good morning, Senator Gittins. On behalf of our town, Frederiksted, I'm writing to express our support for the proposed legislation to address abandoned and derelict motor vehicles. This legislation is a necessary step in improving community safety and environmental quality. However, while we commend the efforts outlined in this bill, we believe it does not go far enough in providing a comprehensive solution. The issue of derelict vehicles poses serious challenges to our neighborhoods, including hazards to public health, environmental degradation, a decline in property values, and quality of life. To truly make a meaningful impact, we need stronger regulations that ensure private property owners are held accountable for the storage of multiple abandoned vehicles. Moreover, enforcement mechanisms should be robust and well-funded to guarantee that the provisions of the law are applied uniformly and effectively. We encourage additional measures such as clearer limits and definitions. The bill should establish stricter limits on the number of derelict vehicles permitted on private property, with precise definitions to prevent ambiguity. For example, for every half acre or smaller, no more than 2 inoperable vehicles plus 1 additional inoperable vehicle for every adult over 18 with a driver's license who lives on the property. The address on their license must be the same as the property address. or no inoperable vehicles on any empty or abandoned property. 2, enhanced penalties and incentives. There should be stronger penalties for non-compliance coupled with incentives for property owners who responsibly remove and recycle these vehicles. This can help promote better outcomes. In addition, liens should be placed on properties for unpaid penalties. 3, increased resources for enforcement. The bill identifies both VIPD and DPW as responsible agencies, but it's not clear what each agency would be doing. One agency, ideally VIPD, should be specified as the agency responsible for enforcing the provisions of this legislation. There should be dedicated funding and personnel to monitor and enforce these regulations. This includes additional funding to the VIPD Motor Pool and Traffic Enforcement Bureau. Without this, even the best intended legislation risks falling short. Number 4, exemption requirements. Any request for an exemption must be approved by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and all property owners adjacent to the property requesting exemption. This includes properties separated by a roadway. Exemptions must be renewed every 6 months. 5, establishment of a government-sanctioned junkyard. The government should designate land within appropriately zoned areas on each island for the creation of official junkyards. These sites would be managed by an approved vendor who could generate revenue for the government through recycling and sale of vehicle parts, as well as through fees for the final disposal of unusable vehicles. Additionally, a section of this land could be leased to individuals, such as part-time mechanics or vehicle enthusiasts who require space to store or repair derelict vehicles. This solution not only creates a safer, more organized environment for the vehicle repair activities, but also helps to reduce the clutter and associated issues in residential neighborhoods. We thank you for considering these additional steps to strengthen the bill and ensure it meets the needs of our community. The legislature must ensure there's a framework in place so that we can hold people accountable for a cleaner and more prosperous Virgin Islands. We are committed to working together to protect our neighborhoods and create a cleaner, safer environment for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moorhead. Colleagues, before I open up now for the debate time of 5 minutes, I want to ask again, if you weren't here, yes, you have 5 minutes, but I will allow you the leeway to discuss all 3 bills. You come late. However, colleagues, are there any questions for the Department of Tourism Assistant Commissioner at this time? I will entertain any questions you may have for her before I excuse her, and then we will proceed. None? All right. Thank you. Yes, Senator Fred Gregory?
Let me think. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
When Stanley will get
with
paid?
regards to the bill that you were invited here for today, we know what the value of tourism is to the U.S. Virgin Islands in general. And we know that our tourists traverse our roadways and our neighborhoods as they visit our beaches and our different restaurants in different areas as they travel east. And I'm certain, likewise, in the St. Croix district. Do you have a survey that the Department of Tourism requires or provide to the tourists with regards to this particular question that we have in front of us, as far as the state of the island, the cleanliness of the islands that they visit?
Good morning, Alani Henneman, Department of Tourism. Currently, the Department of Tourism doesn't have a survey. All surveys for the Department of Tourism are to be done by, make sure I say this right, because Bureau of Economic Research is coming to mind. Because we give them money from the TARF, they are responsible for doing all surveys. They do the exit surveys at the airport on our behalf. But I will say that with the upcoming tourist season and the level of demand we have for the territory, we are implementing a task force and asking our partners. The first meeting invite is scheduled for the 14th. Under the leadership of Government House, that invite will be sent out today. So we understand the importance of strengthening the infrastructure, making sure our roadways are pruned, are cleared, are clean, because we can't, as a community, cater to the tourists and not take care of our people first.
So let me just have one follow-up on this. So you said that the Bureau of Economic Research is the entity that's responsible for the survey.
Correct.
But do you have input in the information that is asked of the tourists as they leave the territory? Because I believe that cleanliness, island appearance, those things should be included in the survey, as well as, do you have an opportunity to actually look at the responses in order to improve the product?
We have not met with them, I would say maybe for a year or two, to look at the survey questions, but I will go back to them and make sure that that is one of the questions specifically, and it's not just looped into how was your overall experience?
Okay, thank you. So,
you're welcome.
So you see, colleagues, what we're facing. Tourism is a viable part of our industry, part of our bread and butter. And, BIR and tourism must be having those conversations. That's the only way we can improve the product as we prepare our budgets and make determinations as to what the funding should look like for our tourism departments and other entities that support the industry and the people overall. These are the things that have to come into place. So I rest my case on that, but that's something that we need to look at. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much. Before I recognize the Senate President, the BER data or survey that you're speaking of, was that just for the St. Thomas, St. John district, or territory-wide?
That should be territory-wide. They are responsible for doing all exit surveys.
So I asked why it should be.
It should.
The
They
one
are
that you
required
slow down for
to
me.
do it territory-wide.
Slow down for me. The one that you're testifying that they did do.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know whether or not that was done territory-wide or just the St. Thomas, St. John district? And if you don't know, you don't know.
No, I work very closely with the former acting director, Donnie Dorsett, that was there. And when they provide information and statistics to us about tourism, it is territory-wide. It's not specifically St. Thomas, St. John. So I know the survey is territory-wide.
Thank you. Senate President?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just real quickly, Assistant Commissioner, as we go into the festive Christmas season, especially with the events being on St. Croix, I wanted to ask for the Department of Tourism to at least have a keen eye out in respect to what we're discussing here with the abandoned and derelict vehicles, that in fact, if they're close and about our hotels, the pathway by which our tourists seems to access, I think it'll be rather important that you're able to bring that to Public Works, the police department's attention. Also have conversation with the CRRA or the Hotel and Tourism Association. I think it's so critical as a community that we're engaging them to provide this information upfront so we could avoid the embarrassment at the back end of it. So, again, I don't know whether it's going to be a survey route or just a questionnaire or some email communication, but I think it's so important that we're able to glean from them, some of the challenges they may experience as a result to abandoned and derelict vehicles, as well as litter, right? Thank you.
Yes, Senator, and I will tap I'm giving you a new title, Commissioner Gabriel, on that. He hasn't gotten the email yet because I'm still here, but when I leave here, he'll get the email and we'll add that to the agenda as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're excused at this time.
Thank you.
And so now we'll start the discussion. Senator Bolkes, you'll be recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to start off with bill number 35-0271, and I want to thank the Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank the Department of Public Works, the Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Police Department, along with Mr. Kevin Williams and Ms. Ann Powell, for over a year and a half of whether it was discussions, emails, correspondence concerning drafting this piece of legislation on behalf of our children. And I don't particularly have any questions because I'm the prime sponsor and support of the bill, so I'll move forward to the next piece of legislation. And concerning bill number 35-0395, as the discussion moved forward, I was particularly reminded of principles such as Roe versus Wade and the fundamental personal decisions, particularly for those who want to govern their own bodies and identities, are to be private and should not be subject to government interference. I believe that identity and gender, deeply personal and intrinsic aspects of who we are, should remain free from excessive government oversight. Allowing individuals to make decisions about their own bodies without barriers speaks to a broader commitment to personal liberty and the respect for privacy. As legislators, we have to weigh whether policies truly protect individual freedoms or inadvertently encroach upon them. I'm guided by the belief that individuals deserve the right to self-determine their identities without restrictive processes that place the government between citizens and their personal choices. In the bill, we hear that we want to determine a X. Now, through research, I found that there are many different types of gender terms or identities, whether it's transgender, two-spirit, cisgender, non-binary, genderqueer, gender expression, gender fluid, gender neutral. These are just but some different aspects of what gender is. Now, if we're going to put X, we may be disenfranchising all of the other choices for individuals to choose from. So I have a number of questions, not only about that, but about the applicability to process these within the Department of Health. So I wanted to start with asking the question about X. Why X and why not a choice of all of these different genders for Mr. Misplaced my agenda here. VI Pride. Anyone from VI Pride? Huh? Dr. Seba.
Yeah, sure, I can respond to that. So I don't think that there really is an excellent way to potentially create the option for all of the possible gender identities that people might identify with, both now and in the future. And so the federal precedent at this time is to create an option for X that's sort of a catch-all, if you will, for anyone who doesn't feel that M or F best identifies them. And so I hear the issue about like could that be sort of more expansive, but I do think there are certain limitations both in our knowledge for the present and future, but also just sort of administratively that would suggest that the use of an X marker creates at least a space for people who, like I said, don't identify with M or F.
However, if I may add, you have all of these different sections of what an individual potentially, and again, as I mentioned before, I don't believe government should be getting involved in personal matters. However, you have all of these different affiliative, if I can, for the lack of a better word, options for someone who may want to change his or her gender. Does that not disenfranchise them from being able to express exactly who he or she may be?
So in terms of the government piece, I would say I do think that there's sort of a necessity at this point to have some level of protection for vulnerable communities. And currently, with no way of making documents match the person, that puts a number of people at risk. And so I think that there is a real need to create a level of protection for people to have identity documents that do in fact match them. I hear you on the whole, but again, I think that rather than being a sense, having a sense of disenfranchisement, having an additional option actually generally is seen by people as part of within the community as providing recognition that they don't fall under the two sort of otherwise mandated sort of options on the form. So I do think that there's a level of recognition for people, and that's the way that it is in fact perceived by people in the community, that it is providing a level of recognition. If you want to put a specify other at the end of that, okay, but in terms of what's going to be able to be printed on government documents, I think we're trying to keep that relatively simple while still providing people a space.
Time.
So, in addition to that, Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to that, there was an indication about removing medical requirements and even removing court requirements. Wouldn't that affect the accuracy of information being provided, in addition to the costs associated with being able to make that specific change?
Well, as you've mentioned, the identification is a matter of something that people need the opportunity to basically define for themselves who they are. And so by requiring a medical requirement, not only are there cost issues, but it's actually, again, providing, asking somebody else to verify what your identity is. And I don't think that that's necessarily an appropriate pathway. So beyond just the cost burden, the accessibility burden, the need to leave the territory to seek any sort of treatment, as you mentioned, right? We should have those sorts of abilities to identify for ourselves, as we are the ones that are best capable to say what is authentically my own identity, and so to provide dignity and respect for people to do so. So I think that having a medical requirement removes that sort of self-determination.
While I don't want to abuse my time, I believe that faith and science have shown us who we are from the beginning, whether you're a male or a female, and removing, if we're serious about this legislation, if that's what the premise of the legislation is saying, then there's work to do, because that can't fly. You cannot remove the medical responsibility if you're saying that an individual who is born male cannot change or can change. It's determined by a feeling or emotion, it seems. Are we talking about biology, or are we talking about feelings? I think there's an underlying deep question outside of what is written on these papers for us to really dig into and try to understand. So,
Time.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bulkis. Senator Francis Jr., Mr. President, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I guess this afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for your testimony, the testifiers, and also thank you to the bill sponsors that's moving these legislation forward. Just real quickly, I want to say that Bill 35-0271, I certainly support that measure. Of course, having and establishing proper speed zones and signage in our school zone is extremely important, and it's a matter of safety. So I commend the bill sponsor and moving that. I wanted to ask, and I want to say that highway safety I think is critical. In addition to just the signage, I think that lights will also support that, and I think that there should be a discussion with highway safety in respect to providing the funding source to support the lights. We have pedestrian crosswalks, and we still see people speeding through that. I think that an extra safety precaution, in my opinion, would be those lights, those flashing lights. School bus shanty, well, we have the Commissioner of Public Works. I think I've seen some notices recently where there's some school bus shanties as well that's being repaired and retrofitted. How are we going with that?
Testing. Good afternoon. Derek Gabriel, Chair, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So yeah, we've issued a number of solicitations to fix our bus shelters across the territory. What we've done, Senator, is we've broken them into small packages so that actual small contractors and DBEs can go after them. So I think we actually have a workshop this week. We're explaining it to our DBEs and our preferred bidders just so they get a better understanding, because we weren't getting the participation that we wanted in previous solicitations.
Okay. And real quickly, to the police department, enforcement is critical. When we talk about these issues of enforcement within the school zone, as well as the abandonment and derelict vehicles, I mean, we have laws on the books, speaks to loitering. We talk about noise pollution, all those broken window theory. I think it's critical that we're, again, enforcement, and that's the best way of compliance, is to make sure that it's being enforced and holding people responsible for that. What do you say about that, Assistant Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner Olsko, Virgin Islands Police Department. With limited resources, we've moved into the use of intelligence-based policing. So we will be utilizing that method to engage with people that break the law in those areas. We'll be utilizing law enforcement from other agencies to make our forces stronger.
So what I'm hearing from you is that you're going to utilize technology, surveillance cameras, and those type of initiatives to assist you and support you in doing your enforcement. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. So we have sought out some vendors that can provide us with electronic signage. Those electronic signs also have the capability to take pictures and provide real-time video.
Okay. And Commissioner of Public Works, Commissioner Gabriel, in regards to, and I'm looking at the leveling of the playing field in regards to the abandoned and derelict vehicles, a lot of the complaints have been as a result of not having adequate place for detox or for the removal of these vehicles and placing them in a location where they could be stored. Have you been able to address that particular issue, or have you identified a spot, where some of these vehicles can move from one place to the next?
Good morning, good afternoon again. No, we haven't. I know on the waste management front, we've been talking about it. We've been speaking to the vendor again. They lost some equipment. So we've been trying to re-engagement. Part of the problem is I think they don't have they're trying to get their lease situation figured out with the department. But we have started to address the fact that detox is necessary, and then crushing them and then getting them off island.
Okay. And real quickly, as we transition to the legislation that I'm moving on the behalf of the governor, I wanted to ask you, Dr. Sievers, in regards to the medical responsibility. I think both you and the president of PFLAG talk about removal of the medical responsibility. Do you see that as being a little bit arbitrary? You have individuals that may change one time, maybe they may, if we're talking about relying on feelings, that if in fact, if years later they feel a different way, that they'll be changing back and forth. How do you take away that arbitrariness if you just allow it to be on feelings?
I'm not sure that I see that there's necessarily an issue with somebody making the selection that best fits them, but I also think that we're speaking to this idea of going back and forth is a hypothetical. It's not actually a reality of most people in the trans community and among non-binary people. I don't think that that's actually a reality that we're seeing. So I think it's a concern about a hypothetical situation that's not actually something that's likely to ever happen. And even if it does, the point is to have the identification documents match the person. And so if that's the goal, then whether that's, saying that people can only do what was on their birth certificate or allowing for other options, I don't see how that creates a problem if the goal is to have matching documents.
Okay, and you may respond as well. Mr. Chair, if I could just go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Andrew Hammond. I'm an attorney on Island, and I'm the secretary for PFLAG. Sorry, we switched out a little late, so the agenda is a little outdated. To your points and to Senator Bolke's points, I don't believe that the characterization of a feeling is the genuine way to present that. It is their being and their identity is more than just a feeling. And to the religious point, there are several religions that have third genders inherently in their dogma. If you want to invoke that, fine by me. The medical requirement, the problem here is that it presents a stumbling block to people who may not have insurance or who may not be able to acquire the healthcare necessary. So if the island did present medical options for people to actually choose, dispensing with the medical requirement would be a little bit unnecessary. But because there are people here who cannot afford medical care or cannot access it, it would behoove us to remove it as a stumbling block.
And my final question to Dr. Craigwell Sims is in regards to your testimony. You spoke about the matter of safety, recognition, and well-being. Can you speak to some of the challenges that you have seen as you consider putting this testimony together, and where do you see where there's some challenges or shortcomings in terms of safety that could be presented against the individuals that are identified here?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Dr. Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health. So in some of the research, and as mentioned before, because it is not an exact science, it is very difficult to say that this is going to be cut and dry. A lot of persons experience, and I'll speak now as Dr. Sims, a psychological impact, especially not having the resources, as mentioned, to quickly go out and affirm to anything that is stated. As you mentioned, it's a large board that is constantly shifting based on how persons identify. And so once you have that implication that it has to be left, right, or center, and then you have all of those variations in between, that can have damaging psychological effects, which of course leads to safety. It's a self-safety issue. It can also be an issue of safety for persons. We spoke a lot about individuals accepting the movement of what we're discussing, and that can also be a physical safety issue for some persons.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee Vice Chairman, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Good morning to colleagues and all of those listening and viewing. I want to go first with the bill number 350395, which is the one that I think I probably cannot support. From the St. Croix Pride, I want to ask both Director Innes a question. Okay, so I know everyone is entitled to have, the identity and reflect who they are. I agree on that. But I wanted to ask a question on how your opinion, or how do you feel? Do you feel that transgender, and let's be specific here, a male that became a transgender and now a female, do you think that former male should be allowed to participate in sporting activities and compete against females? Can I have an answer from both of you?
Sure, this is Dr. Sieber. I can start there. So again, I think that there's a problem with this characterization that somebody was necessarily male to begin with. It was a declaration that was made about them, but it wasn't a self-identification. So I think there's a problem in the question there.
Excuse me for interrupting you. That's a yes or a no question. I don't need a whole dissertation. It's a simple answer. Do you believe that someone was formally identified as a male? Their birth certificate said a male. No, they are X. Do you believe that if they went from male to female, they should be allowed to participate in sport activities competing against females? Let's not complicate this.
It's actually not a yes or no question.
Okay, thank you. Can I have Ms. Imani Innis? Can you give me your answer on that same question? Ms. Evans?
I definitely, can't see a space where this question is even a part of what we're discussing. If this was a matter of us talking about sports and parks and rec, then I could understand that question being something that comes up. But what we're talking about is people's ability to walk into public safety and get a driver's license that reflects who they are. A matter of biology and sports doesn't seem like it would be relevant in this conversation specifically.
Excuse me again for interrupting. It's a yes or a no question. I don't need a dissertation, a yes or a no question. If you refuse to answer, it's okay.
That I can't respond yes or no to a question that does not seem appropriate for this discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. So now let's go to, right now they require the medical procedure that I've heard the testimony due to not being able to afford it. That is a way that it would be, allowed. I can understand that. But let me ask you also, in the same scenario where the former male now became an ex, do you believe that they should be allowed, this former male, into a female bathroom? Can you give me an answer on that, a yes or a no?
Again, I will have to apologize. I cannot answer yes or no to a question that is not appropriate or relevant for the discussion that we're having about people being able to change their names.
Thank you. You decided not to answer. Sorry for interrupting, but this is my time. You decided not to answer, and I respect that. Okay, let me go now to bill number 35-0271. Assistant Commissioner Soames, the Commissioner of Public Works testified that the striping, the signage, and the walks are funded by education. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, so what's the status? Is the funding in place and the bid is ready to be awarded? Is there any issues with the funding?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe the funding is ARPA funding. I have inquired as to the status. If the department is conducting the bids and so forth. As soon as I get that answer, I will respond directly to your questions. I'm awaiting a response from the Bureau on that issue.
Okay, Commissioner Public Works, can you give me your answer on that?
Yeah, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So to the best of my knowledge, those solicitations have been closed. I think the evaluations were done and a contractor was selected. I'm not sure, again, because it is a VIDE project, I'm not sure where it is in the procurement process.
Okay, so as AC sums, those are ARPA funds and those are due to be obligated by what date? Do you know?
Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education. Those funds are to be obligated, if I'm not mistaken, by December 31st. However, we have asked for an extension beyond that into next year.
Do you know if the extension was granted?
Not at this time, sir, but I will inquire and get back to you as soon as possible.
Okay. I definitely support Bill 35-0271. It's definitely needed. But I wanted to ask concerning the hours. So if you're using the schools for an election, is it applied? Does it apply the reduced speed limits if the school is being used for election? Yes. Yes, Commissioner?
Time.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, I just wanted, Mr. Chair, can I just allow one further question? Okay, good. So the driver's license, the birth certificate, and the other identification, I believe that's going to be, that includes passports. What other forms of identification, Ms. Evans, are you discussing? I know it's driver's license, birth certificate, and passports. What other forms of identification are you talking about in the bill specifically? Can you answer that?
Yeah, so as far as driver's license, birth certificate, and passport goes, that pretty much informs any other kind of identification you could have within our government. So besides that, maybe health cards, your election license, but there's not much else that falls outside of the scope of those 3 documents.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to a question you just asked, and I just heard answers throwing. With regards to your question that we have elections at the respective schools and whether or not the time corresponds. These school zones, doesn't it have a time frame during school hours and maybe an hour before, an hour and after, hour after? Yep. Police Department.
Yes, Assistant Commissioner Sidney Olsko. As far as I understand it, those rules will be in place during school hours when students are present. However, the police commissioner does have the authority to make amendments as needed through the governor.
Okay, because on a national level, I know that school zones have specific time frame when those speed limits are in full effect. So we will have to ensure, likewise, for this, since we're actually establishing a section 494B. So this would be new, so we need to ensure that this time frame is in as well.
Yes, sir.
Right. Because it wouldn't be relevant at night, and it wouldn't be relevant on the weekend. But, and I like the language that you just stated, or when children are present. So meaning if they have a school event, that these children are present as well, then it will then, and that's why it's important to have proper signage. And even in some areas, there's the actual digital speedometer and whatnot. Thank you. I think I heard a point over here first, and then to Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Bulkis Jr., you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information is relative to 35-0395. I wanted to ask if there has been any data or information pooled from the general public concerning the proposed changes, in addition to if there's ever been a referendum of any sort on this matter.
And what I'll ask colleagues, when you're referring to the numbers, just for the benefit of the general public, just state what it's for. So 0395 is regarding the change of gender designation and identifying documents. Who is that question posed to? Senator Bulkis?
To anyone who can answer it.
Any government agency? None? Okay. I guess that answers your question. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to a response that was provided by the Assistant Commissioner of the Virginia Department of Education with regards to the schools, the 35.0271 regarding this speed limit zones Mr. Mr. Soames, did you say that the Department of Education is responsible for striping the crosswalks?
No, ma'am, I'm saying in conjunction with the Commissioner of Public Works, that the department is providing the funding, that we're not responsible for it, but we're providing the funding through ARPA.
Okay, so so currently, because we had ARPA dollars available to the territory that came to education, you are doing this one time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's one time. So I need to then ask the Commissioner of Public Works a question with regards to the striping of the crosswalks around our schools in particular. How often does that occur? And what funding source do we utilize for that particular purpose?
So, yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. We do try to do it, like I said, about on a 2 to 3 year basis. There is no dedicated funding source for that specific purpose. What happened in the last instance, the Commissioner of Education wanted to get all the school zones across the territory straight. So,
what about the Public Road Fund?
I'm sorry?
What about the Public Road Fund?
So the Public Road Fund is available for it, but we use those for road repairs.
Well, that's a part of road repairs, so there is a dedicated funding source for it.
So I stand corrected.
Okay. Just want to make sure, you know, use my people, but that's part of ensuring that we are able to do what's right with our roads. So striping the roads is part of the repairs. We straight?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next up, Senator Francis Eiliger, you're recognized.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to everyone. In regards to the first piece of legislation when it relates to the speed limit and the school zone, I support this piece of legislation because anything that we can do in order to help protect our children, I think is a definite plus. I did read through it. There were some little tweaks, and I did see some things that when it comes to stuff with the licenses, stuff like that, but I will continue to discuss that with the sponsor as some ways we could tweak certain things. As it relates to the piece of legislation in regards to the abandoned properties, which has to do with the vehicles, I have a concern in regards to that with the suspension of licenses, as well as we need to probably define specifically a little bit more as to how, when it comes to people's properties, finding people, because you might have someone that has abandoned vehicles or vehicles on their property they don't consider abandoned. How do you decide what's abandoned or not if it's on their own personal property? So I think there's going to have some definitions for that. I don't think that we should be taking away people's driver's license in regards to abandoned property vehicles, because boats are also considered under this category. I own a property where people come and park their boats on my property all the time, and I've had to call up to the administrator's office to try to get them removed. So you have to understand, we don't live in the United States where some of these things could apply. When you have, sometimes we, without thought, we create situations where people might be desperate if you take away their license. We don't have a great transit system here in the Virgin Islands. So it's not where you take away somebody's driver's license and they could just hop on the subway or they could catch a bus that's always on schedule. So if you see that as a punishment, that parent that might have an emergency to go pick up their child, or who lives out in the country and, you know, with these hills trying to get in town, we might be creating a little bit more of an issue than anything else. So if we want to do a punishment for beautification of the Virgin Islands, I don't think taking away their driver's license should be one of the options. But other than that, I really don't have an issue with what's being done. I do support that there needs to be definitions specifically as it relates to the delineation of what responsibilities the police department and public works would have to do specifically. I would have liked to have the the administrator who's representing that office here today, because to me that would have been important to see what types of issues and concerns and what this bill does to potentially improve what they were doing, to see where we were making the tweaks and improvements on behalf of the people as a whole. But like the sponsor said, she's willing to really look at it and see what necessary things have to be improved upon and changed. And I think I saw an amendment, so I'll further redo that. But just reading the bill as a whole, those are the things that I object to, but I do support the premise of what needs to be done, because we definitely need to improve on our beautification here in the territory. As it relates to the change of gender, I do not support removing anything that has to do with the medical aspect of it, because granted, over 20 plus states have removed it. There are over 11 states that have not removed it, and it is a requirement in order to do it, as well as several states where you can't even change your gender on your birth certificate, because for them that is a scientific fact. To the gentleman that is, and I want to say something before I just get to my quick questions. Earlier, when my colleague before me asked 3 questions and it was stated to the public that they were non-associative to what we're doing here, I 100% disagree with those responses. Mm-hmm. One individual said it's not a feeling, but it's your sense of being. But your sense of being is a feeling. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the definition for your sense of being, you will clearly see that it's how you feel. So once you go on your journey to self-identify yourself, it's something that's within you that is causing you to feel that, hey, society labels me as one thing, but I feel something different. And that is how the journey begins. So I didn't like that it was brushed off as if though it wasn't something that was even associated to this conversation. Also, when it comes to sports, I do not believe that if someone wakes up one day, or even if it's through their journey, Mr. Chair, could I continue?
You may.
Thank you. If someone wakes up and through their journey of their life and they feel through their belief that they should be a different gender. Now, how do you say that whether they should go in male or female sports should not be a relative to this conversation? Because if somebody's allowed to change their birth certificate, their driver's license, and because they made a personal choice based on their feelings, their beliefs, that feeling that's inside of them, that they are a different gender than what society labels them as. I, as a representative, I believe that I have the responsibility to fight for your rights if you want to change how you outwardly appear. If someone wakes up and decides that, hey, I have a belief and a feeling that I was told that I am a female, but I feel I more am male, and they choose to go to the doctor and remove their breast, that is their choice, and I support that. If they want to remove their uterus, that is their choice. I support that. But I have a concern with us potentially creating a narrative for our society where we get to go back and rewrite history based on our personal beliefs. That is where my major concern comes in. And I am all for being educated, but I fully understand some of the concerns that you brought up about privacy. But when you want to remove the medical aspect of it, what happens to that mother that wanted a girl but she got a boy? She doesn't go to any doctor because this law allows for the parents to do this once their children are minors. How do we fix that? And how do we have a situation where just by self-declaration, because of how someone feels on the inside, that I might look 100% male on the outside because I chose not to do any surgery, I chose not to do anything at all, but I just get to fill out a form and say that I'm female. And there's nothing medically to say this is what the case is. We're creating a situation that could potentially create more chaos than anything else. And I don't think 5 minutes enough for these 3 bills was enough, because I genuinely want to support people's right when it comes to their personal bodies, but when we potentially could be changing the bird's eye view of an entire community. I do support in the bill when it comes to individuals that are born hermaphrodites. Because individuals that are born hermaphrodites, that is genetic. That's something they cannot fix. And because that's a rare occurrence, because I did quite a bit of research on all of this, that's a rare occurrence. And in that situation, the parents at the beginning of birth, because both extremities for those that are true hermaphrodites can be seen, the parents make the decision whether they want their children to be raised as male or female. Majority of them choose male. But if an adult decides, hey, I want to change to be a female, I think that should be a choice of theirs. But I think I heard time for the second time. I will see if I could chime in throughout the rest of the day. But I understand the plight, but I just don't want us to start changing things without medical documentation or factual information.
Thank you, Senator.
Has to have a balance. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, followed by Senator Joseph, then Senator Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. For me, I ain't gonna fumble with words. I vote yes for all 3 of the bills. And I gonna make it clear. I always like to say, ain't gonna be no mistake, because Dwayne Maurice DeGraff is who's saying what I saying. School zone, I always thought the school zone exists for my 26 years as a police. I always know 10 miles an hour, you know, the flashing lights and all that, but if it needs to be codified, I support 100%. Gender change, I related to, as a senator, service, and the freedoms that we have here now is ironic that Veterans Day just passed, and I took a document from a Veterans Day booklet some years ago that really stuck with me, and I framed it and I keep it in my office because this is what I believe in, and I agree with it. Veterans Day. It is a veteran, not the preacher, who has given us freedom of religion. It is a veteran, not the reporter, who has given us freedom of the press. It is a veteran, not the poet, who has given us freedom of speech. It is a veteran, not the campus organizer, who has given us freedom to assemble. It is a veteran, not the lawyer, who has given us the right to fair trial. It is a veteran, not the politician, who has given us the right to vote. The freedoms that the veterans have given so America could have this democracy that we have and say, hey, we different, is a freedom that I defend. As a senator, I represent everyone under the sun. I don't care race, creed, color, height, weight, whatever. I represent you. And in regards to this issue right now, when you talk about gender and gender change, it is. I have family members who identify themselves as him and her. I love them to the end. But I think living in the Caribbean many centuries ago, when we were taken and brought here and said, this is how you're going to live, this is how you're going to be called, this is going to be your identity, we suffered with it for hundreds of years, centuries. Now we're to the position where we have opportunity to make some changes in the world, I support change. And does it relate to me? I have my own religious specific beliefs that I will die with. But from seeing what I'm seeing in the world, everyone deserves some kind of protection and safety. And it is a fact that people who identify themselves certain ways are specifically attacked, as were us who were brought from where we were brought from and brought here to America. We have been attacked and still under attack. So for me, I support these bills 100%. Is any bill perfect? No bill is perfect. Would it need adjustments or whatever? That can come. But as they are written right now, I support them 100%. And in closing, Commissioner Gabriel, you mentioned in regards to, I guess, jurisdiction or authority based on when we have abandoned vehicles picked up. You know, the authority and jurisdiction is a major problem. And I say that because the Virgin Islands has become a dump. It's terrible. I live here all my life. I just spend a lot of my time cleaning up what I could clean up my neighborhoods and stuff. 1 minute. And I say that with pride because VI pride gone. I don't know if it exists anymore. It gone. It'll hurt me in particular. I go and speak for me and my constituents and stuff, but I'm saying as a Virgin Islander, let's put sometimes the authority aside, have that conversation, make the decisions. We look for the funding, we find the funding to do the things that need to be done. Because you drive around the territory, if anybody is in the Virgin Islands, with the Virgin Island is happy with how the territory looks, trust me, something wrong with your eyesight. I am totally devastated by how my territory looks. Totally. And when I say territory, I speak for the territory. St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, you know. And so that's how I feel as a Virgin Island and many Virgin Islanders myself. So I think the authority and jurisdiction, sometimes we have to put it aside. Sometimes you might have to be that person and grab somebody and say, hey, let's work together on this one here. Legislature, we need the funding, and let's get it done. So I would just like to pass that on. If you have any comments, you can answer, sir.
No, again, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. I agree with you. I think a lot of what you've been describing is really the execution part, right? How we handle a lot of these cleanups. I think you, as well as several of your colleagues, know that since I've been commissioner, we've worked together on cleaning up multiple areas across the territory. I've worked with Administrator Lewis when he was there as well to do the same. I think where I fall with the jurisdiction is because at the end of the day, there's an administrative aspect that has to come with these cleanups, right? And when you remove abandoned vehicles on people's property, you need to have a secured place to put them. But more importantly, and you touched on it, it's the money that has to come associated with these cleanups. That's I never shy away from the work as long as we get the funding to be able to do it.
And we're here for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Point of information.
Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. To the representatives of Pride, I have a quick question. To both of you, what do you identify your race as?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't hear it.
What do you identify your race as?
Our race?
Yes.
Okay, so I am Black as well as Puerto Rican. My family has been in St. Croix for generation upon generation, and my mother's family is Ethiopians.
What is on your birth paper?
On my birth paper, I believe is Black and Hispanic.
Okay. To the other representatives?
For me, I'm Dr. Andrew Sieber. My race is identified as white.
Okay. And both of those were labels that were given to you by the government on your birth paper. They were both given to you. So, but you're willing to accept that. But so do you think it would be okay if someone decides that because they might associate or they feel they're another race, should they have the ability to change that as well? Like, I'm a black person. I accept that because that's the label that was given to me scientifically. Do you think that if I wake up one morning and say, you know what, I feel and I believe from the inside that I am a different race, that I have the right to alter that on my birth certificate?
I think, at this point, that becomes a conversation of biology versus feelings, the same way that was quoted earlier, which is, specifically sex versus gender. And we're not talking about, change of sex. We're talking about change of gender markers, which are two different categories for people. The same way that I identify as female as well as woman does not mean that my identity as a woman could not change if that is how I was born.
Well, our society creates the male and female based on biology. But I thank you so much to our chairman for giving me my point of information.
Thank you. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to the testifiers, my colleagues, and the listening and viewing audience. I wanted to first begin my line of questioning under Bill number 35-027. There was a section in here relative to a law enforcement officer who can give citation, and this is for the speeding zones. Who, in your estimation, based on the law, are authorized to give citations for speeding?
Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner of VIPD. So primarily, that would be any member of the VI Police Department. But we do additionally have other law enforcement entities in the Virgin Islands, and that would extend to them as well.
So all law enforcement officers are authorized?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's one portion of the bill I think that a proponent needs to look at. I've sat in this chamber with law enforcement individuals, and they say, and I'm going based on what you're saying too, that all law enforcement officers are authorized to issue citations. Okay, now I also wanted to ask a question regarding the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, but they aren't here because I wasn't aware that there was a point system that they had for the issuance of driver's license. It makes mention of a point system. Mr. Chairman, it would be, and the proponent of this bill measure, it would be beneficial to ask them if there's a point system, because that's part of the incentives that you have in place to have individuals adhere to this piece of legislation. Do you know, Assistant Commissioner Elsko, if there's a point system for the licenses?
I'm aware that there was discussion about it. That's something I have to follow up.
Okay, thank you. So we just need some clarity there. Okay, and so I also wanted to now switch to Bill number 35. Legal counsel, through the chair to legal counsel, in the issuance of our driver's licenses or to get for there to be penalties, is there a point system for penalties associated with the illegal use or violations that can be set with the driver's license?
Through the chair to Senator, I'm not aware of it. I know there was a system in which they were supposed to implement it within the police department. I don't know if they have done that.
Okay, so that's something we really need to clarify before we go forward, because we don't want to have a piece of legislation that mentions something and that it isn't in practice and is not being implemented. Okay, so that's something we really need to clarify. I've taken some time to read these bills. Now, I want to go to bill, and I want to commend the bill sponsor 35.0271 for sponsoring that legislation. It's very needed. Okay, now bill number 35.0403. I wanted to ask Public Works, PD again. In your work, have you discovered any of these abandoned vehicles that have illegal guns in them as part of your work? Because that...
Well, ma'am, I personally am not aware of any of these abandoned vehicles containing firearms. I could say that there's a high likelihood that this has occurred. There's some areas where, let's call them high crime areas, in which weapons and drugs are often concealed within the abandoned vehicles. So I would say, yes, this has occurred, but I can get you that information later on.
That would be very helpful, because we have to really look at a bigger picture wherein these abandoned vehicles are used as havens to hide illegal guns and also hide illegal, Mr. Chairman, illegal, Mr. Chairman, may I continue?
2 minutes.
Thank you so kindly. Illegal weapons. Okay, so we really have to pay close attention on what they play in our community. So I don't have any issues with that, but I would like to see some data on it. And the final one is bill number 35.0395. Some of the previous senators, especially the senator from the St. Thomas, St. John district, and also the at-large senator have spoken on my concern, as well as the vice chair of this committee. I am not a member of this committee, but I have a concern, and I read, and I want to cite this specific section of this bill that raises my concern. It is in subsection 191B, which it declares that a health care provider, it doesn't specify what type of health care provider, it doesn't state what type of health care provider. They just could be, say, a podiatrist or dentist who knows about the person could just have that letter or statement. It needs to be specific, and to what type and specification, a specialization, a medical field, who is equipped to get this type of document. And then I have an issue with it being able to get persons being able to get a letter from out of state and bring it here, and we don't have any type of quality control or oversight. We have to take that letter or statement and then change the person and grant that person that gender marker. I do have some concerns relative to this bill. I know for sure we are not going to be able to address all of those concerns today, but I think we have to look at some of the fundamental issues that we're dealing with relative to human beings feeling how they should be perceived and what they are. Okay? Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Point of information, Senator Volquez, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify one of the concerns pertinent to Bill 35.0271 with Section 535 with the penalties concerning the 2 points. that entire section was striked in the amendment that you have in the form of amendment number 35-977. Just wanted to place that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that Mr. Moorhead is still on the Zoom with us. We can't see him because he's not on Teams, but on Zoom. I just want to go back to the legislation that I proposed today, the legislation on abandoned and derelict vehicles. Mr. Moorhead, are you up? Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Good. So you made some very compelling arguments or encouraging us to add additional measures, and you spoke specifically about the clear limits and definitions. And you spoke about stricter limits. But in A, I'm a little taken aback. You're speaking about acreage and the fact that it comes across, and I want to be clear, that you are willing for us to include in legislation to allow for inoperable vehicles on private property. For every adult over 18, they should only have 2, etc. How does that address the challenge that we have with derelict vehicles? Or for clarification, explain to me exactly what you mean.
Okay, so that was just an example of a limit on what could be allowed. So, for example, you have someone who has gotten a car accident, and so that car is now parked up in their yard. I don't think we should necessarily have to force them to go find a junkyard right at that point. But it should not be a case where you got into a car accident today, and you park that car in the yard, and you buy a new car, and next year you get into another car accident, and every other year you just keep piling up cars. Like, I've driven through neighborhoods where it's clearly not a mechanic, it's clearly not a car enthusiast, but there's 4 and 5 and 6 cars just parked up in the yard,
Okay.
on blocks, flat tires,
That is not
grass.
licensed, basically.
Yeah.
Correct?
So it's just a limit to say, hey, we recognize that people are not necessarily going to have the funding to dispose of their car right away, but we don't want to make it excessive where there's a ton of just cars all over the place.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So perhaps we can put a limit on the number of time. That's 12 months, 6 months, 3 months,
Correct.
etc. I got you. Now I'm a little clearer on that. Okay, and then one of the things that I would like to include in the legislation, and I'm not clear that's in there, is tied to antique vehicles. You should get permission to store your antique vehicles from the Bureau of Motor Vehicle on an annual basis. So that's something I will consider. Now, you spoke, and I do agree with you, Commissioner Gabriel, that, and yourself, Mr. Moorhead, around the clear identification as to the responsibility of the Virgin Islands Police Department and not the Department of Public Works. So that's an amendment that we need to make. So we have some amendments that we have to make with regards to this legislation. And Mr. Moorhead, I will talk to you a little more deeper about additional amendments that we need to make around this legislation. And then the non-compliance. I think one of my colleagues spoke about the removal of your driver's license. I think that the removal is actually tied to more than one violation. So that's something that we could actually look at and determine how we will address non-compliance, particularly in instances. I think the removal is more so tied to if you don't pay the fines. So if you don't pay the fines, then that's the consequence. So while I understand that we have to be concerned about our community, folks also need to be, they need to understand our laws, and there should be compliance to our laws in the territory. So there are consequences if you don't comply. So I can look at that area as well. Now, under 35-0271, Let me ask Commissioner Gabriel. I note that there is, and I'm the chair of the Finance Committee, so of course that would jump out at me. There is some $500K that is being proposed to be set aside for the signage from the, is that a Transportation Trust Fund?
Yes.
The Transportation Trust Fund can be utilized. Mr. Chair, can I continue?
Time.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Can be utilized for said purpose?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we have signs now?
Yeah. So.
No, seriously.
So we do. I mean, we like I said, we do put up some of the signs. We do erect them, but I mean, it's a matter of prioritization between the road repairs that
Okay.
we're doing territory-wide, et cetera.
And what about the blinking lights that my colleague, the president of the legislature, suggested? I think that's an excellent suggestion.
Yes, it is, and we've been speaking with both VIPD and VIDE. We should be deploying some. They're on order. They're on back order, but we have ordered some. So hopefully soon the public should see those being erected.
Okay, so if we are serious, there must be some obligation within the legislation that's tied to appropriations that should be made from the legislature on an annual basis or every 3 to 5 years or whatever the case is to ensure that, in fact, there is upkeep of the signage as well as the crosswalks and the blinking lights in that specific area. And I think that I saw that there was removal in the amendment of cameras, the camera system, of which I don't agree with. If we are going to enforce this legislation, I think that when I travel to other states, there are cameras that right away take the picture of the violator. And then I'm going to wrap up with the bill number 35, that's 0395. Let me just ask, are there any federal laws around what we are intending to do here today with regards to the Bill 35, that's 0395. Does anyone know? We don't know?
I missed that question.
Good.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Attorney Taylor Jones from the Department of Health. And right now, there's no federal laws, but there are policies in terms of passports or Social Security that have those obligations for gender designation.
Federal laws, you said?
Specific federal laws.
So there's federal law specific to passport. And could you say that again, please?
There's not necessarily a federal law, but federal documents such as passports and Social Security have their own policies when it comes to gender designation.
Oh, so there's policy. So I want to go back to, I think 2 of my colleagues discussed this, and I'm going to ask this question. Just how does gender recognition affirmation impact discrimination claims in particular?
Time.
Because there was a talk about discrimination claims in, I think, I'm not certain, I think it's Dr. Sieber that spoke about it, or it was in one of the testimonies. So I'm trying to understand specifically, how does it impact discrimination claims?
Sure. So this is kind of combining sort of name changes as well as gender marker changes. When people don't have documents that actually represent who they are, especially if somebody has, in fact, gone through whatever medical transition or it appears to others as something other than what was marked on their birth certificates, then they're at significant risk for discrimination. It happens quite a bit in terms of job discrimination. I mean, imagine you're filling out your application. It has, your current name on it. You show up at the interview or whatever, and they've done a background check, and they're like, no, that's not your official name. So people are being regularly outed in a variety of different contexts simply because their documentation is different from the way that in which they identify, as well as in terms of name changes. And in terms of, there's also the potential for significant issues of harm that are associated with that. But also, every time that you have to present that piece of documentation, that identification, that's another possibility for where that discrimination or violence can happen. And we do see that happen.
Okay, thank you for your response. I'm just going to wrap up, if I can.
You may wrap up at this
Please.
time.
I want to wrap up by asking one final question. And that's tied to the fact that whether or not this change comes with other inherent rights. I think one of my colleagues asked the question, one of my Sabanero colleague, I think, asked the question that, does it allow you, do you think that this change comes with inherent rights that you can do certain activities? And I asked that question because if the answer is yes, then it says that this legislation is far-reaching and it's not as simple as allowing persons to self-identify. There must be certain further discussion rather, within our community around this legislation in order for us to all understand what the implications are, the pros, the cons, and the direction that we should go in. I have no issue with the legislation in particular, but I believe that we need to do a deeper dive to discuss the overarching or overall impact of this legislation as we proceed. So just give me a quick snippet on that, and then I will return my mic, Mr. Chair. You can go ahead.
Sure.
I don't know if anyone else wants to respond, Department of Health, or anyone else that's here with us, but you can go ahead, sir. You may proceed.
Sorry. What I was going to say is that, the ability to change this on a passport doesn't inherently allow for any other sorts of changes. So I don't think that this necessarily creates an all-encompassing sort of shift in necessarily approach. Like if we're talking about, for example, with respect to the VI Department of Education or any of those sorts of things, I think that it allows for people to have documentation that accurately represents them, and that's the extent of that. I think the rest has to be, whatever discussions that have to happen.
Thank you for your response, Dr. Sieber.
Point of information.
1 second. Counsel, you want to respond to one of the senator's inquiry?
Yes, on the question that Senator Joseph asked concerning the point system, the code in Chapter 51, Subchapter 1, requires the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, along with the court and the police department, to create a point system. And they have a whole slew of points in Section 823 that has the number of points that can be deducted. However, I don't know if that system is already in place. I don't know if it's ever been implemented.
Thank you, Senator. Counsel. Demoting you there. So regarding 350271, and you could put 5 minutes on there for me, Madam. I'm sorry, Senator Francis Eiliga, you may proceed with your point of information.
Thank you so much. What I'm understanding, and this is to legal counsel, what I'm understanding here is the policy of the federal government, the policy of the passport office, their paperwork gives transgender individuals the option to select something other than male or female. And that is not an issue from what I'm understanding. If you go to the Social Security office, their paperwork, which is not federal law, it's their policy, gives them that option. And I know on your Social Security card, it doesn't state if you're male or female, so I understand that's not an issue. But I am still going to go back to what my major concern or one of my colleagues was, and this is to legal counsel. If we were to pass this legislation and individuals are now able to identify as something they were not biologically born as because they've changed their identification, could they now use that identification to go and sign up to, say, a sport and say that, hey, you have to put me on the female girls team, even though I am changing based on my outward appearance and how I inherently feel as a human being, but I'm still genetically what I was born as, would that identification now allow them to go on gender-specific sports? That is what I think we needed clarity on, but I know the testifiers said they felt it wasn't associative, but I do. So I'm asking legal counsel, would this legislation open the doorway for that?
Through the chair to Senator Heiliger, without doing research on it, I can't give you a off-the-cuff answer because there are many factors that would have to go into it. For example, the issuing of a license, what do you put in it? And then is it going to change the requirement of the birth itself, the registry of the birth? Are we saying then that the registry of the birth is going to be changed? Something has to remain standard.
Well, this law allows for the registration of the birth to be changed as well.
While the birth certificate can be issued, I am talking about what you put down when the doctor gets the child out of the lady. What do you put down in the paper? Is that going to change also? So
I'm saying this legislation allows for that to be changed as well.
Right.
I can't give you a specific on that because listen, in legal terms, I am saying that the birth certificate that you get, yes, that can be done through this legislation. But what's on the paper, what the doctor puts down initially, there is no guarantee here from this document that that's going to change. For example, if the doctor puts down that you are male, that stays in the original. Now, when a birth certificate is issued, it can be issued with whatever sexual denomination you put down on it.
All right, thank you. This conversation actually will need more time. I'm going to allow for a quick point of information, then I'll do my time, and we're going to move on so that we could respect the time of those in block 2.
Senator Javon James is present in the district.
Sandra,
hold on. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I am not mistaken, I can't put my hand on the bill, but it appears as if the legislation allows, I think that's where my colleague is trying to get at, or trying to get a clear answer on. It appears as if this legislation, as it's presented, allows the parent to change, to determine that if I was born a girl, on my birth certificate, the parent can say, I'm a boy. So we need to drill down on this a little deeper.
Yes, and
I believe
we will.
that's what she was trying to ascertain from the legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, let's recognize the presence of Senator Javon James in the District of St. Croix.
You're not recognizing the presence. I've been present from the beginning. I've been here all day.
It can't be from the beginning, sir. I took roll call, and at the roll call...
I said present?
All right.
I was present for roll call.
So my apologies for that oversight, because I'm looking on camera. You may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, Sandra Bastian Carty, if there's no
Hold a
other
second.
questions.
Hold a second. I already told them in St. Croix that you may be excused. Thank you for your participation and your testimony.
Thank you.
At this time, Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. As we speak about today's discussion, I am in full support of, well, it's not a BR anymore, but it's shown as a BR, and that's BR 23-0038. I know it was proformed I stand in full support of this measure. I have some questions I would like to ask. As far as the fees for this legislation, I would like to ask anyone, especially VIPD, with reading the bill regarding the abandoned vehicles, are you content with what the bill is proposing as far as fees?
Sir, I'd have to review it regarding the fees. I'm not aware.
So you haven't read the bill when it comes to the penalties?
I have gone over it. I don't recall what it says about the fees. If you could give me a moment to look at it.
We charge $1,000 for littering and some hefty fines for parking in disabled spots. To anybody who abandons vehicles, you're outright nasty. That's nasty. And I feel the fee should be way higher than $500 for the first offense. We have to send a strong message to individuals. If you want your vehicle to be stored appropriately, ask the proper authorities to store it or whatever you want to do with it, but to just leave it on somebody's land. Like, if anybody leave anything on my land, the first thing I'll find out who is responsible for removing this and get it off my land. You know, we need to create a deterrent where individuals know if I leave my vehicle at my son, I can't pay my rent. You want to make it uncomfortable for people, so that's why I'm asking VIPD, do you see the fines or penalties recommended in this bill being a deterrent? Because I want it to be a deterrent. And the first offense, I want you to can't even pay your rent.
Yes, sir. So I've reviewed the bill. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I'm not asking a question. I'm making statements. Not asking any questions right now. I'm making statements. But what I'm saying is you need to be served as a deterrent. You understand? A deterrent. You drive around the vehicle, around the island, you see all these vehicles all over the place. And then we want the north to say Virgin Islands nice. Anybody who leaving these vehicles on the side of the road and doing them things shouldn't be singing Virgin Islands nice. You know, we have to send a strong message, and there's no way, shape, or form I'm trying to look down on individuals. But if you're doing these acts, how could you call yourself a proud citizen of the U.S. Virgin Islands? So I'm going to ask VIPD, have you had a chance now to review the penalties? It's on page 5 of the bill.
Yes, sir. Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner of VIPD. I have reviewed the bill. I am against having a first, second, or third chance. I think there should be one chance. I understand through reading the bill that the third chance is $5,000 fine. I think every time you abandon a vehicle, it should be that amount.
And I agree. And that's why I asked you that question. I want, when a person decide to park their vehicle on the side of the road or on some abandoned property, I want them to think 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times about doing that, because they know once you get caught, man, you're going to have a rough time. You don't just park your vehicle and people land just like that.
1 minute.
That's crazy. So I know that any bill could be amended. If the sponsor decides to amend it, no problem, but I will bring an amendment if needed. But I just want it to be a deterrent. When individuals decide to do these nasty things, I want them to think very hard about doing so. That's why I asked that question. As far as bill number 35-0271, which speaks to signage for the schools, I stand in full support of it. I really wish we didn't have to use legislation to do that. But I see where the author or the sponsor of the measure is trying to do, is trying to generate revenues. But to catch the individuals and the act individuals have to be there to give them the citation, and that's the only problem I see with it. In theory, it sounds good, but who's going to actually be there around the clock to issue these citations? So my question to VIPD.
Time.
Does this sound good, or can you really see this bill being enforced?
Sir, I can completely see it being enforced. Abandoned vehicles has been an absolute nightmare for the PD.
We're talking about bill number 35-0271 now. This is regarding the school signs.
Okay, I
and the speeding.
apologize. Regarding the school zones, the electronic sentinels, I will refer to them as sentinels, which provide the speed that you're going. They also provide electronic video and photographic cameras will deter individuals from engaging in criminal activity in those areas.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask
you may.
questions. So if I'm not mistaken, VIPD, you're saying that there will be some means of installing cameras to capture these individuals in the act? Is that what you're saying?
That is accurate, sir. The
So hold on,
signage.
Hold on. Who is going to pay for it? Who is going to pay for this device, and how soon will we get this device?
In my discussions, VIPD was tasked with paying for the devices, but that certainly can be changed. Monitoring will be in the real-time crime center.
All right. If you say so. Like I say, in theory, the bill sounds good, but I don't see who will be issuing the citations. But if you said that will be installed, no problem. And the last thing I would say on this bill, the fine law again. Exceeding speed limit in school zones, first offense fee, $100. Second offense fee, $200. Third offense fee, $300. Anybody lick down my children and because of speed, and you can't bring back my child for $100. The damages, you can't bring that back for $100. These fees are low. We need to, when you're talking about these kind of things, you want to create a deterrent so individuals will think twice. Like, why I can't pay me rent if I speed through a school zone? That's the kind of message we want to send. Until then, I find the bill to be very weak. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. And to the defense of the bill sponsor, he does have an amendment to increase those fines. No amount could bring back your child if they're knocked down in any of these zones. Madam Clerk, put 5 minutes there for me, please. Quickly, let me just note that the VIPD Commissioner, through his authority, has the authority by law to establish regulations, traffic regulations. And I believe that that's where some of us know the school zone limit to be 10 miles per hour. And it is not specifically in here. So kudos to the sponsor on bringing this up. Public Works, have we replaced all signage that we've lost since the 2017 hurricanes? Yes or no?
No, not all.
Okay, we're working towards that end?
Yes.
You spoke to installation of striping, signage, and crosswalks for school zones in both districts. You also said the projects are currently underway. I've been writing to your agency and asking you about the crosswalk initiative for like 2 school years now.
Right.
The Department of Education, according to your testimony, is contracting or has contracted with someone for this. Department of Education, to your knowledge, have you selected a contractor to get this done? Yes or no?
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. It is, the contract is currently at the Department of Property and Procurement.
Who is the contractor?
I don't have that information with me, sir, but I know we selected one, and it's a property and procurement.
All right, just get that for me.
I will.
I just need to know who. And do you have the funding in place?
Yes, we do, sir.
So there will be no hold up on this again, correct? Because we're talking about this for too many school years now. We have about 11 school districts in each territory. We're ready to proceed on this, correct? Assistant Commissioner?
Yes, sir. Once it gets through the review process at PMP and other review stages, yes.
All the bureaucracy. We didn't get over that yet. To start, this is what I'm talking about. VIPD, have you done any written assessments on these school zones?
We have not done any written assessments, but I can do one and provide it to you.
Yes, please task your traffic commanders for this. This is a daily thing that should be occurring. We should know how many crosswalks there are at each of these school zones. If there need to be any more, we need to see where the pedestrian pattern is so that we could know where to establish these. I think I heard someone, I think the bill sponsor himself spoke to an accident that we already had in the District of St. Croix. Now, Public Works Commissioner, any of these crosswalk areas gonna have corresponding signage?
Yes, each of them will.
Okay. And, you know, this is indeed 2024, and as legislatures, we at times are called to make adjustments to our existing laws to conform with the world that we now live in. However, I do have some concerns about Bill number 35, that's 0395, and while I do believe that everyone have the right to like who they want to like, be what they want to be, etc., you know, primarily, as I look at this, is just creating some legal and administrative complexities. As I look at this, this will require significant updates to our current existing government systems for sure, which will bring undue burden, create a law enforcement dilemma. Gender identification on official documents is crucial for ensuring clear, verifiable identities and preventing confusion in contexts like law enforcement, healthcare, and even our schools where accurate personal data is critical. Also, there's concerns for documentation accuracy. Changing gender markers will complicate records and our databases, again, especially if it leads to confusion over individual rights or violates privacy protections.
Time.
And I'll wrap up that the cultural and religious beliefs, some religious and cultural perspectives on gender rightfully oppose changing legal documentation because gender is determined by what? Biological factors and not personal choice or self-identification. I too have a concern with the doctor being able to make this determination in the bill and for a parent to make a decision on behalf of a child. I think that this measure just needs more vetting. It should have also probably been put forward in a referendum form where we have input from our residents, but I am in no haste to move this measure forward. So I'm hopeful that there will be some discussions pertaining to this, because based on the testimony that we've been having today, and I agree with a number of the testifiers as well who had put their concerns on the record, that this will need more vetting. And with regards to the junk and abandoned vehicles, this is timely. We need to clean up. I am in full support of this. The junk and abandoned vehicles, what I am frustrated about is that we oftentimes see law enforcement put these stickers on the vehicle, tell you to move the vehicle within a certain time, and you go back 6 months later and the vehicle's still there. And we do have a problem too with even private wreckers picking up these vehicles and moving them from one place to the next. It needs to go someplace, and that's why we have the bill that I'm still currently working on with the Senate President and some other colleagues that have signed on regarding the increase in traffic fines and establishing an official police impound lot where we'll be able to move some of these vehicles. All right? It's not about, I heard about the fines and whatnot, and it's for increasing fees or for revenue generation. This is about safety with regards to Bill 0271 for sure, and we need to protect our youngsters in the school zone. At this time, that have exhausted all debate time for these three bills before us, and the committee will take a 2-minute recess, and then we'll come back to dispose these three bills before us. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, November 12, 2024 is back on record. We did, in Block 1, heard Bill number 35, that's 0271, which speaks to establishing school speed zones. Bill number 35, that's 0395, which speaks to the change of gender designations and identifying documents, and Bill number 35, that's 0403, repealing and reenacting with amendments, Chapter 49, relating to abandoned and derelict motor vehicles. At this time, we'll move to dispose 35, that's 0271. Do I hear a motion? Amendment, Senator Bulkes, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 35-977, amendment to bill number 35-0271. Bill number 35-0271 is amended as follows. A, in section 1, internal section 532, paragraph 2, by striking Virgin Islands Department of Education, and in paragraph 3, by striking skateboard, roller skates, and insert riding on an electric personal assistive device.
There's a motion?
2.
There's a motion? Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 35-977 to bill number 35-0271. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Fonseca, second by Senator Bulkes Jr. Hearing no objection. So ordered. Motion. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move bill number 35-0271, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, by adding a Section 494B, establishing school speed zones, signage, and enforcement measures to promote student and pedestrian safety near schools, as amended, to be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Properly move and second by Senator Fonseca. Roll call on bill number 35-0271 as amended.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Okay. Not voting. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Absent. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
No.
Senator Gittens, nay. Senator, you have 5 yeas, 1 not voting, and 1 nay.
So,
I'm
change my
sorry,
answer
and I
to no.
apologize. Yes.
You mean on one
Oh,
absent?
yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. You have 4 yeas, 1 not voting, 1 absent, and 1 nay.
Change my answer to no, please.
Can you please record Senator Javon E. James' vote as no? Give me a
Okay.
tally again.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, you have, okay, you have 4 yeas, 2 nays, and 1 absent.
Thank you. The measure has passed.
Point of personal privilege.
At the end, the motion, do I hear a motion on bill number 35-0395? Yes. We just did, as amended. Do I hear a motion on 35-0395?
Motion.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize for the.
You wanted help? You wanted help?
Motion.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you. On behalf of the sponsor, I move Bill number 35-0395, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code by adding Chapter 8 relating to change of gender designation on identifying documents upon receipt of an order of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, amending Chapter 7 relating to name change, and amending Title 20, Chapter 35 to allow for the change of gender designation on driver's licenses, identification cards, and for other related purposes be held in this committee until further notice by the call of the chair. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, second by Senators Angel Bocas Jr. and Javon E. James. Roll call on bill, hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Bocas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move bill number
35.
Looking at the agenda, I apologize. 35-0403. An act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, by repealing and reenacting, with amendments, Chapter 49 relating to abandoned and derelict motor vehicles be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Angel Bocas Jr. and second by Senator Fonseca. Roll call on Bill number 35, that's 0403.
Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you. Bill number 35, that's 0403, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code by repealing and reenacting with amendments Chapter 49 relating to abandoned and derelict motor vehicles have been voted upon favorably here in this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action.
Personal privilege.
Thank you. Point of information, Senate President Francis.
Point of personal
Thank you.
privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, again, inform the public and also my colleagues that this amendment in Bill number 35-0271 has just removed exactly what the Commissioner have indicated, that he wanted to utilize technology to help to support the initiative because of the decline in the amount of manpower that they have. And here there's an amendment that now eliminate, obliterate, and remove speed cameras, radars, and LPRs in this legislation. So stay woke, but be careful with, again, the information that's being circulated here. We have just emasculated our police department from their crime-fighting arsenal by removing speed cameras and radars. Those things are essential to them carrying out their duties, especially when we're talking about school zone and an area where the commissioner, assistant commissioner, just testified to the need for technology to support and assist them in that endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hence my vote for no. However, I was told that it will be reinstated in the rules. However, it was in fact removed. So the bill sponsor, you recognize for your point of personal privilege, and then followed by Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, of course, I always like all of the healthy discussions that our colleagues definitely bring to the table. And the observation is, in fact, correct. This was requested by VIPD at the time to remove because of financial constraints. But now, being that we've heard here on the floor, and that was from the previous amendment, but now that we've heard here on the floor that this is definitely a necessity, that and all other amendments that I've been able to acquire here during this deliberation, whether it's the lights, cameras, flashing lights, electronic signs, the time frame as to when the school zones will be operational, the 3 to 5 year perhaps appropriation by the legislature, which is an internal action, but also the fine schedule increases. Initially, we started out with 100, 200, and 300, but then in the amendment, we brought it up to 5. But even there, it is definitely low because, of course, there is no price on life. So we're definitely going to work on that in addition to adding DPW to the assessment planning, as was indicated earlier. So I assure you, colleagues, by the time we bring this back forward, I apologize, to rules, all of the amendments as requested from this hearing, through testimony, through discussions, will be reflected in this bill. I can assure you of that. And I thank you all for your input, suggestions, and feedback. And thank you to the Department of Public Works, the Department of the Virgin Islands Police Department, along with the Department of Education, for all of their due diligence for the over a year and a half of discussions concerning this measure. And still a few more tweaks, and we'll get it across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm very concerned about what you just stated, though. You say as a request by the VIPD, like the Senate President just stated, the amount of monies we give to the police department's testimony that they want to move forward with technology for enforcement and whatnot. I just want to caution colleagues, having one conversation with one individual doesn't depict what the department or the agency wants. That's why we ask for testimony from the agency head so that they can get together and have a collective testimony to bring forward. So hence, in the future, please be careful. That's my reason for voting no on this, in addition to the fines that was in the bill itself. All right, Senator Fred Gregory. Francis Heiliger. I'm sorry, Francis Heiliger, not Fred Gregory.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you so much for this point of personal privilege. I just would like to express, as it relates to the gender marker change legislation, that I 100% support our transgender individuals in our community having the well-being and sense of being to want to go through the process of transitioning. But based on testimony here today, as well as legal counsel not being able to give definitive answers on certain things that I am concerned with, I do appreciate our committee holding this piece of legislation so we could get further clarity as to what potentially could come about, as well as really reaching out to this community and hearing what their thought processes are on this particular piece of legislation. So I thank you for coming today, and I will look forward to further discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In the essence of time, I just want to thank the testifiers who are here. Point of personal privilege, Senator Fred Gregory, and then we'll end this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to give a quick point of personal privilege on Bill number 35, that's 0403. I want to first thank my colleagues for voting the measure out of this committee. There is work that needs to be done on this legislation. Albeit I have been on this legislation for 2.5 years, I've had lots of challenges with moving it forward because, folks who have to support the work that you're doing on this measure had a lot of their own ideas and continue to pull out stuff and put stuff back in. So I'm happy that we had this discussion today, and I am definitely going to be reaching out to our town, Frederiksted, and I believe that Public Works already made their position, and I'm in full support of what you shared. And I'm just reaching out to the community overall. If you have any ideas around the abandoned and derelict motor vehicles measure that's before the legislature as we speak, please submit your recommendations to my office. That is Senator Fred Gregory at legvi.org. I just want to thank my colleagues and thank the community for supporting this measure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Again, testifiers, I thank you all for your testimony here today. We heard from the Department of Public Works, Department of Education, VA Police Department, St. Croix Christian Academy, PFLAG, St. Croix Pride, Department of Tourism, and our town Frederiksted organization. We thank you for your input today. And this concludes the first block. We'll take a 10-minute recess and then come back with the second block. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, November 12, 2024 is back on record. We concluded Block 1 with 3 bills. Now we're proceeding to Block number 2, which deal with public concerns on illegal activities at beachfront properties here in the territory. The discussion will be, Madam Clerk, you could call up Block 2.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Block 2, public concerns on illegal activities at beachfront properties in the USVI. This discussion will address pressing public concerns surrounding potential illegal activities on beachfront properties across the territory, with a particular focus on Lindbergh Bay Beach on St. Thomas and Frederiksted Beach on St. Croix. To foster a comprehensive dialogue, representatives from several key departments and agencies have been invited to participate, including the management of Emerald Beach Hotel, each bringing their expertise and oversight relevant to these areas. Invited participants include the VI Police Department, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Enforcement and CZM Divisions, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Enforcement Division, Department of Health, Environmental Health Division, VI Port Authority, Police Division, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, and Management of Emerald Beach Hotel. That concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask the testifiers, starting on the St. Croix end, to just do a systems check. Please identify yourself by name, title, and agency you're representing. We can't hear you on St. Croix. Try again one more time.
Good afternoon. Ruben Molloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Thank you. Welcome. Starting on my left, moving around to the other side, ma'am. Please recognize the mic over on this end, green shirt, and move around. You may proceed. It's on now.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Felder with Emerald Beach Resort.
Please put the camera on the testifiers, please. The camera. Go ahead one more time.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Felder in management for Emerald Beach Resort.
Thank you. Go ahead, proceed. Thank you.
Michael Krigge, Property Manager for Emerald Beach Resorts.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Kling. I'm the Managing Director at Emerald Beach Resort and Lindbergh Bay Hotel and Villas.
And I'm going to ask you all, if you don't pull the mic out, just make sure you get as close as possible so we could hear you, okay? Chief?
Good afternoon. Edred Wilkes, Chief Enforcement Officer, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Morris Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Sidney Elsko, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you. Welcome, and my apologies for earlier, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Elsko.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Sergeant Joycelyn Libab, Commander, Virgin Islands Police Department, Traffic Investigation Bureau.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Howard Forbes, Senior, Director of DPNR Enforcement.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Marlon Hibbert, Director of the Division of Coastal Zone Management, DPNR.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health for the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Thank you. Welcome.
Afternoon. Calvin White, Commissioner, Sports, Parks and Recreation.
You want to start over? Thank you, sir. Welcome. That one went right over his head. At this time, we will proceed with the testimonies. Again, we're addressing the pressing public concerns surrounding potential illegal activities on some of our beachfront properties across the territory. We've been seeing some activities here on St. Thomas, South Cokie Point here, Lindbergh Bay. Even we've had some incidents down at John Brewer's and St. Croix. We see some structures on some of the beaches on the western end of the island. And of course, we want to hear what's being done in regarding these matters. So we'll start with the VA Police Department, and then we should actually start with DPNR. Let me hear from DPNR. Enforcement and CZM divisions are here. Do you all have one testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who's taking the lead? Okay, you may proceed. And then we'll be followed by the police department.
Good day, Chair Gittins, other members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety.
Pull the mic towards you. Yeah.
Good day, Chair Gittins, other members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, non-committee members and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Marlon Hibbert, Director of the DPNR's Division of Coastal Zone Management, and I'm present today representing Commissioner Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, who sends his apologies. He's currently out of the territory. I have with me Mr. Howard Forbes, Sr. He is the Director of the Division of Environmental Enforcement within DPNR. I'm here to provide an update on DPNR's actions to remedy non-compliance on our beachfront areas, as well as provide an update on the status of the removal of derelict vessels because of Tropical Storm Ernesto, as requested in your letter dated November 1st, 2024. Beginning with the abandoned and derelict vessels. As you know, on August 13th, 2024, Tropical Storm Ernesto struck the U.S. Virgin Islands, creating many impacts. 15 vessels across the territory were washed ashore as a result of the storms. Following the passage of the storms, DPNR's enforcement officers began to assess all of the vessels, trying to identify ownership through registrations and hull identification numbers. DPNR was able to identify 7 of the owners immediately, and as a result of not being able to identify 8 of the owners, we issued a press release on August 16, 2024, advising the boating public of their responsibility to remove the vessels from the shoreline within 7 days, or they would be considered storm-related debris pursuant to Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1015. After the release, 2 additional owners came forward, one of which has since removed their vessel, leaving 6, 5 vessels in St. Thomas and 1 on St. Croix, to be removed by the department. The 7th vessel will be removed by the owner as the individual has insurance coverage. On September 6, 2024, DPNR worked with the Department of Property and Procurement to encumber funding prior to the close of the fiscal year, while we negotiated with the potential contractors for the removal of the vessels. DPNR has agreed in principle with a contractor. The contract and additional documentation has been submitted to DPP for their review and approval, and the contract is currently in processing. The salvage contractor that DPNR is using is the same contractor that the owner of the vessel with insurance is using. Work was scheduled to begin in mid-October on the private vessel. However, due to a ruptured sewage line on Norgade that was leaking into the harbor through the stormwater outfalls, the contractor did not begin the work. The Waste Management Authority completed repairs to the ruptured line on October 24th, 2024, and the department is in discussion with the contractor on when they will begin work. The past few weeks, with consistent rainy weather, have continued to hamper the efforts to remove the vessel, as stormwater runoff also impacts the wastewater and stormwater outfalls. With respect to non-compliant structures being erected on the beachfront property, the issues we face vary by district. In St. Croix, the misinterpretation of what the Open Shoreline Act actually states and what rights belong to the citizens of the territory is the root cause. Title 12, Virgin Islands Code, sections 400 to 403, more commonly known as the Open Shorelines Act, sets the right of our citizens to use and enjoy the shoreline. It defines exactly what the shorelines are, and it establishes that no obstructions may be constructed on the shorelines that would impede the use and enjoyment, by the public. Contrary to popular belief, it does not convey all beach areas to the government of the Virgin Islands, nor does it state that all beaches are public. In the St. Croix district, the misinterpretation of the law has caused people to trespass on private land, erect structures in the name of camping, and when approached, tell our enforcement teams that all beaches are public and they are free to camp on them. Specifically in the Frederiksted area, DPNR has posted notices on illegally built structures. Private property owners have filed police reports of trespassing, and with the assistance of our sister agencies, like the Department of Public Works, the VI Police Department, and the Office of the St. Croix Administrator, we have removed the illegally constructed structures, but only to have them reconstructed weeks later by some of the same individuals. As such, we have now requested the assistance of the Department of Justice to get court approval to once again have the structures removed. Only this time, if someone violates the order, they will be arrested. It's unfortunate that we must resort to these measures. However, we no longer have any choice but to exercise our powers to the full extent of the law. In the St. Thomas district, the issues are slightly different. What we are experiencing is businesses exceeding the scope of permissions that they have been granted and operating in non-compliant fashion. There are 3 shoreside businesses on Lindbergh Bay. While all 3 businesses may have received approval from the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation to operate from DSPR managed land, DSPR does not grant approval for the construction of structures. Only one business, CTC Charters, has received approval for structures to operate their businesses. DPNR posted cease and desist notifications on the structures with a notice to correct the non-compliance pursuant to Title 29, Virgin Islands Code 312E, earlier this year. As the structures were never removed, in September we again posted cease and desist notifications with an order to remove the structures within 14 days pursuant to the same provisions. However, we were served with a temporary restraining order from the court, and we are awaiting a hearing date. While we await the hearing date, we have also asked the Department of Justice for similar court approval to arrest persons who fail to comply with whatever order will be mandated by the court. DPNR has also met with our sister agencies to address the other infractions outside of the scope of DPNR's mandate, so that we may comprehensively address the issues. The Waste Management Authority scheduled inspections of their officers to address the waste oil being generated from the businesses and being left on leased VI Port Authority property. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs was addressing the fact that the vendors were undertaking activities such as the preparation and serving of food that was not included in their permit from DSPR, and holding a show cause hearing to determine whether or not their existing licenses would be revoked. If we are not mistaken, the Virgin Islands Port Authority is also investigating that vendors are operating on their leased property without any sublet approval. Lastly, DPNR's officers have been inspecting the area to observe the jet ski operations, as we have received videos of the vendor passing in and out of the swim zone on jet skis, an offense that is subject to a $200 fine for each infraction. It is important to note for this body that while DPNR may have an enforcement division with peace officers, infractions of CZM, building codes, and operation of vessels are classified as civil infractions, subject to an assessment of penalties. In order for an infraction to be elevated as a criminal action or one where an arrest may be made, DPNR must consult with the Attorney General, as peace officers only have arresting powers without a warrant pursuant to the provisions as described in Title V, Virgin Islands Code 3562. We note that most of the provisions in this section are in fact felonies, which DPR infractions are not. As we see a growing number of unauthorized developments ignoring cease and desist orders, we ask this body to consider elevating the powers of our enforcement officers when failure to adhere to stop work orders have been served. This concludes our testimony, and we are here to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. You just made me swallow, but we're going to come back to that. I'm telling you. VA Police Department.
Good afternoon once again. I'm Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner with the Virgin Islands Police Department, giving testimony on behalf of Acting Commissioner Mario Brooks. Virgin Islands Police Department would like to emphasize our commitment to collaborative enforcement efforts with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and other marine units within the territory. While the DPNR serves as a lead agency in handling complaints related to illegal structures, activities on beachfront properties, and derelict boats in harbors, the VIPD remains committed to supporting these efforts. The collaboration includes ongoing joint operations between the VIPD and DPNR with the shared goal of addressing issues that affect the territory's beaches and waterfronts. At Lindbergh Bay, for instance, numerous complaints have been raised by community members regarding illegal activities. The VIPD continues to work closely with DPNR, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to maintain safety and order at Lindbergh Bay and other beaches across the Virgin Islands. These enforcement initiatives are not only aimed at upholding the law, but at preserving our beaches as safe and enjoyable spaces for all residents and visitors. As we work with DPNR and other agencies to enforce regulations on land and in the water, our goal remains clear: to protect public spaces and maintain their safety and accessibility. The VIPD is proud to be a part of these ongoing joint operations, which we view as essential to maintaining public order and responding to community concerns. Our combined efforts across multiple law enforcement units reinforce our shared commitment to ensuring that our island's natural resources and community spaces are well protected. I am now available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Elsko. Now we'll proceed to Department of Licensing and Consumers, followed by Port Authority.
All right. Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth Gittins, Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, Public Safety, esteemed members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, committee members, non-committee members present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Horace Graham, the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, appearing on behalf of Ms. Natalie Hodge. And I am accompanied here today by Wilbur Francis, and Wilbur Francis is our Director of Enforcement. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs operates with a fundamental commitment to ensuring business compliance and consumer protection throughout the territory. Today, as requested, I will outline our current enforcement initiatives, highlight our community partnerships, and address the specific concerns that have been raised regarding any known illegal business operations in the territory. Overview of enforcement efforts. Territory-wide, the Division of Enforcement operates with 7 officers And the breakdown is as follows. There's 1 director, 1 chief, and 5 enforcement officers. 3 on the island of St. Croix, and 2 in the district of St. Thomas, St. John. The DLCA's enforcement division remains vigilant in overseeing business compliance within both the St. Croix and the St. Thomas, St. John districts. Our enforcement officers are integral to almost every aspect of our department's functions. Their duties include conducting initial inspections and applicant interviews, performing random compliance checks, leading specific enforcement initiatives, investigating complaints, issuing citations, and effectuating arrests when necessary, and serving legal documents on behalf of the department. Usually, the first point of contact for an applicant after applying for a licensure is an enforcement officer. The team gathers information, verifies and validates the scope of a prospective business operation to ensure license sufficiency and confirms there are no potential impediments to how the business intends to operate. Complaints typically reach us through our consumer complaint portal but may also come by email or telephone. The portal also has served as a vital tool in our enforcement efforts. During fiscal year 2024, through this method, we have received and investigated approximately 40 complaints specifically related to reports of unlicensed business activity. Each complaint received through the DLCA website is evaluated by our Consumer Services Division and then, when appropriate, transmitted to our Enforcement Division for investigation. An officer is assigned to investigate and provide a written report detailing the findings and actions taken. As with any encounter, citations may be issued consequent to the discovery of infractions. Overall, for fiscal year 2024, the Enforcement Division issued 232 citations, 20 warnings, and 4 notices of violation to non-compliant entities. We have prioritized initiatives to address illegal business practices that compromise consumer safety and the overall regulatory framework of the Virgin Islands. Pursuant to provisions of Title 27, Chapter 9 of the Virgin Islands Code, the department vigorously pursues businesses that fail to comply with the provisions of Section 304 to make payment on issued citations. Collaborative efforts. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs enforcement officers perform random compliance checks throughout the life of the business, ensuring adherence to relevant laws and specific terms and conditions. They work closely with other enforcement entities and agencies and community organizations to create a united front against illegal business practices. They also engage in specific calendar initiatives and collaborate with other government agencies when there is need to. In instances where investigations reveal that there are prevalent matters or potential thereof under another agency's purview, enforcement officers or efforts are coordinated or information is relayed to guarantee the respective agencies have oversight. Most recently, in the St. Croix district, DLCA enforcement leveraged officers from the Department of Health to address businesses suspected to be in violation of both departments' purview. This led to closure of a business operating illegally, and 5 citations were issued to 2 businesses. While our team frequently collaborates with Department of Health, their unique embargo authority notably enhances our regulatory impact, particularly concerning unauthorized sales of CBD and THC products. In October 2024, we received several complaints from government agencies and local businesses regarding unregulated commercial activities in the Lindbergh Bay area of St. Thomas, and following a thorough investigation, a petition to revoke was filed against one business, and a hearing on that petition took place on Thursday, November 7th, 2024. Additional revocation petitions are currently under review and will be scheduled accordingly. As part of our continued efforts, 13 citations have been issued to businesses for violations of territorial licensing laws in the Lindbergh Bay area. All parties cited are entitled to a due process hearing. We coordinate with the Virgin Islands Police Department for complaints and investigations that involve potential criminal activity, ensuring that public safety remains a priority. As recent, in 2024, DLC enforcement officers, with support from the VIPD, executed an arrest against a business owner who failed to comply with provisions as outlined in 27 VIC 301A. Businesses that willfully refuse to comply with the cease and desist order issued by the commissioner. Businesses that willfully refuse to comply with the licensing laws are also subject to arrest. The DLCA recognizes that effective enforcement, in light of its staffing limitations, requires developing strong community partnerships. To this end, we have actively promoted and pursued our If You See Something, Say Something initiative, which encourages public participation in identifying potential violations of business regulations. This approach has proven particularly effective in helping us to identify unlicensed business activities. In response to these issues, the DLCA has implemented the following measures. Routine and targeted inspections. We conduct regular inspections and monitor licensed businesses for compliance, focusing on areas where complaints have indicated illegal activities. Monitoring and investigation. Our team actively investigates reports of unlicensed operations, employing a systematic approach to gather in evidence and enforce corrective action, including citations and penalties for violations. Recently, a concerned citizen provided a list of suspected unlicensed businesses, which we have since cross-checked against our database. Ongoing investigations are underway, with citations to be issued as needed, highlighting the impact of our community partnership approach. Additionally, in response to the evolving tourism sector, we have implemented specific licensing categories for short-term rentals, with 911 licensed short-term rentals across the territory, 415 in St. John, 378 in St. Thomas, and 115 in St. Croix. We are focusing on identifying and enforcing against unlicensed operators. Our outreach indicates that there are as many as 4,000, potentially 4,000 short-term rental operators across the territory, and we are exploring technological solutions to ensure full compliance in this sector. Our enforcement team actively monitors social media platforms to identify unlicensed pop-up events or business promoted within the territory. This includes collaborating with local influencers and community groups to help report these activities as they arise. The DLCA will continue awareness campaigns that encourage compliance and inform the public about the risks associated with unlicensed activities. To encourage compliance, we're also working to simplify the process for obtaining short-term or maybe temporary licenses for legitimate pop-up events. This initiative aims to make it easier for businesses to operate legally, reducing the incentive to bypass the licensing process. Finally, we want to remind the community that, in accordance with Title 27 VIC 301, anyone conducting business in the United States Virgin Islands must first obtain a business license. This applies to a wide range of services. Community members can assist by choosing not to engage with unlicensed individuals. License verification is available by contacting our offices at 713-DLCA or 714-DLCA, or visiting our website at www.dlca.vi.gov. Reports of suspected unlicensed activity can be submitted anonymously. If you see something, say something. And so finally, in closing, I would like to thank the Office of the Governor and the DLCA team for their steadfast support. We are specifically or especially proud of our dedicated enforcement team who are committed to enhancing compliance and consumer protection for the benefit of our community. I also would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to share our department's enforcement efforts and initiatives. Thank you for your continued support, and we welcome any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Graham. Port Authority.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature's Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, all senators present, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Edred Wilkes, Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, presenting testimony on behalf of the authority's Executive Director, Mr. Carlton Dow. Mr. Dow received your letter dated November 1st, 2024, which referenced the increasing numbers of complaints from community members concerning illegal activities in and around the Lindbergh Bay area, which is in the vicinity of the Sewell King Airport. The general Lindbergh Bay area is under the purview of the Virgin Islands Police Department in terms of policing. Viper officers are primarily responsible for protecting life and property at the terminal airports and seaports, the territories, airports, and seaports. However, we have an exceptional working relationship with the VIPD and work collaboratively to protect our community and safeguard the territory's assets. Viper does have properties in Lindbergh Bay that our officers routinely patrol. The former Lindbergh Island Beachcomber Hotel, located at Lindbergh Bay, has been vacant for several years. Viper recently selected a contractor via competitive bidding to demolish this property. The notice to proceed shall be issued before the end of the year. For the public's knowledge, only the land side of the Lindbergh Bay beach is under the jurisdiction of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. The beach or sandy area is the responsibility of the VI Department of Sports, Park, and Recreations. And the ocean side is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. The VI Port Authority remains committed to providing safe and secure facilities for our residents and visitors. We will continue to patrol our properties in the Lindbergh Bay area, implement any safety measures necessary, and quickly address any issues that may arise. Chairman Gittens, this concludes my testimony, and I will remain available to answer any question regarding this matter.
Thank you, Chief Commissioner, Sports Parks and Recreation. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Senator Gittens, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. My name is Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, here to provide testimony on the permit process, regulations for beach vendors, and the challenges our department faces in enforcing compliance, particularly regarding Lindbergh Bay Beach near Sewell King Airport and the Emerald Beach Hotel. DSPR is committed to ensuring that public beaches remain safe, accessible, and enjoyable spaces for residents and visitors alike. To support this mission, DSPR requires that any individual or business wishing to operate on DSPR-managed properties obtain a permit. The permit process is fundamental in ensuring that vendors comply with the public safety standards, environmental policies, and community expectations. Currently, DSPR has issued 3 vendors operating on Lindbergh Bay Beach permits. CTC Charters LLC, who's authorized for jet skis rentals, who are currently compliant. Funtime Rentals and Charters LLC, permitted for jet skis, beach chair rental, and umbrella rentals, also compliant. And One Love Beach Rentals LLC, who's permitted for beach chairs, umbrellas, beach equipment, souvenirs, and merchandise. This business is non-compliant. One Love Beach Rentals LLC was granted a permit to rent beach chairs, umbrellas, beach equipment, and souvenirs under an itinerant vendor license, which allowed them to operate as a pop-up business with tents that were to be set up and removed daily. However, the business owner requested permission from DSPR to construct a permanent structure to address ongoing issues with their tent, particularly due to high winds. This request was formally denied in writing by DSPR. Despite the denial, the vendor proceeded to construct a permanent wooden structure without the authorization from DSPR or the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Upon discovering this, DSPR immediately notified the vendor that they were in violation of their lease agreement and demanded the removal of the unauthorized structure. Despite multiple attempts to resolve the issue through verbal and written communication, the vendor did not comply, prompting DSPR to seek assistance from the Department of Licensing and Consumers Affairs and DPNR. In response, the vendor's attorney sent correspondence acknowledging that the proper procedures had not been followed and requested a 30-day extension to secure the necessary approvals for operation of the business. However, DSPR maintained that the request extension was unnecessary, emphasizing that the department had no intention of granting permission for food and beverage operations. DSPR reiterated that One Love Beach Rental was only authorized to rent and sell beach equipment, not to operate a restaurant and food service. Furthermore, DSPR reminded the vendor that the construction of a permanent booth for a restaurant without the proper permits was a clear violation of the lease agreement. As a final step, DSPR requested that DLCA revoke the vendor's business license to operate a restaurant, citing continued non-compliance with the terms of the permit and failure to adhere to the required procedures for constructing permanent structures. Any additional vendor operating on the beach do so without DSPR's permission. Notably, one vendor had entered into agreement with Emerald Beach Hotel to provide services for its guests. The challenges arises when that vendor operated on DSPR-regulated beach property rather than within the hotel premises, where they would fall under DSPR's regulatory jurisdiction and are therefore subject to our permit requirements. Vendors seeking permits must submit a formal application, including identification, a description of services or products, and intended operation hours. After obtaining a business license and all permits from the appropriate departments, example, health permits, DPNR permits, they are required to provide proof of insurance, listing the government as an insured party. DSPR holds vendors in rigorous environmental and safety standards, requiring waste management practices to prevent pollution and enforcing safety standards for equipment, such as jet skis, beach chairs, to ensure public's well-being. Permits of authorized vendors are required to be prominently displayed, for them to prominently display their permits at their location for easy identification for beachgoers and DSPR officials. Permits are renewed annually based on compliance with DSPR's updated safety and environmental regulations. Designated zones and equipment approval. To prevent overcrowding and protect the public's enjoyment of these spaces, DSPR designates specific areas on the beach for vendors' activities. Additionally, we control the type and quantity of equipment vendors bring onto DSPR-managed properties, ensuring alignment with safety and environmental standards. While DSPR has established these regulations, we lack the enforcement authority to address violations directly. When vendors operate without permits or violate DSPR standards, our only recourse is to call upon external agencies such as the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Licensing and Consumers, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, or the Virgin Islands Port Authority to enforce compliance. This lack of direct enforcement authority by DSPR hinders our ability to respond swiftly and effectively to violations. In the past, I've highlighted the need for a small enforcement arm within DSPR at my last 3 budget hearings. Such an internal team would enable DSPR to enforce our standards directly, ensuring immediate and consistent compliance across our parks, beaches, and open spaces. This capability would significantly enhance our oversight and allow us to respond more effectively to community concerns, safeguarding the integrity of these shared spaces. DSPR's permit and regulatory processes are essential to protecting the character and safety of our public beaches, while also supporting small business opportunities. I would like to personally thank VIPD, DLCA, DPNR, and VIPA enforcement for their continued assistance in assisting the regulation of these facilities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I'm available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. We just heard from all the government agencies that would be able to address this problem that we're seeing in our territorial beaches. And after listening to the testimony, I just feel like we're powerless. All the authority that you all have between DPNR, licensing and consumer, the police department, Department of Health, who didn't provide a testimony, they weren't asked for a testimony, but to participate in the discussion. The Port Police, Sports Parks and Recreation, you mean to tell me nobody can do nothing? That's what we're telling the people of the Virgin Islands? For real? All right. So we'll hear from the management of Emerald Beach, and then we'll proceed to the discussion. Because as I sit here, I'm just ready to pull all enforcement authority from all these other agencies. This is exactly why the police department can't even get the assistance that they need. Because if you're going to sit there and provide testimony to say that basically you're powerless, then you're not understanding the Virgin Islands Code. And as I sit here and listening, I'm going to continue to look at it. I'm looking at Title 5, Sections 3809 and 3814, and don't understand how you all are telling me that you don't have the authority to fulfill your duties and responsibilities as peace officers or law enforcement officers. Emerald Beach Management, who's taking the lead on this testimony?
I'll do the opening. She wants to do a first video first. She wants to do the video first.
Who's taking the lead? I know about the video. Who's taking the lead on the testimony? Who'll be speaking first?
I'll do the opening.
Okay.
And then I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Okay. Man, boy, I tell you. Media, are you ready with the video?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
So I think that's it. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Senator Gittens. My name is Michael Cricky. I'm the property manager for Emerald Beach. And I wanted to come here. I don't have a script or anything, and I'll tell you as I see it.
Okay. And that's where we're going to go around. I specifically asked that you go based on the PowerPoint. I didn't want that just talking off the top of your head. Do you have the presentation that you were to be speaking on?
No, but then let Michelle take over then.
Okay. Then that's the way we'll have to proceed, especially since our stenographer is remote.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon again. My name is Michelle Felder. I'm providing testimony on behalf of Emerald Beach Resort regarding the issues at Lindbergh Beach. I would first like to say that one of the issues we have that's been spoken about is the overcrowding of the watercrafts and illegal operation. I know you saw in the short video multiple vessels in the swimming area operating at high speeds. That makes my heart race because I see our children, our families, visitors there, and it's only a matter of time.
Are you testifying?
Yes, before someone gets hurt. What we want to discuss is that there's an oversaturation of vendors. Some of them are non-licensed, and some of them are licensed, and they are engaging in business activities which exceed the scope in which they are allowed to operate. There are over 20 different businesses that are in this small bay of Lindbergh Beach. We can go to the second slide. Thank you. We've outlined some of our areas of concern, and I'm going to go over each of these individually. We first have an acknowledgement of the Open Shorelines Act. We do understand that the public has a right to access and enjoy beaches. There are, again, vendors that are operating outside of their guidelines, and they're operating on DSPR managed land and areas where it is Emerald Beach leased area without our agreement to operate. So they are there without the ability to conduct business. With regards to unsafe water sports and endangering swimmers, you did see some of the videos there. There are multiple jet ski operations. You saw, as pictured here, there are sofas that are being pulled by jet skis. This has specific requirements about what is mandated to be able to do that, and it definitely doesn't involve being in a swim area or operating at that high speed. There's so many different jet ski companies which are going inside the swim areas, pulling the vessels up to the beach, pulling the sofas up to the beach, and it's not a safe environment for beachgoers and visitors. With respect to the unauthorized vendors, booths, and trespassing, we have itinerant individuals or businesses that are there, but again, they do not have the authority to operate and conduct business on the Emerald Beach leased land. Those include some of the individuals listed here, which are Calypso Bay Water Sports, a clothing vendor, Miss Inglewood. We have Carr Forbes, who has the floating sofa, Local Love, who had a booth 20 feet in front of Emerald Beach Resort for 10 months. There was a cease and desist on that, but it remained for many, many months without any action. And finally, the only reason it's gone is because it burned down. We also have Wilbert Coakley operating One Love Beach Rentals. He has two structures there, one which is inside the limits of Emerald Beach leased land. It encroaches past our boundary marker, and he is, again, also operating outside of the scope in which he's allowed to operate. There's been a lot of commotion between him and different other vendors and Emerald Beach management. Some of those things that have just been going on in the interactions with the agencies with One Love has been, as Mr. White spoke about, the violations that he was only permitted to have souvenirs and attend chairs, as I recall. He has increased his offerings to food, alcoholic beverages, and has had some health department violations, and as I understand, a cease and desist to tear down the two structures. But these have been up for many, many months with generators and loud music. Being in management at Emerald Beach Resort, I'm hearing on a daily basis that our guests are inside and they're smelling marijuana, they're hearing music, they're hearing the generator with the sliding glass door. So we have concerns for not just the beach to be a safe, conflict-free space, but for our guests to have an enjoyable space inside of the property, which is being, they're loud and it's just causing issues. With the other operator, that his structure burnt down, as you have already heard, they've been in non-compliance, had a cease and desist, and that was burnt down. It is just part of what we've been hearing get in the theme is that, as you said, it seems like they are saying that they're powerless and don't have the authority, and this is what I'm hearing. The death threats and the contentious environment. I have had my life threatened. I have heard that my skull will be bashed. Lots of different things. It is very concerning to go to work in these circumstances, and I try to defend the peace of our guests and the peace of our employees so that they can make money. I am going out to the lobby where One Love's employees are out with trays and signs. They are telling visitors dropped off by taxi drivers that the Emerald Beach Resort does not serve food and beverage to any people coming from the ship. They're arguing with us, and it's creating an environment where we've had to call the police because they are trespassing and illegal solicitation. When I have made these multiple reports, I have been told by the VI Port Authority Police that they don't have proper training with respect to trespassing, and that they do not have proper training with respect to illegal solicitation, and that there's not really a way for them to enforce that. Specifically, the most recent interaction was just yesterday, and I tried to get someone to have a citation. They said they're not allowed to ask for names and IDs, and they said I should bring this to the Attorney General and take these people to court, and we circled back to there's not possible for us to do that because if they don't issue a citation, I have nothing to bring to a judge.
Okay. I'm really trying my best not to stop you, but I did specifically ask that you all stick with your script, your testimony.
Yes.
And we can get into discussions thereafter.
Yes.
But I don't want you to start.
I understand. Thank you. I appreciate that. For slide 3, threats to public safety. As we know, there's been a lot of illegal individuals, even with the Beachcomber, where there was a fire there. This is just kind of a list of things up on the screen there that has been occurring around Lindbergh Bay. With respect to the next slide for waste management, we have many gas tanks that are full of gas, empty, a lot of just trash and garbage that they're not taking care of, and it just doesn't look like an enjoyable space for beachgoers. We also, as you know, Emerald Beach has held the blue flag for many years. We do have concerns that we may lose that status because of the situation at the beach. And I'll just quickly get to the public health risks. You can see a picture here behind One Love where there's about 20 different buckets of oil. There's a lot of trash, collected and uncollected, that has caused issues with rodents and roaches, and so that is a concern for health and public safety. that is not regulated. For slide 6, we do have a list of some of the requests for enforcements, and as I've spoken about, there is some issue with respect to the authorities not saying that they do not have training or are not able to, their hands are tied, and they're not able to assist us with cease and desist. We've asked for cease and desist for different businesses, and they said that has to happen through a legal process. I am available for questions, as well as Joel Kling, and we have representatives from our hotel here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard testimony from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Virgin Islands Police Department, Licensing and Consumer, VA Port Authority Police Division, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, and one of our community partners from the management of Emerald Beach. DPNR, I don't recall any mention of some of the structures that I specifically asked about on the Frederiksted beaches. Did you address that?
There was a, sorry, Senator Gittins, there was one section that spoke to the issuances of notices on the illegally built structures, and I don't, there was one action that was taken where Department of Public Works and VIPD assisted environmental enforcement officers to remove some structures on the beaches.
Specifically in Frederiksted?
Yes.
I mean, I know you spoke generally.
Yes, specifically in Frederiksted, it was west of the cottages by the sea, where there was a long-standing set of structures that were erected on the beach.
So those were removed?
Yes, sir.
And you stated in your testimony that it is important to note for this body that while DPNR may have an enforcement division with peace officers, infractions of CZM's building codes and operation of vessels are classified as civil infractions, subject to an assessment of penalties. In order for an infraction to be elevated as a criminal action or one where an arrest may be made, DPNR must consult with the Attorney General as peace officers only having arresting powers without a warrant pursuant to provisions of, as described in 5 VAC Section 3562. We note that most of the provisions in this section are felonies, which DPNR infractions are not. Now, it seems to me like y'all are picking and choosing, because a peace officer can make an arrest whether something is a felony or a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor not occurring in the peace officer's presence will be taken to the Attorney General's office, which they will seek a warrant and go back. But this thing about telling us basically that you don't have the authority to do this and you got to go and check with the Attorney General's office, if that's the case, then we need to just move a bill to remove all the peace officer and law enforcement authority from these agencies. This is why we gave you all these specific duties and responsibilities, so that you can do it and not spread the police department any thinner than they are. All these boats in the harbor and whatnot, how many times have I been talking to DPNR, sending letters to DPNR? I'm going to bring the bill anyway, because we need to ensure that all these boats in our harbor that's at the moorings are fully insured. If they're not insured, then they shouldn't be out there in our mooring, because every time there's a disaster, this is what we're faced with. Seeing these boats right out there in the harbor. Not only that we have these sunken boats out there, but we have the seaplane that's going in and out of the harbor. At times, not right now, but at times they have been right in the pathway of where these seaplane is supposed to be landing. You all have to do better than this. The charters that's down there, Sports Parks and Recreation spoke to granting permits to some of these people. CTC Charters LLC authorized for jet ski rentals. How much jet skis are they authorized to have down there? Go ahead.
I haven't seen that company with more than 4 jet skis.
But I don't. I'm not asking yet how much we see in them. How many are they authorized to have?
So there's no specific number.
Problem. Fun Time Rentals and Charters LLC permitted for jet skis and beach chairs and umbrella rentals. How many beach jet skis are they authorized to have?
There's no word. But let me. Can I add to that, please?
No. Let me ask the questions. Problem. Beach chairs. How many are they authorized to have there?
25. Allowed to put out 25 at a time.
But how much are they allowed to have there on the property?
So there's no specific number, Senator, and the reason is once those 25...
Hold for me, because I'm going to the problem. Why we have to end up being here in a legislative hearing. The authorized to have 25, but when you go down there, you're seeing about 250, and they're all packed up in front of a guest room.
25 out.
Like I said, I asked whether 25 out. We could get technical if we want to. The thing is you have more than 200 chairs down there, and they're stacked up in front of guest rooms. That's a problem. If we continue to ignore the problem, that's why why we're here. The umbrella rentals, how many are they authorized to have?
The umbrella goes with the chair, so 25 chairs.
Okay, so I'll ask you all to review those contracts and make sure that you put a specific amount that will be safe to maneuver and that they adhere to it. Because even with the jet skis, and what I did was I personally went to Frederiksted. I haven't been to Cookie Point in quite a minute, but I went down to Emerald Beach as well to take a look and see what's going on, especially after they had that structural fire down there. And what I'm also seeing is a whole bunch of jet skis being stored there and a whole bunch of gasoline containers being stored down there, which is hazardous. Department of Health, have you had an opportunity to inspect any of these areas?
Yes. Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Based on the current inspection or the last inspection, the business mentioned One Love was inspected on January of this year.
Are there any violations?
Yes, they scored on 93. However, can go over the violations if you want.
No, let me go back to DPNR. So DPNR, I'm trying to find where you. So where you're telling me that you put the you posted cease and desist notification on structures with a notice to correct the non-compliance pursuant to 29 VIC 312E earlier this year. When exactly are you talking about?
Senator Gittins, we posted one in early in the year.
See, and this is a problem that I'm having. You all keep telling me earlier in the year. I sent this letter to you all weeks ago so that you could give me specific data. Why are we saying earlier in the year? Tell me a date. Because what I want to see and show is when we going to send a cease and desist letter on February 12th. Today is November 12th. Why is it taking so long for them to either adhere or for law enforcement to kick in the next step? When we give orders, we give lawful orders. If you are in violation of a lawful order, then that becomes criminal. Chief Forbes, am I correct or not?
Yes, you are, sir.
So what's the problem with your enforcement officers being able to make an arrest if these people are not in compliance with your orders?
There was basically a contest between private land versus government property, government land. We went to the Attorney General's office, and we got documentation from the AG office to serve for trespassing to the individuals that's on the shoreline. That was served within the last 2 weeks. We are waiting right now. If they're caught again, we will arrest them.
So let's come back now. So you're talking about private property, which I understand.
Correct.
But what about the public beaches now where these guys are erecting all these structures and whatnot that shouldn't be? What's the hold up there?
We had an initiative, I think it was early this summer, back in June or July, where we had the assistance from Public Works Department to assist us in tearing down all of not the vessels, but the buildings, the structures that was there.
Right.
Within a matter of a month, everything was built back up.
By the same?
By the same individuals. That's claiming.
And so where the arrest is?
Well, that's forthcoming now.
Yeah. I'm going to move to open up the discussion, but I hope you all are understanding what I'm saying. We got to be straight up with our duties and responsibilities. And people have to respect the law. And if you as a law enforcement officer go and say XYZ based on the law, not based on your belief, but based on the law, and they're in violation, by all means, if you have to go back again, they should be arrested. But we playing pilling keyboard again with people. Arrest some of them, and you're going to see it's going to stop. We already have where one of the structures were actually burnt crisp to the ground. The only people we didn't invite here today, was the VI Fire Service to speak on their investigation of arson. Thank God that fire didn't connect to a guest bedroom. We want to end up on CNN for stupidness. We're going to open the floor to 5 minutes debate time, starting with Senator Bolkes. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think you're on now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very low. Okay.
Turn up the mic, please. He's low for real. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Check. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to start off with bringing up the fact that the new rules associated with Lindbergh Beach were released in 2020, in July of 2020, which spoke to a number of different prohibitions to include soliciting, meaning individuals who are trying to vend goods and so forth without licensure. It was reported that VIPA mentioned that they would post signage along with the new rules on Lindbergh Beach, and also VIPA law enforcement officers and VIPD officers would be available to cooperate to make sure that these rules were enforced. So I have to ask VIPA if in fact that list is available, that signage is available on that beach. Have those signs been erected?
Edward Wilkes.
When you start, identify yourself and then respond, please.
Edward Wilkes, Port Authority Police Chief. Those signs are in place along the beach.
To include no soliciting.
Not too sure, but I know the signage are up.
Okay. I have a long list of different things that are prohibited on the beach. Glass bottles, live bands, DJs, metal detectors, nudity, etc., etc. So I was curious to know if that, in fact, those signs were erected to include soliciting. In addition to that, VIPD presence. How frequently is VIPD available on that beach?
Is that? Oh, I'm sorry.
To the department, police department.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that particular operation, but I can get back to you with that information. I'm sorry. Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner of VIPD.
Okay. This was in a news article on June 3rd, 2020. July 3rd, I apologize, July 3rd. Concerning the swim zone, I'll move over to Sports Parks and Recreation. Concerning the swim zone and jet ski vendors, how many jet ski vendors are on the beach from east to west, the entire beach? How many?
Under the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, there are 2 jet ski vendors. But to answer your previous question, there is signs erected on Lindbergh Beach to include no solicitation that's posted on the sign.
Okay, and for the jet ski vendors, where are they located on the beach?
So those vendors were strategically placed on the western end of the beach. They are on the farthest zone from Emerald Beach Hotel. And the reason they're placed there is because DPNR instructed those businesses to kind of map out with buoys an ingress and egress lane for those jet skis to go out. So they are on the western end of the beach.
So there's no jet ski operators on the eastern portion of the beach? Not
under the jurisdiction of Sports, Parks and Recreation. And I just want to put it on the record, and I need Emerald Beach to know that we work, or the public to know that we work very well with Emerald Beach. The videos that you see with the gas tanks and a lot of those debris and whatnot, those was from a vendor that was formerly there under the jurisdiction of Emerald Beach. That vendor is no longer there right now. I don't want to say they evicted him, but his lease was not renewed, but that was not a vendor under Sports, Parks and Recreation. It was a vendor under the hotel.
So if I may ask the department and Emerald Beach, why wasn't the vendor under the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation? Why was the vendor under Emerald Beach?
So originally when they went for their CZM permit, the address that they use, the vendor was used as a business, and I guess they subleased to Emerald Beach. I'll let them talk, but they subleased to Emerald Beach, and they used the hotel address to do their business as. They were not a vendor or never came through the permit process for the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation.
Is that particularly the process? Is that how that should be conducted? I mean, tell us what's right and what's wrong in this case.
In my opinion, had the business been operating from inside of the hotel, then they should have been allowed to vend under Emerald Beach. However, the business was set up on the beachfront property, which then fell under the jurisdiction of Sports, Parks and Recreation.
However, it still went under Emerald Beach.
Correct.
Okay. Very well. Before, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. DPNR, I know it may not be entirely germane to the discussion, but, you know, after storms and removing boats, you know, particularly here on the waterfront here, I think we have 2 boats to include one that's leaning up on the legislature's beachfront. I'm not sure how many other boats throughout the territory. But could you express to us what has been the challenge by the department concerning those specific cases when we're talking about the removal of maritime boats that have now crashed into the land side? I'm noticing it's seemingly a very slow process. So trying to figure out what the holdup is or what the challenge is concerning that.
Thank you, Senator Volkers. I'll try to respond and then Director Forbes may add it. When the vessels wash ashore, we do try to find the owners, first of all. Have they been properly registered? If they are, find the owners and have them responsible for. Currently, a vessel to be registered in the Virgin Islands does not need to be insured, though most responsible boaters do have insurance, and during a storm, in fact, that's why many of the vessels within the harbor disappear, because they are insured to go to Grenada or to St. Martin as a safe harbor. They cannot stay here. So many of the vessels who have proper insurance leave the territory. The ones who don't stay, they're not supposed to be on moorings. They're supposed to go into hurricane safe areas. Unfortunately, there are many of those. Once they land, often abandoned, the owner disappears, they're left to the department. It takes about $16,000 to $20,000 to remove one vessel. And so, of course, there's a funding issue related to that. So those 5 vessels, the 15 vessels that were washed ashore, we had to encumber somewhere in the region of $200,000 to remove it. And that money is not coming back. The mooring fees, etc., are not sufficient to fund that. We have to rely a lot on federal sources through the Marine Debris Program administered by NOAA.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask for your leniency to drill down a bit further on this discussion concerning that.
Say that again?
If I may ask for your lenience to drill down a bit further on this particular item.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that said, you're talking about $16,000 per vessel, and you've basically had to encumber those funds from the budget of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Do you see any value in trying to work with insurance companies to, hence, as you mentioned earlier, insure vessels here in the Virgin Islands for those specific cases, in addition to how you would be able to either go to the federal government or either getting subsidy from this body to perhaps some special fund for that particular case?
Within the past, we have championed to actually get the boat owners to actually get some kind of liability insurance regarding, in case of a hurricane, that they would be responsible for property damage and the removal of their vessels. Bear in mind now that we already appropriated funding for this set of vessels that we have here. However, we're still waiting for the contract to be approved from Property and Procurement. Also, there is a hold-up in regards to the vessels, once they're got the contract approved with Waste Management. There's a 12-inch main that's broken, and it's not safe for the salvagers to go into the water to remove those vessels. So that's going to be another dilemma when we cross that bridge.
I'll follow up Senator Bolkes. The insurance providers within the territory do provide marine insurance. Unfortunately, it's often a dream for some of these boat owners to own the vessel. Unfortunately, they do not have the resources. Many of them don't have the resources to pay for properly insure. Some may have some insurance, but it doesn't cover everything. It may have insurance for grounding, but not for hurricane damage. So we have seen where they forfeit acquiring any insurance at all and then abandon the vessel. Many of them leave the territory and leave the responsibility to us. I do want to know that it is not it's not specific to the territory. Our neighbors, Puerto Rico, have similar issues, and up and down the East Coast, there are similar challenges. I have colleagues in South Carolina, the same thing. There are no requirements for insurance for the vessels to be registered. And abandoned and derelict vessels are increasingly an issue in Florida. Same issue. And then, of course, the disposal is also an issue. These are fiberglass vessels. Some salvos will take the aluminum, the metal that's there. They may take engine parts and so on wood pieces. But the fiberglass is hazardous material. And so, in fact, a permit has to be issued by the Waste Management Authority. When we had ESF 10 with the Coast Guard vessels, many of those vessels were actually removed to the mainland to disposal facilities on the mainland. In this case, we may or may not have access to some federal funds to replenish what we had to appropriate from our local sources. But we have, in fact, made that attempt and asked FEMA to assist us. Yes.
And lastly, to the chair, if you can provide this committee with the monies that you've spent, particularly for that issue of removing vessels and transporting them to the dumps this year and any other previous year that you've had to do, so that we can sort of get a scope of what that looks like financially for the department.
Okay, Senator, we'll get that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we go to the next speaker, who will be Senator Fonseca, is there a mandatory insurance now required for boats mooring or anchoring in our harbors?
Negative.
No. Now, who's
It would
responding?
be great to have.
Who's responding?
Director Forbes, Howard Forbes.
DPNR, correct?
Correct.
All right. So again, I've been trying to work with your agency, and we will attempt that again to have that requirement under Title 25, Chapter 16, to speak, which speaks to mooring and anchoring of vessels and anchoring of houseboats in our harbor. All right? Because we could take this discussion into even something else, because
Senator,
when those boats don't move, we don't know where the waste is going. And our fishermen out there fishing, people swimming and whatnot.
It should be more than houseboat. It should be any vessel that moors or anchor within the territorial waters.
Right. That's why I did say that before. I just added even houseboats.
Right.
That's out there. Now, Senator Bolkes just now spoke to items that's not authorized on the beaches and whatnot. I think he was specifically speaking to down Lindbergh Bay area. I wanted to ask, when someone wants a permit to have a function down at Lindbergh Bay, who do they have to go to? And are they required to fill out an application that will outline the rules and regulations of the beaches?
Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. That is correct. If someone wants to put on a party or some type of event with music, naturally they should come to the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation. What we have been doing the last several years is, before we approve that permit, we would call Virgin Islands Port Authority to make sure that they are okay with the event, because we know that it's their officers who are more than likely are going to have to kind of monitor that event. So it's a collaborative effort. To add to that, to Senator, I am in conversation with the Virgin Islands Port Authority to execute an MOU where we would kind of turn over that that jurisdiction of the enforcement and the permits of the beach to Port Authority, because they have an enforcement arm.
I mean, one don't have to do the other to me, but I understand what you're saying. So currently, as it exists today, they're required to come to get a permit if they're having a party with loud music, etc., whether it's a DJ or a band, correct?
Correct.
So is there anyone that's actually patrolling the area or is the collaboration between Sports, Parks and Recreation and VA Port Authority Police good enough that if there's a band or a DJ playing music down there and there's no authorization for it, that they will be able to intervene and stop it?
They should be able to.
They should be able to.
Yes.
Because what I'm also noticing is that some ain't coming with a DJ set anymore, so it's now the car set that's going to stop there and play.
Correct.
Is this included?
No, so that's a great point because the land area of Lindbergh Bay is not under the jurisdiction of Sports Parks and Recreation. That's under the jurisdiction of VI Port Authority. I'm in constant communication with the law enforcement down there, and the one thing I tell them, if that person that's having that event cannot show you a permit from the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, they were not authorized to have it.
Okay, good. I want to make sure that the collaboration is there. Now, you also stated, Commissioner, that there's no jet ski rentals authorized by you,
Correct.
Your department, on the eastern end of the beach.
That is correct.
Correct?
That is correct.
But is there a jet ski rental operating on the eastern end of the beach currently?
There was, but again, I don't think they're no longer in operation because there was a vendor of the hotel, and that permit was then terminated.
And so, who was that authorization granted by?
You'll have to ask the hotel that.
What was there? So the question is there or was there a jet ski rental on the eastern end of the beach there at Lindbergh Bay?
Yes, there is.
Put your name and title on the record.
Yes, good afternoon. Joel Kling, Emerald Beach Resort Managing Director. And we do have a vendor right now that does have a concession, and it's Seahorse LLC. And he does have a jet skis concession. Yeah.
How many jet skis are there?
He does have 4.
Who is this authorized by?
Cesar Rupatelli, that's his name.
Yes. Who
Seahorse-
authorized?
We have a contract. We have a 1-year contract between Emerald Beach Corp. and Seahorse LLC.
Right. Have you had discussions with DPNR to ensure that he's authorized to be there, especially since there's a swim area there and whatnot? The jet skis are going in and out there, and I don't think that there's a swim lane.
He's authorized. He does have an entrance that is.
So again, he's authorized by whom?
By licensing and consumer.
Licensing and consumer and no authority on the beach?
It's been approved because he does have a channel that has an entrance for all the jet skis.
So again, that channel that you're talking about for access egress going in and out of the harbor will come under the auspices or the authority of DPNR. DPNR, are you, do you know of this agreement?
Senator Gittins, Marlon Hibbert.
I'm not even sure if should be CZM responding to this. The enforcement chief is right there. I mean, are you
Any
aware?
permits- any marine
slow down
permits
for
will-
me. Slow down for me. Are you aware of this agreement that the general manager is speaking of?
No, Senator. Any permits for that type of activity falls under the CZM. Any permits for marine event falls under the House of Enforcement.
Right. But then when it all comes down, boils down, is your enforcement officers have to go out?
Correct.
Okay. So is there any documentation authorizing this?
From our side, sir, no. There were 2.
So stop right there. So in other words, it needs to cease and desist until you all, the proper application is put in place and it is authorized.
Correct.
If anything happens to anyone down there, local or visitor, then every one of you are liable. Because you know of it happening and nobody is stopping it. It needs to stop. We need to adhere to the laws of the land. So that's something else that we know now that's happening that should not be happening. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to make clear to the public that this here does not violate the Open Shores Act, which is VI Code Title 12, Chapter 10, Section 400 to 403, which sets the rights of our citizens to use and enjoy the shorelines. And it defines exactly what they are and establishes that no obstructions may be constructed on the shorelines that would impede the use and enjoyment of the public. So this is not the question. Nobody is being impeded. But you know what I'm seeing here is we got a concoction of Virgin Islands agencies involved. You got licensing and consumer affairs looking at who is not in compliance with the permit, sports parks and recreations looking to see which license going to be revoked. It's Virgin Islands Port Authority land. You got planning and natural resources violations. VIPD is kind of like on the fence. Department of Justice has a case. The courts are involved. You got Emerald Beach. And now you got the legislature. That's a whole 9 government agencies, Popa. So, you know, I think what we need to do here, right, is there needs to be someone spearheading this. I think probably VIPD should take the charge because it's obvious that some serious violations are going on, and one of the shack them had burned down. So that could cause a whole lot of problems if another shack burns down. So I think maybe VIPD should take the lead here and form a committee, because there's a committee that VIPD and the Department of Health and Planning, in License and Consumer Affairs goes around, and they goes to different businesses, and if there are violations, they're shut down immediately. And they are given a fine, and if they can comply, then they can reopen. But apparently some of these here cannot reopen. So I think we need a task force here so that we can address these, because there's a lot of different players being involved here, including Emerald Beach Resorts, because apparently you have one person that's permitted to have the jet ski, and the other person, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on here, and someone is going to get injured, because I heard testimony where the jet skis are going in areas where people are swimming. That's an accident waiting to happen. And of course, there's the other little illegal activities we saw on the video where they got a little thing selling. So it's serious. So I think what we probably need here is someone spearheading the committee. I want to ask a question now, though. Sports, parks, and recreation, you're going to hold a showcase hearing to determine whether or not the licenses would be revoked. And if their licenses are being revoked, what's happening? Is that happening?
So Senator, that's not sports, parks, and recreation. And I'm sorry if I've taken up all your time, let me know. To go back to your previous question, that task force meeting was already held. Immediately following Senator Gittins' letter to the different agencies, Acting Commissioner Brooks from VIPD contacted all the agencies, and a meeting was held, and a plan was then constructed of how we are going to move forward. I know law enforcement have been going to the beaches on the weekends consistently now, which was one of the problems with a lot of the loud car musics playing down there. But that task force meeting was already held, and a plan came up. You know, sometimes I try to explain what's going on because it helps the public understand. There are only two agencies that has the authority to shut down a business immediately. That's the fire department and the Department of Health. Me as the landlord that is given a business license and that vendor is in violation, I cannot shut that business down. I don't even think Department of License can shut them down immediately. Fire and the Department of Health. Just like regular citizens, these business owners have rights. And the law states that they have to be given due process, which is a hearing. As for the structure that's on the property, before they could be torn down, the Department of License of Planning and Natural Resources received a TRO, a temporary restraining order. There's nothing you can do after that once a judge issues a TRO. You have to wait till that is dealt with in court. So, I hear where we see that law enforcement has no authority and they're not doing nothing. That's far from the truth. I speak very good with Mr. Creaky, and 9 times out of the 10 when he calls, he's justified in the complaints that's going on. My first cause is to call one of these law enforcement agencies, and 9 times out of 10 they respond. But to say that they're not doing anything, like I said, a TRO, there's nothing you can do after that. 2 agencies can shut down a business immediately.
Okay, thank you.
Time.
But, Mr. Chair, can I just finish up?
You may wrap up, but I want to respond to that. Go right ahead.
Okay, yes. So I'm glad to hear that you held this showcase here and meeting, and it's a good idea that the fire should be probably here also, because there was actually a fire there, and that fire could have spread to some other area, and like we heard testimony, fire could shut them down, and I assume that that other shack that's there where the ladies sell and also the ladies selling clothes, those are probably fire hazards, so those are some issues. But it seems like from the testimony I'm hearing from Sports Parks that the committee is meeting and pending the judge's order that we'll get this resolved. So we'll keep a look on it and see how it comes out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Media, you have that short video queued up? While that's being queued up, Commissioner Sports, Parks and Rec, I don't think that my colleagues, at least not me as chairman, expect that you, the Commissioner of Sports, Parks and Recreation, will shut down a business. But when law enforcement gets involved and they give a lawful order, we expect that that lawful order will be carried out. And if the operator of that business is in violation, and I tell him or her they're under arrest and I take them into custody, technically the business getting shut down because they're going with me. And they're going to have no operation going on once I go with them. I am going to ensure that. But media, play the video, please.
Inside get a little damage, but I managed to put out a fire inside here.
And the reason why I'm playing this...
The fire was spread into in here. Burn some of the stuff in the shop.
Start it again because it's not clear.
Inside get a little damage, but I managed to put out a fire inside here before the fire station reached car. That fire was spread.
So this is a video that was going around earlier. And, this is about, again, enforcement on all our beaches. But it seems like down here have most of the problems going on. But my thing is what are we going to wait for? For somebody to get killed? For somebody to get seriously damaged? That fire that took place could have caught to a guest bedroom with people inside there. What would we have said as a government? Having full knowledge of what's taking place down there. That's why I wrote to you guys months ago. It is something that we can address. It is something that we can prevent. But at times, this is where you all make the community feel like the Senate need to get up from inside the Senate and go out there and do the execution as well. This is why you guys are out there. Everything is in play for you within the law. Your duties and responsibilities are explained clearly for you. And yet still we come here today to be like, my hands are tied. When was this TRO and for which incident specifically did you all get a temporary restraining order? I believe it's DPNR who said that.
Senator Gittins, Marlon Hibbert, DPNR. The TRO was issued. There was a cease and desist, but there was a removal order attached to the cease and desist for One Love, for the beach shacks. They were given until the end of October, I believe. No, October 21st to remove the shack. and a day later we received the TRO. We did, in fact, mobilize DPW, VIPD, and Viper to begin the removal of the structures physically. So regardless of whether or not they were going to remove it, we were going to, but we were served with the temporary restraining order.
You know, y'all really make me laugh. When I was a policeman, right? And we go on a turf, and they're building up little lookouts and whatnot. The former deputy chief of police is right there, could tell you. When we get with public works, and we go out there with trucks and whatnot, we knocking down the blasted structure because they ain't have no business there. We knocking it down, and we taking it to the dump wherever it's supposed to go. Why are we playing games with people? Look at what it came to, a full-blown fire that could have caught and a guest bedroom. Or it could have been somebody right next to somebody else's property and caught their house. Is this what we're waiting on? I want our enforcement agencies to perform. Everything I heard my one colleague say, maybe the police department should take the lead. The police department will take the lead on everything. Everybody shot. If everybody do what they're supposed to do, I think we'll be a much safer place. Senator Francis Heilig, are you still there? If not, Senator DeGraff. And they ain't going to answer when the TRO was issued either, like everything else.
I will, pardon me, Senator. I'm looking for it now. I'll let you know exactly when it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, present. You know, I don't know whether to laugh or cry, to tell you the truth.
Both.
It's a sad, sad day in the Virgin Islands when an issue going on in this territory and the legislature have to fix it. Jesus Christ. What we come to, we take one step forward, 5 backwards. Why? You know, it's very sad, man. You know, first of all, to the government agencies, are the complaints that Emerald Beach making valid? Are they true?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The complaints are taken as they are received, and we do investigate them.
Answer the question.
It is legitimate. I'm not saying that they are not legitimate concerns.
So what had you
investigated? But they end up, yes.
Excuse me, sir. Assistant Commissioner, excuse me. What are your findings?
On a number of occasions, and if you notice in my testimony, I specifically avoided giving specific names, and that was because on several of those particular instances, we are actually having those people held over for hearings. Those entities held over for hearings.
I got a couple of minutes, so if you don't mind, excuse me one second. They have 8 concerns. Page 2. You saw this? You're aware of it. They have 8 concerns. Out of these 8 concerns, I would say 7 are valid. 1, I think, is a misrepresentation. And I think the first one, unsafe water sports endangering swimmers. I think if the hotel has a water jet ski entity and is not authorized by DPNR these ends, I think then that's a misrepresentation. So I would scratch number 1 altogether. That's number 1. Because
not necessarily, Senator, because there are other individuals that we came to realize came onto.
But what I'm saying, I'm talking from the Senate.
I get you.
Because what I'm saying now is, first thing I want to establish is whether they have valid concerns or not is being confirmed. They have valid concerns. I look at what their concerns were, 8 of them, and from their own thing, they showed a videotape with somebody in a jet ski coming in up by the beach. I consider that to be invalid because now to find out they have a jet ski entity to them that's not authorized by the others. But I'm saying the garbage on the beach, the chairs on the beach,
Senator,
the place filthy.
Senator,
all of these are facts. Excuse me one second, Commissioner. All of these are facts. So I'm saying is, it shouldn't have to be here in the Senate. This isn't something that just happened the last 2 weeks. This is something going on.
May I respond?
You know what?
In a minute.
This is something going on over a year. Is that an inappropriate statement to make? Anybody disagree with it? Over a year this is going on.
Very true.
Good. Over a year this is going on. When this going to stop? When is this going to stop? This is what I'm saying. I'm a senator. We are senators. We shouldn't have to be the ones hearing this, airing dirty laundry in public. Come on. So when people come here and senators jump on people and they say, oh, the Senate is being... This is why this shouldn't have to happen. This should have been said, hey, they have these concerns. Let's fix it. Now, a concern I have is the individuals who are considered illegal. They are individuals trying to make a living to support their families. I ain't talking about no illegal who might be selling drugs or anything. I'm talking about people who have chairs that ain't supposed to. Is there any provisions where we could assist them, moving them from where they are illegal and trying to get them lined up so they can become legal? Pay whatever they have to pay, do whatever. Is that in process, Commissioner?
Well, those illegal businesses have to go through the process like the ones that are in compliance. They send a proposal to the department with their business, what they plan to do. And if in fact there's a space or we plan to issue that permit, we would give them something stating that we intend to do business with them, where they will then have to go to licensing and get appropriate documentation.
So does that exist? Is that happening?
One of those illegal vendors have came to the department since to try to obtain a legal business license.
How many legal ones do you have?
How many what?
How
illegal
many
ones we have?
Right.
I don't have no illegal vendors.
Okay, so you have identified, how many have you identified as illegal?
I heard a number called earlier. I don't know some of those vendors.
Okay.
That was a big number, but I do know that there are some vendors down there that are not supposed to be there. But
wait, so what I'm saying, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is, it's a sad day because it's happening over a year. Over a year, this is going on, and probably longer. And then to have the government agencies come here and say their say, and for me as senator to, hey, I could point fingers, that's the easy part. The easy part is to point fingers and tell you, yo, and talk down to you and berate you. But for what? Can this be fixed within the next year coming? Can we end this whole situation by 2025? Anybody not opposed to that, but can that be done, reasonably done in 2025, Commissioner? On your end, if there are any violations on your end, can it be fixed in 2025?
So I think between all the agencies, it's already started to be fixed. I think what's important, one of the biggest culprits or infractions, Senator Gittins talked about the 200 and something chairs that's down there. And I really hope this doesn't mess up my relationship with Emerald Beach.
Okay,
let me finish, Senator.
Hold up, Commissioner, hold up. If you're going to mess up your relationship, don't say no more. I don't want you to get in trouble. All I'm saying is, all I'm asking from the Senate, the outcome of this meeting today, is let's fix it. Let's fix it by no later than a year from now. But a year from now, we shouldn't have this same problem again. Easy to say. You don't have to say anything to get in any trouble. I ain't going to let it happen to you.
No, that's not what I was going to say. I think
so all I'm asking is for us to fix it. You see? Okay, so it's no disrespect to you, Commissioner. I just don't want you to get in no trouble. But I'm just saying, let's fix it. I think that's the easiest thing to do, is to fix it.
And Horace Graham.
No need to answer. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Senator, may I answer on your time?
You could answer on the chair.
Senator Gittins?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I don't want to get in trouble.
No, it's no trouble.
Excuse me, Senator Gittins. I got a 5:20 flight.
Listen,
Can I be dismissed? Director Hubert's going to stay.
I'm going to remind you all again, when this chairman calls for a meeting, I expect for people to be in attendance. I really, this is an issue. I'm telling you, we are blessed and lucky that nobody got killed. This is a serious concern that needs addressing by our law enforcement entities. Everybody together, not one over the other. The senator just asked a legitimate question as to whether or not any of the 8 points made are far-fetched. And nobody can even respond. Commissioner, so your flight wasn't adjusted with the others?
No, I'm flight 20.
All right. You are excused.
Thank you.
Senator, may I answer in your time?
You don't wait there. Coming to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. What I was about to say is I think between all the agencies and the hotel, steps are already being taken in place to secure the safety of all that utilizes the beach. Not just our vendors, but they also had a vendor that was non-compliant with a lot of the infractions that are stated down there, and they did the right thing of not doing business further with that vendor. So I think it's a collaborative effort, not just between the agencies, but everybody that's down there at the beach.
I'm going to move to the next senator, but I think where Senator DeGraff is going as well is this is a pressing issue and it needs to be addressed immediately. This thing about steps are being taken, somebody going to get hurt. I want you all to take that seriously. Assistant Commissioner DLCA.
Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senator, certainly we don't want to ever come before you and give the sense that we're not taking this seriously. It is a serious issue. But not everything is, as it's presented, is exactly as one may think. While we go through the process, what we have done is we look carefully at the individuals, at the information that the individuals have presented. While we take steps to take action, we realize that the individual that we seek to enforce against, they also had some concerns and legitimate concerns. They raised some very important questions that initially our legal team indicated that these may be landlord-tenant disputes that needed to be addressed. And so what we were concerned about is taking sort of draconian measures, taking very severe actions immediately without due process. And so we have we withheld the immediate action to try to bring these individuals through the process. We have held one show cause hearing already, and we're awaiting that decision through our process, and we continue to bring the other ones forward. Senator, we are immensely interested in a relatively speedy resolution to these issues, but they're not just as they appear on face value. We've had challenges to our actions by the individuals that we seek to enforce against. So what we decided to do is give them an opportunity to have a show cause hearing where they could present evidence on the record to show what their challenges are and why they are competing against this. But at the end, we believe, Senator, that all of the information will come out and we will be able to make appropriate decisions.
Again, you all think that you have time to buy. And that's what I'm trying to tell you all, that we don't have time to buy. Before I go to the next senator, I just want to show you again the eight simple points. The first one is unsafe water sports, and nobody ain't blaming one agency over the other. All in on yours. But just let's look at the 8 points, right? The first one is unsafe water sports and endangering swimmers. That's who? DPNR. And even possibly,
it could be
hold on a
licensing.
second for me.
Yeah.
Thank you. And the next entity will probably be Police Marine Unit. Then the second one is unauthorized vendors, booths, and trespassing. That's clearly DLCA and even Sports Parks and Recreation who given these spot permits to set up. Then number 3 speaks to threats to public safety. That's all enforcement agencies. Number 4 speaks to waste management, noise, pollution, and environmental impact. That's waste management, DPNR, and Department of Health. The 5th one speaks to public health risks. That's Department of Health. Number 6 speaks to requests for enforcement. That's all of you. I'm going to skip 7, and 8 is responding to the complaints. That's all of you again. So stop believing like everything is on you. I expect for you guys to just address your respective areas. Because once a permit is given, it's just like any license for a business. You're supposed, of course, they're going to come to licensing and consumer for the business license. But before licensing and consumer approve the business, they must go to the police department, they must go to the fire department and some other agencies for some type of inspection, correct? And then it was only until then, after you have checked off all the checklists, that it comes back to you and then you give the final approval. What we're seeing here is that that process is missing. That process is obviously missing. Hence why somebody is operating down there on the beach, on the eastern end of the beach, without authorization from DPNR. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized. Oh. The other senator is in there. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am listening intently to this discussion that we're having this afternoon, and I see that we have the Emerald Beach management here, and I see that Port Authority is only represented by a law enforcement, or it's your chief of security, police, Viper. Who do you lease from? To Emerald Beach. Who do you lease this property from? Put your name on the record.
Michelle Felder. We lease from VI Port Authority.
So you lease from VI Port Authority. And have you brought these concerns to your landlord?
Yes, we have.
And I asked that question because I looked at the Port Authority's testimony, and there is zero responsibility as it relates to the challenges that you're having. It just speaks to the fact that the purview is under the police department, and what is tied to sports parks and rec, and the land side. But the responsibility of the landlord is also to ensure that you're not experiencing any challenges as you lease their property. So I do see where there is lots of finger pointing as to who's responsible for what. And perhaps we need to use this opportunity to make a determination as to what do we consolidate in that area, because we can't keep pointing fingers. Now, there is a responsibility for the Virgin Islands Police Department. Have you called the police department to address any of these issues, your safety issues? Put your name on the record.
Joel Kling, Emerald Beach Resort. Yes, I have. I have spoken directly with Maria Brooks.
And what has been the responses?
And the response was, he's short-staffed, and he wanted every force enforcement of the VI to do their duty. And he told me, and he's been
don't say no more. That is not a good response.
Well, but that's the response.
Received.
That's what I got.
Well, I agree that every law enforcement needs to do their duty. We only have one top cop in this territory. Uno. Okay? So if they're not doing their duty, the top cop has a responsibility to reach out to them, because at the end of the day, this is our tourism product that we are talking about. So I want to ask, how is this, all this discussion that we are having, how is it impacting your business?
Well, this has been a tremendous downfall for us. We have lost $600,000 of business related to weddings.
Related to?
Wedding
Weddings.
businesses. We have lost over $200,000 worth of food and beverage directly impacted by One Love, which is done illegally, has served on our beach illegally. They have servers that have been on our lounge chairs, going on our beach deck, and taking business away from us every single day.
Okay, so hold up right there. So you have beach chairs do you have beach chairs?
We do.
And Department of Property and Procurement, Commissioner White, sports parks. You also issued a license for beach chairs?
That is correct, Senator.
So those beach chairs, you issue that for who? For the public? For their guests? How close is it to their hotel? How do we coexist in an environment like this? Because these are things you have to contemplate as you do this work. If they have their beach chairs for their customers, for their visitors, how close is the beach chairs to their hotel? How is that impacting the hotel? We have to give consideration for all of those things. So this is for the public or this is for their customers? Was consideration given there?
So the vendor that's there serve the public. I don't know legally if I can stop a hotel guest from leaving a hotel and going down the beach.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so rephrase your question. Sorry.
No. You can't ask me to rephrase something. What I'm saying to you is, when you issued the permit,
correct,
did you give consideration? Because usually, if there's a business head that's doing the same thing, then the consideration is given for how do we address the competition and how do we coexist.
So great point, Senator.
Okay.
Sports Park and Recreation vendor has been there for the last 3 years. Emerald Beach vendor just came within the last year.
Okay, good. So that's good point. That's why I asked the question. So SPR, your permit or license was issued 3 years. They've been there, and Emerald Beach has now placed chairs, and they have chairs on the beach. A vendor on the beach.
Always had chairs. Joel Kling, Emerald
vendor.
Beach. Yes.
That's the vendor.
Yeah, I mean, Emerald Beach has been in operation for 35 years.
No. That ain't the question.
And
we're talking about the chairs. I trying to break this down. I wish I had more time.
So the issue of the chairs is a non-issue to us. What the real issue we have today is the fact that we have one vendor that is operating on our property, trespassing on our property.
Okay, stay ready. That vendor is who? That vendor is a vendor that was issued a permit, a license by what agency?
A DLCA.
DLCA? And who's that vendor? What's that? Talk to me. I need to understand how the boundaries of how you issue.
If I may, Senator.
Hold on, you may not. Hold on. The senator is speaking directly to these two, and she asked, I'm not going to return your time. She wants to know who was the vendor and authorized by whom.
The vendor is One Love, which got a license from, I believe, DLCA.
You don't know who to get a license from.
Okay.
Who issued the license?
All right, so DLCA issued a license to One Love.
To operate in that area.
To operate a...
be specific with me, because he's going to tell me to be quiet in a minute.
No, go ahead.
To operate in that area.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
Senator.
So what is the collaboration between DLCA and sports parks with regards to issuing of that specific license?
Okay, so basically what transpired in that instance, Senator, is that we looked at the agreement or what the vendor provided as the lease agreement, which says...
the lease between whom?
Between the vendor and Sports Parks and Recreation.
Okay, got it.
And so we examined that document, which is typically a document that we
Okay,
receive.
stay writing. Sports Parks, Commissioner White. Emerald Beach is claiming that they're encroaching. What's the accuracy on that?
So they are correct, and I'm guessing he's talking about the food and beverage part of One Love.
Okay, so why are we allowing that to continue?
So I don't know if you was here for my testimony. I stated that they are there illegally. They was never granted.
Okay, good.
Good.
They're there illegally, they were never granted. Who has the authority to remove them? That's why
So-
they issue the TRO.
No.
Okay, so why are they still operating illegally?
So I sent in correspondence to DLCA to revoke their license, and they just had their hearing last week, Thursday.
Okay, so, you know, this, you know this song like? This is what we're doing, going around and around the mulberry bush. If you're operating illegally, what are you keeping a hearing for? What are you hearing? You did not issue a license and they were supposed to be in this space here and they over here. They're operating illegally. So what hearing are you having? We are enabling this situation. I'm all for small business. Do not misunderstand what I'm saying. But I need to understand if they are not operating legally on that space, what authority you have to hear them?
Senator Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Certainly, I understand your concern and your chagrin in this case. It is not that the Sports Parks and Recreation notified us that they did not have the authority to operate a food and beverage operation. In January. That's what they notified us.
You issued a license for what?
There's a lease agreement. That's what I was trying to get into the details.
You issued the license for what?
For Restaurant B and Tavern Keeper A.
Good. Your lease has to operate Restaurant B and Tavern Keeper?
No.
So then how you go issue the license?
So this was, if I may, Senator, the original lease agreement between us and One Love was for beach chairs, beach umbrellas, and merchandise. He got that license. Later on, what he did was he went back to licensing and added the restaurant and food on it, but we did not give him permission to do that.
The license had a responsibility to look at the lease, to go back and look at the lease. Y'all heard.
Senator, if I may, I definitely would like to explain, but if I keep...
Please.
Thank you. I really appreciate the dialogue. So this is basically what transpired. The applicant presented the document that granted them authority. That document was a simple document that we have since learned through this process from the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation that there was an additional document that was never conveyed to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Every vendor that we have approved for licensure has had that one document that we used to say that that individual was granted permission. There was an additional document that was never part of that, which was an initial agreement. Senator, that was what presented the limitation. We granted them the license based on the approval that they had, and it showed that they were authorized to be at that spot. None of the documents said that it had to be, that it was limited to be a food and beverage entity. It did not say that. And so we have since gotten that straight, and based on that presentation, Senator, we have taken the appropriate steps towards the revocation
my time
of
has
that
long
license.
been called, so I have to wrap this up. But how long has it been going on?
Pardon me? Oh, that process has been, we've been in communication with the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation for at least this, the last several months.
Why several?
I think we had the formal, maybe about April, June, around there.
So I've had this discussion with these folks over a year ago. This has been going on a long time. I've reached out to, there was one Saturday or one holiday. I think you accompanied me, Commissioner White. 3 years. Well, we went down there. This has been going on a long time. It's over a year. It's over 2 years, actually.
Yeah, 3 years.
It's long. I think it was happening since I was Senate President. I mean, there's so much to talk about here. I mean, my time has been called, but I think that we are at the point where, because we're having this discussion today, I don't know, did you guys say that you have a task force or you have some tabletop that you plan to put together so y'all could discuss this to figure out how y'all are going to flesh out these issues? Because there's a lot of challenges on that beach. And again, we're about to start the season. We're high in our season, and we start the season again with the same issue. This matter needs to be resolved. one way or the other, the law enforcement side, the side with the encroachment and the licenses and all of these things, there must be a way for all to be able to coexist in this environment, but somebody got to be the adult in the room. Bottom line, that's the issue here that I see. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, and that's what's happening. We're not taking our responsibilities. We're not taking it.
Senator,
the question. Don't hold a second. Again, I'm really trying not to even get flustered. That's why I can't be no judge, because you guys ain't cutting it. So you spoke to licensing and consumer issuing a restaurant B and Tavern keeper license to this vendor that we're talking about in question that Senator Fred Gregory just asked about.
Correct.
Where or what's the location of this business? Where it's supposed to be? We're looking up. Let's see.
It's listed as number 68-72A Lindbergh Bay Beach on the agreement.
So where is that? Is that property owned by the person that you issued that license to?
Senator, no, the property is
okay,
not
so
owned
stop
by...
for me. Stop for me. I'm going someplace.
All right, no problem, Senator.
So it's not owned by them. Who is it owned by?
The authority that granted them was Sports Parks and Recreation.
No, the address that you just gave me as to where the location of that business is to be. Who owns that property? What was the property address again?
Number 68-72A Lindbergh Bay Beach.
And who owns that?
Senator, I am not aware who owns that property.
Exactly. So, but we issue a license for somebody to operate on this property without consulting with the owner of the property. Hence why we have this problem. Everybody, I don't have a better way to say it. And if it comes out wrong, I apologize ahead of time. But though I'm apologizing, I mean what I said. Everybody wheeling and dealing to do what they want to do to put out people out there, and we just collect the money. We just collect the money. Sports Parks and Recreation, DLCA, well, DPNR look like the last, and Emerald Beach. Because Emerald Beach, I put some of the blame on you as well in having people come down there to operate without the proper authorization from the government entities. But if I am going to hear from DLCA that you have issued a license to an individual to operate a restaurant B and Tavern keeper license to operate on the property of 68-72A or wherever, Lindbergh Bay, and you don't know who this property belongs to, you just as wrong.
Senator, if I may.
What are you going to tell me? Go ahead.
I want to present once again that the authority to grant any license to those individuals, those vendors at that location, resided with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. So the document that we received showing that that permission was granted was a document from the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. I am not casting blame. I'm just saying that we relied upon that document in error, and so we have taken the appropriate steps to address that.
So let me put up in there. It's not that you're casting blame, but you're not accepting the responsibility either that you did not do due diligence. You didn't do due diligence. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the predicament that we're in right now. Again, we're going back and forth. I sent you all this. We're talking about this task force. I sent you all a letter with the subject matter, request for action on safety hazards and unauthorized commercial activities at Lindbergh Beach area from August 27, 2024. We're at November 12th. And still, there might have been one meeting or whatever, but there's no movement. There's no movement. Somebody is going to get injured. They don't have to be a tourist. It don't have to be even a resident. But a law enforcement officer might go down there in the middle of, he don't know what's going on above his head and get injured as well. Senator Fred Gregory, point of information, and then the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, Mr. Graham?
Thank you.
Assistant Commissioner Graham? You talk about a document. So the document that you received granting authorization from wherever, whatever that entity is, what is there specificity in that document? Such and such Donna Gregory is hereby authorized to utilize my 810 address, blah, 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 for the purposes of operating a restaurant, blase, 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 blase. What does the documentation that you utilize to make your decision, what does it entail? Because I think that perhaps is something that you need to look at so we don't find ourselves in a situation in the future.
May I respond?
Absolutely.
Thank you kindly. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I'm going to take full responsibility for what I'm about to say. Senator, the document, I'm going to read to you the document that we relied upon. It says, to whom it may concern, this is to inform that Wilbert Coakley, DBA One Love Rental LLC, is a vendor of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. The above referenced vendor is at 68-72 Lindbergh Bay Beach, 68 through 72 for a Southside Quarter St. Thomas, USVI, on a pop-up, mobile, and stationary spot. Okay? And then it says some other language which basically thanks them and let them know. This is a notification to us saying that this person has the authority. In the past, we relied upon this for whatever granting of authority that there was. We did not know that there was additional elements to this. In other words, senators, the individuals would have gone to the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. They had another document that was like a permit that it defined what activities that they were authorized to do. That document was never a part of the documentation that we received. We were not aware of it. So when we read this, we said, hey, they have the authority to be on that stationary spot. They want to do certain activities. It doesn't say that they're restricted in that way. And so we put them through the process. They went through the regular licensing process. Department of Health came and inspected them. Zoning granted them review and approval. In other words, no, we were not aware that they were not permitted.
Health inspected them for the restaurant portion?
Yes,
but they had no running water down there. Like, so what going on here? It don't have no running water there.
I would let Health speak. I would say Health can speak to that. But I'm simply saying.
Where's Health? Who's here from Department of Health? Yeah, there's no running water there. I visited myself.
Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. So based on the inspection, the establishment, they'd had running water during the inspection.
Where did running water come from?
I guess they use a tank.
Commissioner White.
There's a water buffalo in the back of the business that they use for water. There is running water.
For a restaurant?
It's called a restaurant. Sorry.
So, okay. So you allow them to install a water buffalo?
No.
Whoever.
No, I did not, Senator.
Yeah, you're correct, but there's a water buffalo there.
So let me take some responsibility also. The letter that Department of Licensing receives is a letter letting them know that we plan to do business with this vendor. Once they issue the license, they come back where they get a full contract from the department that specifically says in that contract what that vendor is allowed to do. Since this has happened, we do realize that our letter to licensing was very vague. And we have since changed that where the letter that goes to licensing have specifics of what that vendor is allowed to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I want to move to the next senator, but we keep leaving this thing like just hanging. Again, the restaurant B and the tavern keeper license that was granted. The good senator just spoke to the water, right? So if I get a license to operate a restaurant, you're telling me that because of some letter of agreement or partnership with sports parks and recreation, that's how you are able to grant this license to this entity. So it's a restaurant. Where on the beach are they cooking this food? It's a restaurant. So where are they cooking? See, this should supposed to be able to tell me right off.
They're cooking the food inside of the facility that was inspected. Sorry, Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. My apologies.
What facility?
They have, and I would allow health to express, but they have met the requirements by having the appropriate space or whatever it is. There was not a challenge as to whether or not what they had was appropriate. What they had met the standards that would allow them to have a restaurant license.
Tell me something. They build a shack or a booth or something down there on the beach where they're cooking? That's what they did?
Correct.
DP and RCZM, is this allowed?
No, sir. Not without permission.
And did you give permission?
No, sir.
And so this is why I'm asking, why are they there? They're operating illegally. CZM didn't give the authorization. The Department of Health, did you give the authorization?
Once and Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Yes, Senator.
And how did you give that authorization without CZM giving the authorization?
Based on the licensing process.
Mm-hmm.
So something is wrong. Something is missing. How are you able to approve that without CZM giving the authorization? I'm trying to show you all what's missing. You're supposed to be working together, in tandem, together. I guess the bathroom, they're going to be utilizing their facility. But what your point of information, and then we go into the last Senator Joseph.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. AC Graham, right? When our colleague, the chair of the Finance Committee, asked you about that One Love, you said you gave them the license. But you didn't come clean with us here and give us the full information. You gave them the license, and correct me if I'm wrong, based on a permit that was issued by license and by sports parks and recreation, by sports parks. Is that correct?
Senator, a simple answer would be yes. We relied upon that, but it's not that simple.
I know. You said yes. You see, and that's why Madam Chair had to ask you another point of information, because we recognize you weren't giving us the full Finance Chair, Madam Finance Chair. We recognize you wasn't giving us the full information, and that's not right. You're an assistant commissioner. If the senator is questioning you, why don't you just give her the full information? You see how long this round has taken now questioning you because you didn't give us the full information. In the first case, just tell her you gave us the license based on a permit that was issued by another commissioner. Then we can know how to form our question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Joseph, you're recognized.
Pleasant good afternoon, everyone. This is a very interesting conversation, and I just learned about it very recently. I want to go back to that question the chair asked about the TRO. Who was issued? Where was this TRO issued? What entity was the TRO issued from? Who took us to court and the court determined now and gave us a temporary restraining order, placed a temporary restraining order? Is that the same entity we're discussing today?
Yes, Senator.
So this entity is still in operation as it was because of this TRO. Mr. Hebert, is that correct? They're still operating as a business.
I assume so, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Can
Sorry.
anybody here tell me definitively if they're still operating?
Yes.
Virgin Islands Port Authority, since your testimony, you do a lot of monitoring. Have you been down there and checked to see if they're still operating?
Edred Oaks, Chief of Police Port Authority. Yes, that establishment is still in operation.
Now you see, there is where we're going to have a lot of challenges. DLCA, have you tried? You can't revoke their license because of this TRO.
No, we're not subject to that TRO, Senator.
Can you revoke the license?
Process has been in place, and as of the hearing was held on the 7th, and actions, we're waiting the report from the hearing officer in that direction, Senator.
Okay, so we have to wait. And so is there a time frame that a hearing officer is supposed to send you that report?
Yes, there would be. But I don't have the amount of days specified for the report to come. But we requested a speedy decision in this matter.
Now, I want to go to the Virgin Islands Port Authority because you have, in my estimation, and I could be wrong, you have a responsibility to your clients, who is Emerald Beach. And had you had any discussion, Captain Wilkes, regarding even sports park and recreation? And I want to know if you've had discussion, first of all, with Emerald Beach regarding what is transpiring and the portion of land and in the surrounding premises that you have leased to them.
Edred Wilkes, Police Chief Port Authority. That's not Captain, Senator, Chief. Yes, we have. I have met with Mr. Kling, Mr. Creaky, discussed those situations. I've also discussed that with Mr. White. Got licensing involved in that situation also.
Okay, and my question is, have you also conferred with your property manager? Because they are complaining to you as the lessor. And what enforcement items do you see that you can enforce around that area that is being affected? Because that's also your bread and butter right there for Virgin Islands Port Authority, that can be done so that your lessors, who you have a vested interest in seeing do well, so that you can collect your rent from them. What is being done for them besides having those discussions? Are you advocating? Are you part of the task force and having conversations also with Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, DLCA, DPNR? Are you part of that conversation that is being had?
Yes, Senator. I'm a part of those conversations. Also, all the incidents that, whatever incident happened, the Port Authority Police, the one responding to those incidents and taking those reports.
Okay, I saw a video where someone came on the premises and was actually aggressive towards the staff at Emerald Beach. Have you received those complaints? And what happens when you receive those complaints? Do you have arresting authority?
Yes, we do, Senator.
Okay, and so if you see a video of like that, what do you do? Do you have conversations with those persons, or you just leave it as it is, or you take a report?
The person that was taking the ice, we dealt with that person. We gave him warnings. I got the one complaint. The report was taken. I haven't gotten the next complaint about him stealing any ice.
So, Emerald Beach, has that person still been coming forward to you or any staff members regarding having that type of combative and questionable behavior, so that you are afraid of operating there? Because it seems to be some sense of bullying based on what I see and saw with that video.
Good afternoon.
Time.
Joel Kling, Emerald Beach Resort. Yes, that is correct. This is a daily event. Me and my staff, we're going through this. They're encroaching on our property, serving our guests on our lounge chairs and refusing to stop coming to us. When we call the VI Port Authority, we are told by the law enforcement working for the VI Port Authority, they have no training as to how to handle this situation. No training. And they're telling me that they cannot assist us in any way, shape, or form, that it's not their jurisdiction, and that they don't know to handle it.
Have you or your staff been threatened for your life?
I have received 3 life-threatening situations.
Have you reported it to not only the Port Authority, but also to VIPD?
I have reported it to VIPA because they are the lease of our property. So I go to them directly. When we call 911, it goes directly to the VI Port Authority. So they do come on property and they deal with the investigation. But I have seen people where I received death threats still on the property. Mm-hmm. You know, I've been assaulted just not too long ago on the 9th of October.
Assaulted?
Assaulted, yes. On the property in the lobby of the hotel, entering the hotel.
And you reported this assault to?
I reported the assault, and the VI Port Authority came, took a report. I had 2 witnesses, and I couldn't not even get the 2 witnesses to testify, to give the reports. We only got the reports done a week later because the officers told me that they didn't have time to finish the report. And I was told that by the officer that she will come back. She didn't. A week later, finally the reports were taken by the 2 witnesses.
Now, this is very alarming to me. I want to understand, Chief Wilkes, how is it that one of your tenants is complaining and making complaints? Have you as law enforcement, gone the further step to arrest these individuals, or even confer with the Attorney General's office to further move this along? Because the chairman is correct. Somebody is going to get seriously hurt. Seriously hurt. First, it starts with the verbal, right? And then it goes to the physical. And he's already stated, Mr. Kling, stated he has been assaulted. Are you aware of this?
Edred Wilkes, Police Chief Port Authority. I saw that report. There was 2 reports. One report stating that Mr. Kling assaulted the gentleman, and his report stating that the gentleman assaulted him. On several other occasions, when Mr. Kling made complaints, I have told him, it's one of his reports, that he needs to get his report and go to the AG's office and file a restraining order against, I think it was Mr. Samuel, who was coming back and forth on the property.
Okay, so so how can you support him as your lessee to do that? Because, I mean, obviously, he may be experiencing some shock and being very much afraid to do so. Obviously, I'm just saying. Because he is seeing, he's making these complaints and nothing is happening. Nothing. His complaints aren't being addressed. If he's to take it to the AG office, is that something you as a law enforcement officer think that you could support him on doing, is rather than just telling him?
I can guide him, which I did.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I believe my time has been called, but I also am very concerned about where we're heading with this issue, because it shouldn't come to us here as the legislative branch. It shouldn't. This is an enforcement issue. This is communication breakdown, and it's looking like it's a real debacle, right? And people will say Coco Bay and Tapa Yaz, right, with what is happening here, because this is a small business. This is a thriving business that's been here for over 30 years. So they are part of our community, and not saying that we shouldn't look out for smaller business who are trying to do, but we should also take the time to do our due diligence, because it's going to have, God forbid, I pray God that nobody gets hurt down there based on what we're seeing, because it's already gone to physical. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Frederiksted, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I'm listening to the conversation, I mean, all of us have traveled to the mainland. We've traveled to resorts. We've traveled to other Caribbean countries. We've traveled outside of the U.S. We've traveled to Mexico, etc. Have we given any consideration for a barrier? You know, when you go to places like Cancun and Punta Cana and those places, there are lots of hotels and lots of businesses that line the strip. Let's just talk about Miami. Let's talk about Miami. Miami has a strip of things, hotels and businesses, and the sand going all the way up South Beach. But there's containment. There is containment. What prevents us from being able to contain the property at Emerald Beach, especially on the, what side would that be, the west side?
The east side.
The west. East. No, the west side. It's the west side. It's the west side. What prevents you from containing the property on the west side to ensure that we don't have the challenges that we're having, that you don't have people, because there is a security issue, because you could walk out from the beach and come right up into the property and go straight up into the lobby, etc. What prevents us from doing something like that? These are the types of things that we have to do as we put our heads together to resolve this. I don't know that this issue would ever be resolved, even if we were able to address the business part of it. You still have people walking onto that property from, what his name? Walkers by the Sea area, coming out wrong and coming up. Yeah, so what prevents us from looking at other models that we see? Let's just talk about the mainland. And utilizing a model that's similar, putting up a barrier that prevents people from coming in to the property in that manner. I think that would resolve a lot of the issues that we are discussing today. The security, the enforcement. What prevents us from doing that? The barrier don't come out down to the water now, so you don't have a responsibility to have some security on your property. That'll be for Emerald Beach, but these are things you have to consider. When we can't consider those things. Mr. Chair, thank you. That's just a suggestion, a recommendation.
Thank you. Really and truly, I hope that we could rectify this now, sooner rather than later. But based on all that we've heard here today, all the testimony, the discussion back and forth, DLCA, DPNR, Department of Health, Environmental Health, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, you have all failed to faithfully perform your official duties and responsibilities outlined to you in the Virgin Islands Code. And that said, I could only refer to it as neglect of duty or malfeasance in office. That's exactly what took place. And I am hopeful that within your executive branch, that you all will get together and handle this before something happens. God forbid it happens to anybody, because I don't want it to happen to one of the employees down there, for sure. I don't want it to happen to any law enforcement officers having to respond there because of upper management negligence or failure to carry out their duties and responsibilities. We know that there's a connection between all of you. You should be collaborating. I heard the word or talks about collaborating with each other, and really and truly, based on this hearing today, we don't see the collaboration. Otherwise, what's going on down there would not be happening. DPNR, have you found the date of that temporary restraining order yet?
Marlon Hibbert. Yes, Senator. I wanted to clarify the dates exactly. So on August 30th, we did have a collaborative meeting with sports parks, with...
I want to go to the dates that you told me about. We can't talk at the same time.
Sorry.
I want to be clear as to what I am asking you for. The dates, first of all, the date of the restraining order.
That was, the emergency injunction was delivered to us October 4th, 2024.
October 4th, 2024, and that's regarding what particular?
So it was brought by the plaintiff, Wilbert Coakley, versus the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, October 4th.
Which one is that?
That's One Love.
One Love?
Yes. Sure.
In the illegal structure?
Yes, sir.
And they were able to secure from our courts a temporary restraining order.
Emergency injunction and complaint for preliminary and permanent injunction.
And when is that case
We have not heard a hearing date, sir.
And this is from when?
October 4th.
October 4th.
Yes.
More than 1 month.
Yes.
Courts, I hope you're listening. More than 1 month that we're sitting waiting for this. Again, so in other words, operate as usual. What was the provide me with a copy of that TRO. Everything else outside of that is not operating within the scope of the law, I expect law enforcement to address it immediately. Give a lawful order. Once the lawful order is given and they don't adhere, make an arrest. It's time for it to stop. It's time for it to stop. I think we saw all the evidence and heard all the evidence we needed to hear today. And this is just one area. But my concern is all our beachfront properties. And St. Croix, I know for sure that I saw where you all sent out or put up stickers on these illegal structures, and you give deadlines, and then there's no follow-up. That's why I wanted DP and our enforcement here, because that's what makes y'all look ineffective. If you're going to go out and put on these stickers and say, have this removed, just like the police department that would go out and put on a sticker on a junk and abandoned vehicle and say, move the vehicle within 24 hours, and here it is, I go back 3 months later and the same vehicle is still there. I mean, what sense does that make? You have a clear authority to do what you're supposed to do. Department of Health, you also issued a citation, I believe, to this same business entity back in January 4th to be exact, 2024. Operating at the address 68-72A Lindbergh Beach. Is this property part of the hotel? Can anybody tell me?
No, he's on the government property.
It's on the government property, but so the hotel is operating on the government property as well, correct? They're on a lease with you, Commissioner?
No, the hotel is on a lease with Port Authority.
Right. So belonging to the government again. That whole, so DPNR, we're going to have another conversation. We need to have that conversation offline. Because remember the one time that you all were here, I think I was in the St. Croix district, and you all put the picture up, and we were talking about the beachfront properties, and you showed where the property line were going down into the water, and I told you all that this is going to be problematic. And this is what we're seeing again. Because and Emerald Beach, you know that you don't own the beach, correct?
Right.
Joel Kling, Emerald Beach, yes, we are aware of that.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
But while you don't own the beach, you are required to keep that area clean. Anyone else come there to clean it?
We do clean this beach daily.
No. You see, that's what happened when you don't answer the question. You end up cleaning the beach, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so what I'm saying is another vendor shouldn't be able to come down there to sell and do everything down there, and they're not the ones responsible to clean the beach either. Because they could come, set up, sell, leave, and go, all the trash there, and of course the owners will stop on the hotel to keep it clean because they need to keep it clean and pristine for not only guests, but guests and residents that utilizing that beach down there. All right. I will just grant you all 30 seconds closing so that we could bring this to a close. And those of you who extended your flight, I appreciate that. Again, in the future, I ask that whenever this chairman calls you for a meeting, and especially when it's something this important, I expect that you make all necessary arrangements to be here to the end. We'll start with you, Commissioner White.
Thank you, Senator. I have no closing remarks. Just want to thank our law enforcement agencies for continuing to assist us when the department calls for their assistance.
Thank you. Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Senator. On behalf of Commissioner Encarnacion, we want to thank you and members of the Senate for providing this platform to address the critical issues surrounding the Lindbergh Bay. And as the Department of Health, we are fully committed to upholding these standards and ensuring that our public spaces remain places of enjoyment, safety, and pride. And we recognize that is a collective effort, one that involves a strong partnership with law enforcement, the local businesses, the community groups, and engaged residents. And together we can enforce the regulation, educate the public, and promote sustainable practices that benefit both our environment and our health.
Thank you. DPNR.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you. We thank you for the opportunity, and we remain committed to working with the committee and our partners in the room to resolve this issue as quickly as possible.
I beg you, please. Thank you. VIPD.
Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner, VIPD. So I've watched the video that was presented, which shows a complete environment of lawlessness. I'm also reading this document with several buzzwords, including unsafe, threats to public safety, waste management, which presents a health issue. Then there's, again, public health risks. I would say, on its face, this entire situation should be completely shut down. If I had the unilateral authority to shut it down, I would shut down this complete area because it presents immense risk to the public. I would then reintroduce all vendors and persons to that area that show that they can be compliant with the law. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And before I move to the next one, I must say that Commissioner White, and tell me if I'm correct, there's an entity down there that's operating within the scope though, right? The one to the west that has the
in the water, the jumpy, yes,
right.
That's correct.
They're operating. I don't want to get that mixed up with what's happening illegally up on the other side.
So there's actually two vendors down there on that end that's operating and in full compliance.
Okay. Thank you. I want them to understand that and don't want them to be painted or get a black eye for everything else that's taking place up on the eastern end. Assistant Commissioner Graham.
Yes, Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senators, just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share the DLCA's operations and what we have been doing with regard to this situation. Truly appreciate the opportunity to make it known to the public. Also, I want to express my gratitude to the other law enforcement agencies that we have been working with, and certainly as indicated here, we will redouble our efforts to ensure that this process, this issue is resolved as quickly as possible.
Collaboration.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chief? And you're the police chief, not the enforcement. You're the police chief for
Port Authority.
Port Authority.
Thank you for having me here, Senator. Just want to say, continue working with the agencies collaboratively, and I'll continue working with Emerald Beach management. We'll keep responding and try to increase the patrols.
And I want to remind you all as law enforcement entities, if it is a public, a public health problem, it is a crime problem, it is a public safety problem, I expect you all to do your job. You know, one of the problems in this territory is punishment is not swift nor severe. And people just believe that they can do what they want to do. We don't live in a lawless community. Emerald Beach.
Good afternoon, Joel Kling. I want to thank all of you to allow us to be here today and express our issues, our concerns. Just wanted to mention that something that wasn't really brought up, but these issues have been around us for 3 years. This is nothing new. We brought this over and over and over. We tried every entity, every possible venues in order to clarify what could be done. We don't want to be calling the law enforcement on a daily basis. We try to be peaceful. We try to do everything that is legal. We employ 100 people. We bring $25 million to the territory yearly. We've been here over 35 years. We're here to bring calm and serene peace. We're not here to fight. We try to bring as much greatness to the Virgin Island in a peaceful manner, in a calm manner, and prosper for the territory, for all of us. So I urge every entity to work together and try to bring some of those vendors to understand that what they're doing is illegal. We're really worried about possible accidents, violent accidents, someone that might die in the water due to these jet skis are entering the swimming lane. And a bigger issue is really a lot of these illegal vendors, that are operating a dozen jet skis in front of our properties, do not carry a dime in insurance liability. And we are being sued left and right at Emerald Beach. Every chances that we get, Emerald Beach has been sued. 2 years ago, there's been a couple on the beach that have been attacked by a single individual. And we have been sued, and we are spending tens of thousands of dollars of legal fees on a public beach that should have been secured in some ways. We're not accusing anyone from not securing it, but we're simply saying, why are we being sued? And right now we have vendors soliciting businesses on our property, and when the guests are coming to Emerald Beach on our shore, they think that Emerald Beach is actually linked to all of these vendors, and we are not. But if something happened, and God forbid, any accident will take place in the future, we will be liable. And we don't want to be liable, and we certainly want to be enjoying a great time in the Virgin Island. I want the Virgin Island to prosper. I want all of us to do great for our families and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Liability. We need us to understand that. Hence why in St. Croix, we don't even have that Christiansted parking lot what we had anymore down by the Christiansted Fort. because someone was actually killed down there and the federal government was sued. They took their liability seriously and took control of that, what was a parking lot, taken from us, the people, and it's now a park. Grass is what's down there. And again, we don't want to wait for something to happen here. See what's happening in Haiti, with them firing shots at the plane? This area that we're talking about is where? Near the airport. We just had someone killed. You could shake your head, but it is the reality. We just had someone killed down by John Bruce Bay. It was the first day of the UVI president coming on board, the first day. And that's what she was welcomed with. Is this what we want to see our territory come to, and we're not addressing the problems that we see face up in our faces? Not with the amount of law enforcement agencies that we have here. Again, I'm going to continue to evaluate each and every one. And if we need to start pulling the authority from some of these agencies, then so be it. Because we ain't going to be paying a whole bunch of armed secretaries around here. You want to be law enforcement officers, you're going to carry out your duties and responsibilities. I'm really sick of it. Thank you all so much for being here, and hopefully this will be rectified. I will encourage the management to share this binded document with the chief executive so that he can have a conversation with his executive branch team and give the orders to do what needs to be done. Thank you all so much. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, employees, everyone, and public for today's hearing. The Committee on Homeland Security, in the court, you don't get up until the gavel hit, you know. Y'all just making a heap of noise. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, November 12th is hereby adjourned.